slash
the World Health Organization. What it is how well you function. 100% function, designed and working the way your body is supposed to work, is where health...
Right off the bat, let's get rid of the old myth, once and for all, that money is not important. It is important, vitally important. It's just as important as the food it buys, the shelter it affords, the education it provides, and the doctor's bills it pays. Money is important to any person living in civilized society. The amount of money we receive will always be in direct ratio to the need for what we do, our ability to do it, and the difficulty of replacing us. You'd be amazed at the number of people who want more money, but don't want to take the time and trouble to qualify for it. And until they qualify for it, there's no way on earth for them to earn it. The greatest discovery of my generation is that human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind. Life is interesting only to interesting people, or life is successful only to successful people. And what I'm trying to say is that you must first become, mentally, from an attitude standpoint, that which you wish to achieve. Start now to become a student of your industry. You'll be amazed at the results. In 5 years or less, you can become a national expert in your field. And remember, it's the experts who write their own tickets in life. Just think of this for a moment. If you can see no limit to the growth of your industry, doesn't it make sense to realize that there is no limit as to how far you can progress within its framework? I want to tell you about a plan you can follow which takes only 1 hour a day, 5 days a week, and which brings results out of all proportion to the time spent.
Hey, it's Evan Carmichael. I am here with Diana Nightingale, and what you're about to watch is the official version of Lead the Field. So if you want to support the Nightingale family, this is the version to watch and share. Diana, you have anything to add?
I do. I'm just really excited to make it available so that this generation, next generation, and generations to come can get the same results with their lives that so many people all around the world already.
Enjoy!
Hello, this is Earl Nightingale. Before we start, I'd like you to know that I'm not going to try to tell you how to live your life. That's none of my business, nor is it anybody else's business. That's your business. Nor is this program a collection of pleasantries, platitudes, or Pollyanna. It is a summation of more than 20 years of research on one subject, and that is, why do some people do so well in life, while so many more do not? And the first thing let's talk about is the magic word. The experts call it the most important word as far as the results we get from life are concerned in this or any other language. And that word is attitude. It is our attitude toward life which will determine life's attitude toward us. Let's face the fact honestly that we shape our own lives, and the shapes of them will be determined by our attitudes. A person with a poor attitude toward learning, for example, isn't going to learn much until he changes his attitude. If we take the attitude that we cannot do something, we generally will not do it. An attitude of failure, and we're whipped before we start. So we know then that what we receive from life, what we accomplish or fail to accomplish, is due in large measure to our overall attitude. William James of Harvard University put it this way: the greatest discovery of my generation is that human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind. And isn't it wonderful that we have this measure of control? Before we start talking about our attitude toward the world, let's talk about our attitude toward ourselves, since it is the attitude we take toward ourselves which determines our attitude toward the world. Now right here we come to a rather strange fact. We're so familiar with ourselves, we tend to take ourselves for granted. We tend to minimize the things we can accomplish, the goals we can reach, and for some equally strange reason, believe others can accomplish things in our field which we cannot. There are literally millions of human beings living narrow, darkened, frustrated lives, living defensively, simply because they take a defensive, doubtful attitude toward themselves, and as a result, toward life in general. Many people are suspicious of and oppose change, yet change is the one thing in life on which we can absolutely count. People who stay young all the years of their lives not only welcome change, but see it for what it really is. New opportunity, new chances for further fulfillment. Attitude is a reflection, a result of a person's will. It is incalculably powerful. It can bring about marvelous results for us, but we need to train it patiently, day by day. Now let's talk about the attitudes of people who are successful. The top 5% of the people who go sailing through life from one success to another, and who, even when they fail at something, shrug it off and head right out again. No matter who the person is or what he does, men and women in sales, business executives, people in all the professions, wives and mothers, students, top people in the armed forces, public servants, men and women in the service of religion, working men and women in all fields of endeavor. Wherever you find a person doing an outstanding job and getting outstanding results, you will find a person with the right kind of attitude. These people take the attitude toward themselves that they can accomplish what they set out to accomplish, that there's no good reason on earth why they can't be competent, successful. They have a healthy attitude toward themselves and, as a result, toward life and the things they want to accomplish. And because of this, they achieve some remarkable things, and they come to be called successful, outstanding, brilliant, lucky, and a lot of other things. They're quite frequently no more brilliant or outstanding than the majority by whom surround them. Develop the right attitude. They found their accomplishments not too difficult, and many times surprisingly easy, simply because it seems that one thing in common. They expect more good out of life than bad. They expect to succeed more than they fail. If you want something worthwhile, take the attitude that there are a lot more reasons why you can have it than there are that you cannot, and set out to earn it. Go after it, work at it, ask for it, and 9 times out of 10, you'll get it. Our environment is really a mirror of our mental attitude. If we don't like our environment, we have to change our attitude first. Now, the world plays no favorites. It's impersonal. It doesn't care whether we change or not. Adopting a good, healthy attitude toward life doesn't affect the world and the people in it nearly as much as it affects us. It would be impossible to even estimate the number of jobs which have been lost, the number of promotions missed, the number of sales not made, the number of marriages ruined for attitude. But you can number in the marriages which are tolerated but unhappy, all because of and others to change toward them, instead of being big enough and wise enough to at least make a test which will prove beyond any shadow of a doubt where most, or at least a big part of the trouble lies. Studies made of the lives of literally thousands of successful people have shown that they radiate confidence, assurance, they expect success, and they get success. You can spot these people by the way they walk, by the way they look and act. You can feel it about them when they enter a room. They may be short and fat, or tall and thin, or any combination in between, but they have about them the attitude of success. Right now I want you to realize, if you don't already, that in 5 years or less, you can get right to the top of the work you're now doing. I know this, but the important question here is, do you know this? The minute you do know it, you'll have this right attitude I'm talking about. The easiest and most effective means of forming a good attitude habit is to begin to act as though you have a good, positive, expectant attitude toward life. That's right. Begin right now to walk, act, and look as though you belong to this group. If you're already in the top 5%, you'll know what I mean. If you've never tried it, you'll be amazed at what happens. Actions trigger feelings, just as feelings trigger actions. Now, let me tell you of a little test you can make which will prove beyond any shadow of a doubt that a good attitude can change a person's life as dramatically as walking from a darkened room into the bright, clear light of day. Not long ago, I read a line which went, "Life is dull only to dull people." This is true, but it also could have read, "Life is interesting only to interesting people," or "Life is successful only to successful people." And what I'm trying to say is that you must first become, mentally, from an attitude standpoint, that which you wish to achieve. A famous restaurateur was being interviewed by a reporter who asked, "When did you become successful?" He replied, "I was successful when I was sleeping on park benches, because I knew what I wanted to do and that I would do it." In short, his attitude had been one of success, of expecting success long before the material, the tangible rewards of success had been earned. The person must act, look, and because of these things, feel successful before the success he seeks can come. Chances are you know people who seem to be what others call lucky. All kinds of good and wonderful things seem to happen to them, and they give the impression of happily sailing through life, having a wonderful time, and getting more accomplished in a year than most people do in 5. This has been figured out fairly scientifically, and if anyone will conscientiously go about the test I'm going to recommend, and stay with it every day for the next 30 days without fail, that person can join this small, happy, and extremely productive group of people. He'll find himself becoming lucky, as they say, and most of his problems will pretty well take care of themselves. Of this you can be sure. The results will be nothing short of amazing. Now, it makes no difference how good a person's attitude has been in the past. Anything can be improved upon, and it's the small refinements upon something already good that makes it great. So here's the test. For the next 30 days, act toward the world, everything and everyone with whom you come in contact, with the attitude which represents the kind of results you want to achieve. That is, if the result you want is more success in what you're doing, act as though you are already in possession of the success you seek. If you want others to treat you with admiration and respect, treat others with admiration and respect first. Have you ever stopped to think of this? Every human being on Earth is the most important human being on Earth as far as he or she is concerned. You may never get anyone to admit it, but it's a fact. So for the next 30 days, treat every person with whom you come in contact as the most important person on Earth, remembering as you do so that as far as that person is concerned, he is. Now, the reason I say treat everyone in this fashion is mainly because this is the way human beings ought to treat each other, and because it will help you form a habit that will bring you amazing and delightful results for the rest of your life. Have you ever noticed that the higher you go in any organization of value, the nicer the people seem to become? You see, the bigger the person, the easier it is to talk to him, to get along with him, to do business with him. You know why? It's because he's got a good attitude, and people with the best attitudes just naturally gravitate toward the top. So for 30 days, act toward others and the world at large in exactly the same manner you want the world and others to act toward you. Treat your wife or husband as the person he or she really is, the most important person in your life. The same with the children. Carry out into the world each morning for 30 days the kind of attitude you would have if you were the most successful human being on Earth. And notice how it quickly develops into an habitual attitude. When a person does this, he should realize he has already placed himself on the road to what he seeks. He is right now in the top 5% of the people in this or any other country. He has prepared the ground and planted the seed. He has made of himself a magnet, an embodiment of that which he seeks. Before metal can be cast into a desired shape, the mold, the expectant receptacle, must first be fashioned. Before a building can be erected, the excavation must be made and the foundation laid. And before a person can achieve the kind of life he wants, he must become that kind of individual. He must think, act, talk, walk, and conduct himself in all of his affairs as would the person he wishes to become. He is then actually that person, and the things that person would have and do will naturally come to him. Almost immediately, a change will be noticed. Irritations that used to frustrate and annoy disappear. When some less informed individual gives you a bad time, stay on the track. When someone cuts in front of you with his car or acts in any other manner that shows his ignorance and lack of courtesy, don't permit yourself to drop to his level. Pity him, for that's what he really deserves. That's the very group a person doesn't want to belong to. And if he acts like them, well, let's face it, he belongs with them. There's nothing in the world that men, women, and children want and need more than the feeling that they're important, that they're needed and respected. They will give their love, their affection, their respect, and their business to the person who fills this need. So the magic word is attitude. And in summing up, a few points to keep in mind. 1. It is our attitude at the beginning of a task which, more than anything else, will affect its successful outcome. 2. It is our attitude toward life which determines life's attitude toward us. 3. We are interdependent. It is impossible to succeed without others. And it is our attitude toward others which will determine their attitude toward us. 4. Before a person can achieve the kind of life he wants, he must become that person he wishes to become. The higher you go in any organization of value, the better will be the attitude you will find. 6. Your mind can hold only one thought at a time, and since there's nothing at all to be gained by being negative, be positive. 7. The deepest craving of human beings is to feel important, to be appreciated. Give it to them, and they'll look for the best in new ideas. As someone said, I never met a person I couldn't learn something from. 9. Don't waste valuable time broadcasting personal problems. It probably won't help you. It cannot help others. 10. Don't talk about your health unless it's good. 11. Radiate the attitude of well-being, of confidence, of a person who knows where he's going. This will inspire those around you, and you'll find good things will begin happening to you. And 12, lastly, for the next 30 days, treat everyone with whom you come in contact as the most important person on Earth. If you'll do this for 30 days, you'll do it for the rest of your life. Now in closing, remember the words of Walter Dill Scott of Northwestern University. Success or failure in any undertaking is caused more by the mental attitude even than by mental capacities.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call thegrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back in the year 1843, a man was born who, during his lifetime, was to have a profound effect on literally millions of people. His name was Russell Herman Conwell. He became a lawyer, then a newspaper editor, and finally a clergyman in 1881. It was during this latter period that an incident occurred which was to change his life and the lives of countless others. One day a group of boys came to Dr. Conwell at his church and asked him if he would be willing to instruct them in college courses. They wanted a college education but lacked the money to attend. He told them he'd do all he could, and as the boys left, a thought, an idea began forming in Dr. Conwell's mind. He asked himself, why couldn't there be a fine college for poor but deserving young men? Here was a great idea, and he went to work on it at once. Almost single-handedly, Dr. Conwell raised between $6 and $8 million, with which he founded the now well-known Temple University of Philadelphia. It was how he raised this money that I want to tell you about. He raised the money by giving lectures all over the country, more than 6,000 of them, and in each he told a story called Acres of Diamonds. This was a true story which had affected him very deeply, just as it affected his audiences. It was the story of a farmer who had settled in Africa. This farmer had heard the exciting stories of other African settlers who had made millions by discovering diamond mines. Realizing the African diamonds, the farmer could hardly wait to sell his. He spent the rest of his life wandering the vast African continent, searching for the gleaming gems which brought such high prices on the markets of the world, but without success. Finally, in a sudden fit of despondency, broke and desperate as I remember the story, he threw himself into a river and drowned. During this time, the man who had bought his farm one day found a large and unusual stone in the stream which cut through the property. It turned out to be a great diamond of enormous value, and then he discovered that his farm was covered with them. It was to become one of the world's richest diamond mines. Now, the first farmer had owned literally acres of diamonds, but had sold them for practically nothing in order to look for them elsewhere. If he had only taken the time and study to know what diamonds looked like in their rough state, and had first thoroughly explored the land he had owned, he would have had the millions he sought, right on the land he had been living upon. What profoundly affected Dr. Conwell and subsequently thousands of others was the obvious fact that each of us is at this moment standing in the middle of his own acres of diamonds. If we will only have the wisdom and patience to intelligently and effectively explore the work in which we are now engaged, we will usually find that it contains the riches we seek, whether they be financial or intangible or both. Before we go running off to what we think are greener pastures, let's make sure that our own is not just as green, or perhaps even greener. While we're looking at other pastures, other people are looking at ours. There's nothing more pitiful to my mind than the person who wastes his life running from one thing to another, like the first farmer, forever looking for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and never staying with one thing long enough to find it. For no matter what your goal may be, the road to it can be found somewhere in the work in which you now find yourself. It wasn't until he was completely paralyzed, for example, and was forced to reach into the resources of his mind, that a Wisconsin farmer got the idea of producing exceptionally good meat products on his farm, and one of the country's largest meatpacking companies was born. His farm contained acres of diamonds, too. He had just never seen them before. A paper salesman found a dirty looking glass in his hotel room and gave his company the idea of manufacturing paper cups, an idea that solved his financial problems for life. An insurance man got the idea of going back to all the people in his files and really working with them, serving them the way they should be served. That year he wrote an additional $700,000 of insurance, made the $1 Million Round Table, and found he no longer had to approach cold prospects, that by working with the people he had already sold and on their referrals, he had acres of diamonds right in his filing cabinet. A man out west amassed a fortune with a single small gas station. In the beginning, when things were tough, he would ask himself each morning, what can I do to increase my service to my customers? He still asks that question of himself each morning when he gets up, and while he could have retired years ago a wealthy man, he continues to dominate the business in his area by thinking of new and better ways to be of service. Do you know what the so-called average man would have done in this last case? He would have been worried about how bad business was, because in the beginning my friend had a hard time just feeding his family. When one day a man would have driven in the station in a big shiny car, this average man, seeing the wealthy customer, would have said to himself, I ought to be in his business instead of mine. You see, the average man believes some businesses are better than others. Instead of realizing the truth that there are no bad businesses, there are just those people who do not know enough to see the opportunities in the work they're in. Jobs don't have futures. People do. No matter what our work happens to be, it's our business. We're its manager. If we can see no future or opportunity in it, it isn't because it's not there, but only because we can't see it. One time another farmer poked a tiny pumpkin into an empty 1-gallon jug. The pumpkin grew until it completely filled the jug and could grow no more. When it was ripe, the farmer broke the glass jug and had a pumpkin which had assumed the jug's exact shape. In life, each of us does a similar thing. We poke ourselves into jugs of our own deciding, and we can grow no larger. But let's be mature enough to realize that it is we who do the poking, not the job, nor the company, nor the territory, nor the economy, nor the times. We do it. We should dispense with limitations and realize there is virtually no limit to our growth and development on the land on which we now find ourselves, with our roots deep in the soil of a working philosophy of life and our minds and bodies in a climate of freedom. People who become outstanding at their work are those who have seen their work as an opportunity for growth and development and who have prepared themselves for the opportunities which surround us every day. It was Matthews who wrote, unless a man has trained himself for his chance, the chance will only make him ridiculous. A great occasion is worth to a man exactly what his preparation enables him to make of it. Preparation is the key. It is becoming so good, so competent at what we're now doing, we'll actually force the opportunities we seek to come our way, as come our way they will. Now, let's see how we can fully explore and evaluate the place in which we now find ourselves. Let's take a closer look at our acres of diamonds. Imagination, creative imagination, comes from realizing that diamonds don't look like diamonds in their rough state, nor does a pile of iron ore look like iron or steel. Great opportunities lurk constantly in every aspect of the work in which we now find ourselves. In order to begin prospecting your acres of diamonds, begin to develop a faculty called intelligent objectivity. That is, we often have to stand off and look at what we're doing as a stranger might, a stranger who considers our pasture greener than his own. So to do this, start at the beginning. Within the framework of what industry or profession does our job fall? Do we know all we can know about our own industry? How did it begin? Why did it begin? Who started it and when? What is our industry's annual dollar volume? How fast has it grown during the past 20 years? What is its projected growth during the next 10 years? Do you know that many industries will double in size during the next 10 years? This is almost a 10% gain per year. In short, start now to become a student of your industry. You'll be amazed at the results. In 5 years or less, you can become a national expert in your field. And remember, it's the experts who write their own tickets in life. Just think of this for a moment. If you can see no limit to the growth of your industry, Doesn't it make sense to realize that there is no limit as to how far you can progress within its framework? Surveys indicate that the great majority of people seem to look at their jobs as being as far as they'll go. Why? We should realize how really desperately an expanding and dynamic industry needs and seeks the uncommon man to share in its growth. It will richly reward this person of vision who prepares himself to move up as his industry grows larger. So ask yourself this question. Do I know as much about my job and my industry as a good doctor or attorney knows about his job within the framework of his profession? You should, you know. This is the attitude of the person who wants to become a professional at what he does for a living. It's far more fun, many times more rewarding and interesting, and in this way a person can ride out the occasional dips in the economic seas in a safe boat built of research and preparation. In order to become a pro in what seems to be rapidly becoming a world of amateurs, we have three important subjects to study. 1. Our company and the industry in which it operates. 2. Our job, and perhaps the next step on that job. 3. The study of people, since successfully serving and getting along with people will determine our success or failure. Here are three subjects on which you can gradually build a fine home library. Frequently all we need in order to make an enormous improvement is simply the reminding of things we've known but have forgotten. Perhaps this study and research on your job, your industry, and ways of increasing your service to others sounds like a big job. Well, it is, but in the long run it pays tremendous dividends, builds complete security, and it can be accomplished in an hour or so a day devoted to reading and making notes in a permanent notebook. One book or article at a time, an hour a day, will find you becoming an expert at your particular job and industry in 5 years or less. The hours add up, one at a time, like the great stones of a pyramid, building a strong and permanent foundation, you a layer at a time, ready for work. Ask yourself this question. Is my service today? Then, during the hour a day you set aside for study and research, make notes and think about your industry, about your job and company, and about people. You will gradually begin to get better and better ideas for improving your service. Remember these words. No man can become rich without enriching others. Anyone who adds to prosperity must prosper in turn. Think of ways and means by which you can increase your contribution to your company, industry, and to those you serve. You'll begin to notice a wonderful change in your world, for as ye sow, so shall ye reap. The minute you adopt this attitude, you've joined the top 5% of the people of the world. You've virtually removed all competition. You are creating rather than competing. You are becoming a contributor instead of a feeder. By taking this attitude toward your work, your company, and industry, you're automatically taking care of two vital parts of successful living. 1. You find yourself becoming interested and enthusiastic about your work and its future, and this interest and enthusiasm is contagious. And 2, you're building financial security which will last a lifetime. Above all, keep this thought in mind as often as you can, on and off the job. Somewhere within the work you are now doing, there lurks an opportunity which will bring you everything you could possibly want for yourself and your family. It will not be labeled opportunity. It'll be hidden in common everyday garments, just as was the hairpin with which a man fashioned the first paperclip, or the dirty drinking glass which triggered the paper cup industry, or the commonplace set of names of old customers which became the fortune of a salesman. Now, in closing, here are 12 points to remember. 1. If we will develop the wisdom and patience to intelligently and effectively explore the work in which we are now engaged, we will find it contains the riches, tangible and intangible, we seek. 2. Before we go running off to what we think are greener pastures, let's realize our own pasture is unlimited. 3. That there are no bad jobs, but that it's the way in which we go about our work which makes it good or bad. 4. That we poke ourselves into jugs beyond which we cannot grow. Let's remove the limitations we've set upon ourselves. 5. That only preparation can ensure our taking advantage of the opportunities which will present themselves in the future, opportunities which are around us now. 6. Put your imagination to work on the many ways and means of improving what you're now doing. 7. Learn all you can about your job, your company, and your industry. 8. Since there's no limit to the growth of your industry, it must follow there is similarly no limit on your growth potential within that industry. 9. Our dynamic and growing economy needs and will well reward the uncommon man who seeks a place in this growth. 10. Begin to build your library of reference material pertaining to your company, industry, job, and on how to better serve and get along with people. 11. Set aside an hour a day for this study and research. And 12. Remember the story of the acres of diamonds. It is almost impossible to pick up a daily paper without reading about an individual who has achieved an unusual accomplishment. And almost invariably, these stories include the overcoming of what at one time appeared to be virtually insurmountable handicaps. The boy whose legs were terribly burned and who seemed destined to a life as a cripple becomes one of the world's outstanding runners. The poor boy who amasses a fortune, the boy with a serious speech impediment becomes one of the nation's top news commentators. Every day, a new and dramatic story appears somewhere. The old story of obstacles overcome and outstanding success achieved. Well, they're just too numerous to mention. But how and why are these things done? To me, this is a very interesting subject. These individuals do far more than the average person in order to overcome their handicaps and achieve the success they seek. But it's more than that. You have to go back to the beginning and ask, why? And the answer to that question, if fully understood, will bring you or me anything we want. The answer is simply, they had a goal. That is, they had fixed in their minds a point they had to reach. Something that was more important, far more important than the effort and time that had to be expended. A dream seen only in the mind and felt only in the heart that was too big to be denied. A dream which rose before their eyes when they awakened in the morning and which was the last thing they thought about as they dropped off to sleep at night. This great dream, this surging, dynamic thing which was invisible to all the world except the person who held it, is responsible for every great advance of man. It is the end and the cause of everything we see in the world around us. Everything in the world is a dream come true. It is a goal reached. Napoleon Hill put it this way. He said, "What the mind of man can conceive and believe, it can achieve." It is the skyscraper, the bridge spanning the bay, a rocket ship to outer space, and it's the little corner business establishment. It's the lovely home in the suburbs. It's a youngster getting a diploma and the new baby in its mother's arms. It's a golf handicap and a business position reached. What the mind of man can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Do you know what this means to you and me? Well, let me try to explain. And I might add, it took me 17 years to find this out for myself. Once understood, however, life becomes easier, more fun, far more exciting, and incalculably more rewarding. To begin to fully understand this subject, we have to realize that it's at the basis of any success. It is, in fact, the very definition of success. The best definition of success I've ever been able to find is, success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. If you think about it a moment, you'll realize just how perfect that definition is. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. What does this mean? It means that any person engaged in achieving something which he considers a worthy ideal is successful. At the same time, it also means that any individual not so engaged must be defined as the opposite of success, a failure. Any person with a dream in his mind and heart which he has established as a worthy goal is successful. It has nothing to do with money necessarily, unless that happens to be the goal. And each of us must decide for himself what his goal is. With such a simple and obvious definition of success, a person might think that everyone is successful. Everyone should be. But it's estimated that only 5% are. Of all the people you pass on the street, no matter how large or busy the city, only 5 out of 100 can tell you what they're working toward. The rest are just drifting along, hoping something good will happen to them, or at least that nothing bad will, letting circumstances and economic winds blow them this way and that. These are the people who have not learned the rules of life. I like to compare human beings with ships. It's estimated that about 95% can be compared to ships without rudders. Subject to every shift of wind and tide, they're helplessly adrift. And while they fondly hope that they will one day drift into a rich and successful port, you and I know that for every narrow harbor entrance, there's 1,000 miles of rocky coastline. Their chances of just drifting into port are 1,000 to 1 against them. But the 5% who have taken the time and discipline to decide on a destination and to chart a course, sail straight and far across the deep oceans of the world, reaching one port after another and accomplishing more in just a few years than the rest will accomplish in a lifetime. If you should visit a ship in port, climb to the navigation bridge and ask the captain his next port of call, he will answer you in one sentence. Every person should be able to do the same thing. Unless you can say in one concise, well-defined sentence what your goal happens to be, chances are good that you have never really clearly defined your goal. The captain of a ship cannot see his destination for fully 99% of his journey, but he knows what it is, where it is, and that he'll reach it if he keeps doing certain things a certain way every day. When you ask most people what it is they seek, they'll answer in vague, unrealistic terms. They'll say happiness, or good health, or enough money to support my family, and so on. These are not goals. They are simply conditions desired by everyone. When we talk of goals, we mean, what is it that you want, you as an individual? What is it that you would like very much to have, or to be, but which you may have felt was, for one reason or another, beyond your reach? You see, if you can tell me what you want, I can tell you how to get it, as long as it's worthy of you and within the realm of human accomplishment. Progressing successfully through a lifetime should be a matter of progressively setting and achieving goals, one after another, each a little better than the former. Just as a ship sails through only one port at a time, set your first port of call. When you've reached it, and reach it you will, you can then set a new goal, and then another. By following this meaningful and common-sense approach to life, you will be successful, and will accomplish more in 5 years than the great majority of people do in a lifetime. Now, I'll tell you of a way to clarify your thinking and establish the first goal if you don't already have one. Realizing that without a goal we are unsuccessful, and realizing too that with a goal we will have direction and purpose and that our goal will be reached, we begin to realize that the establishing of a clearly defined goal is just about the most important step we can possibly take. It's good to remember too that in 99 times out of 100, our goal can be accomplished in the work in which we are now engaged. If you don't know what it is you want more than anything else, in other words, if you're not one of the fortunate individuals who knows exactly what it is he seeks, get off by yourself someplace and spend an hour or so writing down the things you would like to have. This could include a beautiful home, a car, a certain amount of money, a specific income, a particular position with your company, and so on. A sales quota, any one of 100 things. Write down as many as you can think of. When you've written down all the things you want, choose one, only one, that you want more than the others. Write this on a separate sheet, or draw a circle around it. Now put the sheet away and forget about all of your ideas except the one you've decided to accomplish first. Like a ship, a person can only reach one port at a time. Most of the confusion and indecision found with the majority of people is because they want so many things they don't decide on which to accomplish first, and as a result, they often accomplish nothing at all. Remember, you can only achieve one goal at a time. Once you've decided upon the one thing you intend to accomplish first, write it on a card to carry with you. Think about it the first thing in the morning and the last thing at night. Think about it as often during the day as you can. By doing this, you will be forcing your goal into your subconscious mind, from which will come the answers you need, as you need them, for its accomplishment. This is the process used by the most successful men and women in the world. This is the same system used by the mathematician and philosopher Bertrand Russell. Think about it as often as you can. Get a mental image of your goal already having been accomplished, but be sure to be absolutely specific. Don't generalize. If your goal is a certain amount of money, write down the exact amount and the time limit for earning it. If your goal is a beautiful home, get a picture of the exact home, even if you have to pay an architect to draw the plans and elevation for you. You might as well, for believe me, you will accomplish it. Be very careful about what you set your mind and heart upon, for if you want it strongly enough, you'll get it. I mentioned that I spent 17 years looking for this answer. I did. I wanted to know what separates the haves from the have-nots, not just in a financial sense, although that's certainly an important part of living, but rather in every sense. I started looking for the answer in 1933 during the Depression, and I didn't find it until New Year's Day, 1950. The answer I was looking for was the secret to achievement, the secret of success. All of a sudden I realized that in the hundreds of lives I'd studied and the countless books I'd read, a plain and simple fact had been staring me in the face all along. It is simply that we become what we think about. You see, you are, at this moment, nothing more than the sum total of your thoughts to this point. Similarly, you will be next year, 5 years from now, and so on, what you think about from this point onward. That's why the establishing of a goal is so vital to success. Unless we're thinking about the thing we wish to accomplish, our thinking is erratic, confused, jumping first from one thing to another, with the result that we accomplish nothing, arrive nowhere. By thinking every morning, every night, and as many times during the day as we can about the single goal we've established for ourselves, we actually begin moving toward it. By concentrating our thinking, it's like taking a river that's twisting and turning and meandering all over the countryside and putting it into a straight, smooth channel. Now it has power, direction, speed. It's the same with our minds. Once we know where we're going, we know why we get out of bed in the morning. We know why we're working and why it's important to do the very best work of which we're capable. We know why it's vital that we cut ourselves away from the big, sluggish river of people who are drifting without purpose and cut the channel straight and clear to the dream in our heart. Some evening, stand at a busy street corner and examine the faces of the crowds that pass. Look at how they walk. Look at their expressions. Do they seem interested, happy, purposeful, interesting? Or do they seem, for the most part, dull, going to insist on getting there? Close to 1 billion human beings on Earth would give anything they have for the freedom and personal liberty you and I take for granted. The right to choose their work and their goals, to live in our bountiful standard of living, to know the peace and privacy of our homes, and to have laws which protect the citizen rather than persecute him. We have it all, and yet in the midst of our plenty, millions lead unhappy lives, living from day to day, month to month, in a prison of their own building. These are the ones who have never made the decision that could set them free. They have not decided what to do with their lives, even in a climate of freedom. As Carlyle said, the man without a purpose is like a ship without a rudder, a waif, a nothing, a no man. Have a purpose in life, and having it, throw such strength of mind and muscle into your work as God has given you. He also wrote, a man with a half volition goes backwards and forwards, and makes no way on the smoothest road. A man with a whole volition advances on the roughest, and will reach his purpose, if even there be a little wisdom in it. And Munger wrote, there is no road to success but through a clear, strong purpose. Nothing can take its place. A purpose underlies character, culture, position, attainment of every sort. Decide on your goal. Insist upon it. And for the next 30 days, look at your card with your goal written on it every morning, every night, and as many times during the day as you can. Force your goal into your subconscious mind. See yourself as already having attained it. Do this without fail every day for 30 days, and it will become a habit. A habit that will lead you from one success to another all the days of your life. For this is the secret of success. The door to everything you will ever have or be. You are now, and you will become what you think about. I want to tell you about the plan you can follow, which takes only 1 hour a day, 5 days a week, and which brings results out of all proportion to the time spent. We talked about the vital necessity of a goal to give you a clearer picture of the potential represented by the proper use of your mind. For a moment, consider the things your mind has brought you. Everything you have, your job, the money you earn, everything you own has come to you as a result of using your mind. Now consider the estimate made by the experts in this field, which is that you have probably been operating on only about 10% of your mental capacity. The way most people use their minds can be compared to the time back in the early 19th century, when just the east along the coast. To the west, there stretched the bulk of what was later to become the incredibly rich 90% of the economy and standard of living we enjoy today. If everything you have is the result of using just 10% of your mind, consider for a moment what it will mean to you and your family if you increase this percentage. This message will show you how to use infinitely more of your mental powers to develop some of that 90% virgin territory. None of us, as a rule, has the slightest notion of the capabilities of his mind. But believe me when I say that your mind represents what can be compared to an undiscovered gold mine. And it makes no difference if you're 17 or 70. Look at it this way. Your goal is in the future. Your problem is to bridge the gap which exists between where you are now and the goal you intend to reach. This is the problem to solve. So now remember this. It was written by Robert Seashore, chairman of the Department of Psychology of Northwestern University. He said, "Successful people are not people without problems. They are simply people who have learned to solve their problems." And there you have it. Living successfully, getting the things we want from life, is a matter of solving the problems which stand between where we now are and the point we wish to reach. No one is without problems. They're a part of living. But let me show you how much time we waste in worrying about the wrong problems. Here's a reliable estimate of the things people worry about. Things that never happen, 40%. Things over and past that can't be changed by all the worry in the world, 30%. Needless worries about our health, 12%. Petty miscellaneous worries, 10%. And real, legitimate worries, 8%. In short, 92% of the things the average person worries about take up valuable time and unnecessary worry. And of the real, legitimate worries, there are two kinds. There are the problems we can solve, and there are the problems beyond our ability to personally solve. But about 95% of our real problems can usually be said to fall into the first group, the ones we can solve, if we'll learn how. There must be millions of people today who feel they're being barred from the life they want because they look upon problems not as challenges to be solved, but as bottomless chasms beyond their ability to bridge. A little research proves that successful people have the same kind of problems. So the whole thing boils down to a matter not of problems, which are common to us all, but of our ability to solve them. Now, I'm going to assume you've decided upon your goal. Your problem is, how do I achieve it? Your goal may be a promotion, a greater income, a beautiful home. It makes little difference what your goal happens to be. For a youngster, it could be better grades in school. For a secretary, a trip around the world. But you have your goal, and you know that you will become what you think about. That is, if you stay with it, you will reach your goal. But how? It's right here that your mind comes into play. Now, what is your mind? I think the best way to describe it is to quote something written by the great Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright Archibald MacLeish. He wrote, "The only thing about a man is his mind. Everything else you can find in a pig, a horse." This is absolutely true. The human mind is the one thing that separates us from the rest of the creatures on Earth. Everything that means anything to us comes to us through our minds. Our love of our families, our religion, all of our knowledge, talents, abilities, everything is reflected through our minds. Anything that comes to us in the future will come to us as a result of the extent to which we use our minds. And yet, and I know you'll agree with me here, it is the last place on Earth to which the average human being will turn for help. Our work has hidden within it untold opportunities. The same is true of our minds, but only if we will use them. In order to reflect just a moment on the human mind, consider what it has accomplished. As you do, realize that we have come farther in the realm of progress in the past 50 years than in all the preceding centuries of human civilization. Of all the scientists who ever lived, it is estimated that 90% of them are alive today. We have reached in the area of ideas and human advancement a plateau so high it was undreamed of by even the most optimistic forecasters as recently as 10 years ago. But every new idea triggers additional ideas, so that now we're in an era of compounding advancement on every front, and in every area that almost staggers the imagination. From the rockets which probe the deep outer reaches of the universe, to the great bridges which span our rivers, everything man-made you see and touch spawned from the most powerful agency in the world, the human mind. And you own one. Now, let me tell you of a way to more fully explore the miracle of your mind. In telling you of this plan, which can easily double or triple the use to which you may now be putting your mind, let me remind you of something. The 40-hour week has become fairly standard, and is in imminent likelihood of being even further shortened. This means that the average working person has at his disposal a really enormous amount of free time. In fact, if you will total the hours he works and sleeps, counting weekends and holidays and vacations, and subtract them from the total waking hours of a year, you'll be amazed to find that of the 5,840 waking hours, if he sleeps 8 hours every night, he spends only 1,912 on the job. This leaves him with 3,928, almost 4,000 hours a year when he is neither working nor sleeping. These could be called discretionary hours, with which he can do as he pleases. Now, so that you can see the amazing results in your own life, I want to recommend that you take just 1 hour a day, 5 days a week, and devote this hour to exercising your mind. And remember what Archibald MacLeish said about it. It's your most valuable possession. It deserves some attention. Pick 1 hour a day upon which you can count. The best time is an hour before the family's up in the morning, at least it is for me. The mind is clear, the house is quiet, and if you like, with a fresh cup of coffee, this is the time to start the mind going. And here's how you do it. During this hour every day, take a completely blank sheet of paper. At the top of the page, write your goal, clearly, simply. Then, since our future depends upon the way in which we handle our work, write 20 ideas for what you now do for others, in which the work which fills your working day can be. Now remember 2 important points with regard to this. 1, most of your ideas won't be any good. Starting any new habit. At first you'll find your mind a little reluctant to be hauled up into the old familiar rut. But as you think about your work and ways to be improved, write down every idea that pops into your mind, no matter how absurd it might seem. Now I'll tell you what'll happen. Some of your ideas will be good and worth testing on the job. The most important thing this extra hour accomplishes, however, is that it deeply embeds your goal into your subconscious mind. Starts the whole vital machinery working the first thing every morning. And 3 ideas a day total 100 a week, even if you don't think on weekends. In doing this, you will find that your mind will continue to work all day long. You'll find that at odd moments when you least expect it, really great ideas will begin to pop into your mind. When they do, write them down as soon as you can. Remember, just 1 great idea can completely revolutionize your work. If you wanted to develop the muscles of your body, you'd take daily exercise of some sort. The mind is developed in the same way, except that the returns, as I said in the beginning, are out of all conceivable proportion to the time and energy spent. The mind of man can lift anything. His muscles, even the best developed, are puny alongside those of some of the dumbest animals on Earth. If man had depended on his muscles for survival, he probably would have disappeared as did the dinosaurs, which incidentally were the most physically powerful creatures that ever lived. I've used and it costs 5 hours a week. 5 out of 168. Is it worth it? It's like spending 5 hours a week digging in a solid vein of pure gold, because your mind is all of that, and so much more. Each time you write your goal at the top of the sheet of paper, don't worry or become concerned about it. Think of it as only waiting to be reached, a problem only waiting to be solved. Face it with faith, and bend all the great powers of your mind towards solving it. And believe me, solve it you will. This puts each of us in the driver's seat. We're no longer passengers aboard a train guided by some vague and nameless fate or circumstance, but rather we're engineers on a predetermined trip of our own choosing to the destination of our own selection. Now, let's briefly recap. 1. For the next month, spend 1 hour a day getting as many ideas as you can. Try at least 20 a day on ways to improve what you now do for a living, realizing that the achievement of your goal depends upon it, as does your whole future. If you do, I think you'll want to continue the practice. 2. If everything you now have is the result of using, say, 10% of your mental ability, you can imagine what life will be like if you can increase this figure to 15 or 20% or more. 3. Successful people are not people without problems. They are simply people who have learned to solve their problems. 4. Don't waste time and energy worrying about needless things. 40% of them will never happen. 30% have already happened and can't be changed. 12% are needless worries about our health. 10% are petty miscellaneous worries, and only 8% of them are real. Try to separate the real from the unnecessary and solve those which are within your ability to solve. 5. The human race has advanced farther during the past 50 years than in all the preceding centuries of human civilization. We're now living right in the middle of the golden age man has been dreaming of and praying for centuries, and it's going to get better. Last of all, the only thing in the world that can take you to your goal in life is your mind, its effective use, and following through on the good ideas it supplies you. Each of us has a tendency to underestimate our own abilities. We should realize that we have, deep within ourselves, a reservoir of genius that can be tapped if we'll just dig deep enough. It's the miracle of your...
Fellow citizens, it's time to dare to compare with Bob's Discount Furniture. When you shop Bob's this President's Day weekend, you'll find trending styles for every room, from feature-packed modular sectionals to high-tech Bobopedic mattresses and beautiful bedroom sets, all for hundreds and even thousands less than the competition. Now that's Honest Abe approved. So stop by your local store or visit mybobs.com to see how much you can save when you dare to compare with Bob's Discount Furniture.
Of your mind. I'm sure you find it as amazing as the rest of us do that the great majority of people have to learn things the hard way, generation after generation. It's natural to think that if a great discovery was made in a particular generation, all the succeeding generations would know about it and utilize it for their own good. But to a large extent, such is not the case. It's true with inventions and discoveries which obviously affect our lives, but it frequently is not true when it comes to the great invisible laws which determine the direction of our destiny here on Earth. Some time back, a group of workers were imported to work on a Texas farm. These people had come from a small Mexican village where motor vehicles were still largely unknown. But one day they were riding in the back of a speeding truck when they came to the place where they thought they were supposed to get off. Without giving it a thought, apparently, they simply stepped off the back of the speeding truck. Fortunately, it was a soft dirt farm road, not a paved highway, but even then the results of their unconventional method of disembarking were, to say the least, amazing. They went bounding, spinning, sliding, and cartwheeling along the dusty road for quite a while before gravity and friction working together finally brought them to an astounded halt. None was seriously injured. In fact, by the time the terrified driver got back to them, they were laughing uproariously about the whole thing. The truck driver, in explaining the incident later, put the blame on their never having ridden in trucks before. Well, that's the obvious answer, but not the right one. The amazing circus tumbling act on a Texas farm road had been caused by ignorance of a law that operates the same whether a truck, a boat, or an airplane is involved. Sir Isaac Newton gave us the law, and it goes like this. A body in motion tends to remain in motion until acted upon by an outside force. When the workers stepped off the back of the truck, they were going the same speed as the truck itself. The outside force was gravity, which pulled them down to the road, still traveling at the same speed, and, well, you get the idea. They had been hurt, confused, frightened, and turned upside down because of their ignorance of a law of physics. They might have been killed. All over the world, there are millions of human beings who are being hurt, confused, frightened, and whose lives are turned upside down because they don't understand the number one law, which is the basis for all human success. This law has been written thousands of times by the greatest minds the world has produced, and as a result, has appeared in many forms. For our purpose, it might best be put this way. Our rewards in life will always match our... It's another way of saying, so shall you reap. And it's been written. Sir Isaac Newton, in promulgating his laws of physics, put this: for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Saying our rewards in life will always match our service, you'll almost always get general agreement. People will nod their heads and say, yes, that's certainly true. Then they'll go their way and never realize, for the most part, how close they came to truth, so great and all-enveloping that their every thought and action is affected by it. I like to think of this law in the form of a giant apothecary scale, kind with a cross arm from which hang two bowls on chains. One of the bowls is marked rewards, the other is labeled service. Whatever we put into the bowl marked service, the world will match in the bowl marked reward. How we think, talk, act, and conduct ourselves is what we have to put into the bowl marked service, and to the extent and nature of our service will be determined our rewards. If any person alive is discontent with his service, action, reaction. As ye sow, so shall ye reap. What you put out is what you must get back in return. So simple, so basic, so true, and yet so misunderstood. If a business is not expanding to the quick and exciting tempo of the times, it must examine its contribution, its service. If a person is unhappy with his income, he must examine and re-evaluate his service. Now, whom do we serve? We serve humanity. And humanity to any given individual is the people with whom he comes in contact. It's the family, friends, co-workers, customers, prospects, everyone with whom we have contact is to us humanity. And to the extent that we serve these people will our rewards be determined. Never before in the history of the world have human beings been so interdependent. It's as impossible to live without serving others as it would be to live if others were not constantly serving us. And this is good. The more closely knit this interdependence becomes, the greater will become human achievement. We need each other, and we literally cannot live without one another. Every time we strike a match, drink a glass of water, turn on the lights, pick up the phone, drive our car, put on our clothes, take a bath, mow the lawn, or go fishing, we're being served by other human beings. Every time you look at your watch, you're being served by a great industry and by the efforts of hundreds of human beings. We all seek rewards, and we should understand that rewards come in two forms, tangible and psychic. These rewards include the money we earn, the home we buy, the car we drive, the clothes we wear, and they also include the way we feel, our enjoyment, our peace of mind, our inner satisfaction. But remember this.
Have you been feeling sad most of the time, losing interest in things you once cared about? You may be experiencing these and other symptoms that are difficult to understand. These symptoms are worth exploring with a doctor. Learn more about major depressive disorder and a potential treatment option at managingdepression.us.
Whatever it is you seek in the form of rewards, you must first earn in the form of service to others. All attempts to abrogate, to sidestep this law will end in failure, frustration, and even ultimate demoralization. We can see this frustration on every side. We can see it in the tense, strained, and nervous faces, in the mountains of tranquilizers which are consumed every day. We can also see it in the slack, bovine-like faces of those who have found the whole game too complicated and have simply given up, surrendering to the push and pull of circumstances. How much of this do you suppose is due to the misunderstanding or to the ignorance of this simple and wonderful law of nature? It's my belief that a great deal can be traced to this cause. Now, do you understand this law, fully understand it, intellectually and emotionally? If you do, you can chart a wonderful course of life. Now, let's get specific. Just as the field workers stepped off a speeding truck, just as a child will put its fingers in the way of a closing door, just as a speeding driver discovers he's not going to make the curve, how many times have you been confounded because you acted contrary to the rules? Not only the rules of man, but the rules of nature. How many times have you been in the position of the man who sat in front of the cold stove and said, "Give me heat, and then I'll give you some wood"? People in life are like that. And you can say that people are divided into those who understand that the wood must be added before they can expect warmth, and those who feel they should get warmth whether they do anything about it or not, or who feel they should get maximum heat from a small supply of wood. We've said that a man's discontent can be said to be represented by the distance between what he has and what he wants. Once he has achieved that which he wants, the odds are good that he'll want still more, for that's the way of people, and that's good. Constructive discontent is what gives us our continuing upward spiral of civilization. Now, what you should do is determine what it is you want. Look objectively at the place in which you now find yourself and determine ways of increasing your service so that you will earn the rewards you seek. This puts thinking and creative activity into living. It also assures us that our goals can be achieved by individual effort. A person's world can be compared to a plot of ground. It exists, it's there. It has inherent within itself an amazing potential. And it's prepared to react to the man's every action. In fact, it must. Whatever your job happens to be, think of it for a moment as this plot of ground. In the beginning, there's nothing there but earth. If the man just sits and watches it, nothing will happen. If he tosses a few seeds on it, the rain and the soil's natural fertility will probably combine to reward him with a few results for his efforts. Action, reaction. It all depends upon just what he wants from this plot of earth. It's what he wants that he must first decide upon. Let's say he wants a beautiful lawn bordered by flower gardens with a big tree in the shade of which he can one day sit and admire his work. So he marks off the areas for the garden, cultivates, smooths, and cleans the soil of stones and trash, plants his lawn and his flowers. Anyone observe in a second the amount of service, the contribution, by seeing what the land is giving back to the man. Planting the plot is only the first step. We're given the plot, and that's all we should be given. Do with it that will determine its success. It's like the well-known story of the preacher who was driving by a beautiful farm. The fields were beautifully cultivated and abundant with well-cared-for crops. The fences, house, and barns were clean and painted. A row of fine trees led from the road to the house, where there was a shaded lawn and flower beds. It was a great sight to behold. So when the farmer working in the field got to the end of a road near the road, the preacher called out to him and said, "God has blessed you with a beautiful farm." The farmer stopped and thought a moment and replied, "Yes, he has, and I'm grateful. But you should have seen it when he had it all to himself." You see, the farmer understood that he had been blessed with a fine farm, but he was also aware that it was his own love and labor working with God which had brought it to its present state. Each of us is given a plot to work, a lifetime, and the work we've chosen. Like the farmer, we'll be grateful if we have the vision, imagination, and intelligence to build well and successfully upon the seemingly unimpressive land of our beginning. Or we can let it fall into a haphazard condition, with no real continuity or purpose behind it, with unpainted ramshackle buildings surrounded by weeds and debris. It's the same land. It's what we do with it that makes the difference. The miracle is there. If only we're wise enough to see it, and realize that our fulfillment as individuals depends upon our reaction to what we've been given. Now, in thinking of ways of increasing your service, read books on your line of work. Read what other men in your same line of business have found to work well for them. But at the same time, think of original and creative ways of increasing your service. Ways that are unique with you and the way you are. Going at it strong for a week or a month and then falling back into old habits is just like working for a week or a month on that plot of ground and then leaving it to its own devices. Before long, it'll be no better than before. Each morning and during the day, ask yourself this question. How can I increase my service today, knowing that my rewards in life must be in exact proportion to my service? Do this every day for 30 full days, and you will have formed one of the most valuable habits in the world. Horace Mann wrote, "If any man seeks for greatness, let him forget greatness and ask for truth, and he will find both." You see, you can cut away all the confusion and complications and nagging worries and vague, half-formed fears by returning to the great truth, the great laws, the great verities on which all success, all accomplishment is built. If you're worried about your income or your future, you're concentrating on the wrong end of the scale. Look at the other end. Concern yourself only with increasing your service, with becoming great where you are, and your income and your future will take care of themselves. Don't sit at the cold stove and ask for heat, for you can sit there until you freeze to death. Pile in the wood, serve first, and the heat will come as a result. Next time you're off by yourself in a quiet place, contemplate your plot of ground, and begin now to sow the seeds which will yield you a rich harvest. In William James' essay on Vital Reserves, he wrote, "Compared with what we ought to be, we're only half awake. Our fires are damped, our drafts making use of only a small part of our possible mental and physical resources." Stating the thing broadly, he went on, "The human individual thus lives usually far within his limits. He possesses powers of various sorts which he habitually fails to use. He energizes below his maximum, and he behaves below his optimum." All right, how can we correct the situation? Well, William James gives us the answer. He wrote, "Either some unusual stimulus fills them with emotional excitement, or some unusual idea of necessity induces them to make an extra effort of will. Excitements, ideas, and efforts, in a word, are what carry us over the dam." All right, let your goal represent the excitements. Your ideas and efforts will weigh down the service end of the scale, and the rewards must and will follow. They will be yours. They are yours the moment you realize this truth. I'm going to give you a principle which will substantially help you attain your personal and business goals, and perhaps even more important, will result in your achieving a peace of mind you may never have experienced before. And since it's the kind of principle it is, it would be well to get the whole family together for this one, particularly the children. Again, it seems that at least 95% of the people, maybe more, don't know about this, at least not fully. So the person who does know has an enormous advantage. The seed for achievement is truth. Not necessarily the kind of truth we hear so much about, although that's important, but the kind of truth you don't hear much about, particularly these days. Truth means honesty. And the way in which I want to describe this kind of truth was perhaps best put by Shakespeare, when in Hamlet he has Polonius say, "And this above all, to thine own self be true. And it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man." The kind of truth I want to talk to you about is inner truth, truth to yourself. You know, we hear a lot these days about the conquest of outer space, and that's fine. But as a radio listener wrote to me one day, there is little we cannot accomplish as individuals if we can manage the conquest of inner space. Being truthful with ourselves means the responsibility of making the best use of what we have. And what do we have? We have our minds, our abilities, our unique and individual talents, and time. These are our possessions. This is really an enormous amount of wealth that each of us has, and it's the investment of our wealth which will determine our rate of return. And as with the ownership of wealth of any kind, it's left to us as individuals to decide what use we will make of it. We can squander it until it's all gone. We can spend it in a helter-skelter, hit-or-miss fashion without much purpose or meaning, or we can invest it with intelligence and purpose and receive an abundant return. A return which will more than provide for ourselves and our loved ones all the years of our lives. The choice is ours, and it's here that personal honesty and integrity come into the picture. Now for a moment, let's remind ourselves again of the great law behind everything in the universe, the law of cause and effect. For every cause, there will be an equal effect. If we make good use of our minds, abilities, and talents, this will become apparent in our outer lives. If we make the best use of our time, this too will give us a great advantage. Because certainly, we know that scarcely 5, perhaps only 1 or 2 people in 100 really put their time to anywhere near its potential good use. This is being true to ourselves because, in the last analysis, we're the only ones from whom we can steal time, talent, and ability. It's taking the time we've been given and putting it to our own good use. It's taking whatever abilities and talents we possess as separate and unique individuals and putting them to their best use. In short, making the best use of what we have in the time we're given to use it. Sounds simple? Truth is always simple and uncomplicated. And here again, we're placing ourselves above competition by doing what the majority do not do. We're understanding something the great majority of people do not know. This is using truth so that it will put more money in our pockets, better clothes on the children, a nicer home in which to live, and with it all, gaining a new and lasting peace of mind. It's knowing where to put our investment to obtain the largest and most satisfactory return. Here's the foundation upon which every great career has been built. Truth and honesty are the words for success. Let's look at some facts. Success has nothing to do with the size of the brain. The largest brain on record is the brain of an idiot. The smallest, the brain of Anatole France, who won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1921. Some of the world's greatest people in every field are, or were, short, bald, and fat. Some tall and skinny. Most are, or were, of quite average appearance. Many suffered from physical handicaps. Some were brilliant and well-educated. Some had little or no formal schooling. So the person destined for greatness cannot always be spotted on the street, nor does he always get the vote of his high school graduating class as the one most likely to succeed. But they all have one thing in common. They all understand, consciously or unconsciously, they wisely work with it. Trying to operate contrary to this law of this great knock down the Empire State Building with a feather, the Pacific Ocean with a teaspoon. It just can't be done, and that's that. Now, although most people will give lip service to honesty, they're really not at all sure about it. But it's a matter of expediency. If it's expedient to be honest, fine, they're honest. If it's more expedient to realize a quick profit in some way by shading it a bit, well, they'll shade it a bit. But why? Because they live on a short-term basis. They don't see living as a long-term arrangement. They forget or don't know about the boomerang. Something dishonest, whether it's small or large, whether it's stealing a pair of pliers from the plant or embezzling $10,000, whether it's selling himself short by not making full use of his time, talents, and abilities, he is throwing the boomerang. How far it will travel, or slow a circle it will traverse, only time will tell. But it will eventually, it must finally, come around behind you, swift to deliver its never-failing and painful blow. Yes, honesty is good business. In fact, Mirabeau wrote, if honesty did not exist, we ought to invent it as the best means of getting rich. It is the only way on earth to real and lasting success, either with every fiber completely, or we aren't. If we don't know by the time we're adults, we deserve every knock we get. In fact, if we didn't deserve them, we wouldn't get them. All we have to do under every circumstance is ask ourselves, is this true? Is this honest? And then go ahead with the happy realization that we've taken care of the cause, and that the effect will take care of itself. Now, let me tell you of a way to avoid stealing from yourself your greatest opportunity. You and I know that living successfully is a matter of forming the right habits, one of the most important of which is this business of honesty in everything we do. And yet do you know that each year in this country, losses due to employee thefts, actual criminal stealing, reported to the FBI and other police agencies, comes to $500 million. It's estimated that another $500 million is stolen from employers, which is undetected or not reported for many reasons. This is a grand total of $1 billion a year actually stolen by ungrateful, ignorant, dishonest employees. These people are difficult to help in that they're marginal, neurotic, and in many cases almost subhuman individuals who live darkened, narrow little lives. Like moles, they've never seen the light that could free them from burrows. However, this enormous monetary theft loss is nothing compared with the loss of productive energy through waste of time. Now here again, just as in the case of the criminal stealing, it at first appears that only the employer suffers. But this is not really true. The individual himself is hurt most. He is stealing production from his company, yes. And while this is serious, the company will not fail because of it. More important is the fact that the employee is stealing opportunity from himself, thereby holding himself back, limiting himself. And as a result, he grows smaller. He fails, unless and until he wakes up. Our only hope of success, of winning the economic war, of saving the free enterprise system, is in raising the productivity of our people. If the people are complacent and content to give less than their best, they're actually working for the wrong side, the side which is dedicated to the destruction of our way of life. Our very freedom itself is at stake. These misguided individuals are crippling the very thing which has given them the highest standard of living in the most enlightened society on earth. They're killing the goose that lays the golden egg. The average person in our society is paid for about 40 hours of productive time a week, although I have personally never heard of anyone gaining outstanding success on a 40-hour week. This leaves him with 128 hours a week to do with as he pleases. Never before in the history of man have we had so much free time. By giving everything he has, as much of his mind, talents, and abilities to at least these 40 hours, a person can make a really worthwhile and substantial contribution to his company, and as a result, to himself, his family, and to the nation and the free world. He will be building the security which lasts a lifetime, and he will reap a rich and abundant reward. He'll know a wonderful feeling of worth, of value, and the peace of mind this inevitably brings. This is the way to really live. Our greatest enemy has never changed, and his name is ignorance. And the greatest ignorance of all is the mistaken belief that we can ever receive more than we're earning. Sooner or later, there will be an accounting. We're throwing the boomerang. The wonderful thing about this law, cause and effect, the boomerang, is that it's just as unfailing when we operate on the right side of it. Just as it can never fail to punish us when we're dishonest with others or with ourselves, It will heap upon us the abundance we seek, the good life, if we'll play fair with it. There's no time limit on this. It's almost never too late. For just as the punishment always seems to be greater than the crime, the rewards always seem to be out of all proportion to our proper acts. So let's summarize. What do we mean by putting truth to work for us? It means the willingness to perform at our best during the time we should be performing at our best. This gives comfort and a feeling of well-being to our leisure time. Our rest has been earned. We know we'll move ahead in our company and industry because we'll simply be too remarkable, too unusual and outstanding as individuals to go unnoticed for very long. This is as it should be, for there has never been a time when the outstanding individual was more sorely needed. It means the willingness to keep an open mind, to look for truth all the days of our lives, and be ready to toss our most cherished beliefs into the ash can if we can be shown something that comes closer to the truth. It's knowing that there's always a better way, and a better way than that, and so on, and to look for these better ways of conducting our affairs both on and off the job. It's the willingness to learn everything we can about our work, our company, our industry. It's realizing that a man who does not read is no better than one who cannot, and that a man who does not continue to learn and grow as a person is no better than one who cannot. And it's understanding that truth must walk with us every day of our lives if we're to reap the abundant harvest. As we said before, the greatest joy a human being can know is the joy of accomplishment. Think how really greatest joy becomes when we're making full use of our minds, our talents, and our abilities. Think again of your life as a plot of ground to be seeded. It can only return to you what you first. You have the greatest single agency ever to appear on Earth. You have far more abilities than you've ever used, and far more talent than you probably imagined. And you have time. The one thing which is completely beyond the control of man. Time, which cannot be saved, stopped, nor held back for even an instant. Make use of these riches to the fullest while you have them. Why wait to say, I wish I could do it all over again? Why not do it right the first time? For there may be no second chance. Using truth is that your plot of ground will return to you and yours in abundance that will amaze and delight you. There may be bad days, days when you feel uneasy, worried, or depressed. They're a part of life. Should they come, let me suggest that you remember a quotation which has helped me. Like this. Do your work. Not just your work and no more, but a little more for the lavishing's sake. That little more which is worth all the rest. And if you suffer as you must, and if you doubt as you must, do your work. Put your heart, the sky will clear, and then out of your very doubt and suffering, reap joy of life. Kinds of studies have been made regarding motivation. What motivates people to do the things they do, live the way they live, achieve the things they achieve. And while there's certainly no pat answer to so large and complicated a question, I believe the overriding force which motivates us as individuals is a thing I call choice of environment. Some people make this choice consciously, but I'm certain the great majority of people make the choice unconsciously as a result of environmental conditioning. Now, when I'm finished here, I'd like you to answer this question for yourself. Have I chosen my present environment as a matter of deliberate decision, or am I in my present environment as a result of not having thought much about it? As an example, let me repeat the statistics regarding the financial condition of man reaching age 65. We're often astonished when our insurance man tells us that of 100 young men who all start even at age 25, by the time they would reach 65, 40 years later, only one is well-to-do financially. 4 are financially independent for the rest of their lives. 5 are working. 36 have died, and 54 are flat broke. If a working man saved only a dime out of each dollar he earned, and if he never made more than $6,000 a year, he would save $24,000 by the time he reached age 65. At going interest rates, it could amount to over $58,000. Why do only 5 men out of 100 achieve financial independence during their lifetimes? Why are only 5 motivated to achieve financial independence, something which almost everyone will tell you he wants to achieve? Now it's right here that we begin to see motivational forces at work. Motivation, to my mind, is closely linked to environment. Our reaction to environment can be said to be the tendency to act, think, and talk like the people by whom we're surrounded. Since only 5% achieve financial independence during their lifetimes, the odds are 95 to 5 that in any given case, an individual is surrounded by those who do not stress the importance of financial independence. People are not broke at 65 because they've been denied the opportunity to achieve financial independence, but rather because they've conformed to a group which does not stress its importance. They have conformed to their environment, and I'm only using financial independence as one rule of thumb. These people can be said to be the individuals who do not choose their environment, but simply go along with the environment in which they find themselves. Now, this would be fine if the statistics were reversed. If 95% of the people could be said to be successful, the odds would be excellent if we just went along with the crowd. In that event, selecting an environment might not be too important. But this is not the case, and never has been. If an individual does not choose, of his own volition, the environment in which he would like to live and raise his children, the chances are about 95 to 5 that neither he nor his children will live in an environmental climate offering the maximum of success and enjoyment of life. Let's take a hypothetical case and call him an average man in the free world. Although there's no such thing as an average man, the trouble seems to be that we act as though we're average. In the case of this so-called average man, from the time he's born until about age 25, most of his life is spent in doing what others have told him to do. As a child, it's his parents, and they mold him much as a potter molds clay. He talks as his mother talks, thinks the way they ultimately, in their political deep-rooted prejudices, he will naturally adopt them as his own. When he reaches school age, he'll begin to emulate the other children. He laughs at what they think's funny and conducts himself as they conduct themselves. To a youngster in school, the most important thing on earth is to be liked. The craving for esteem in the eyes of our contemporaries is the deepest craving of the human being. And he'll do what the others do. He'll dress as they dress, drag his feet as he walks, as they drag their feet. He wants to belong, to be liked. Do you remember what Willie Loman said in Death of a Salesman? He said, the important thing is to be liked. Willie Loman, never grown up. Of course it's important to be liked, but this is only one part of life. To Willie, it was everything, and his ignorance of life and of the world brought him frustration and despair. But to a boy in school, on the average, being liked and doing what the other boys do is the most important thing in the world. And this vice-like pressure of conformity lasts from 12 to 16 years. Out of school, a young man goes into military service. Here again, he's gripped by a vice of conformity far greater than he'd ever known in school. He still acts like the other fellows, and talks and thinks like them, but now he even looks exactly them. Same shoes, clothes, actions, everything. He becomes a unit in a thing called national defense. And while this is the way things have to be, the effect of standardization is, of course, enormous. A man is 25, out of school, out of service. He goes back to his hometown, unless he's married, in which case he usually goes to live in his wife's hometown. Let's say he's still single. For the first time in 25 years, he finds himself on his own. He must make a decision as to what to do, and it's a little frightening. One day he's standing on a corner, not knowing just what to do, when he's met by an old friend from his school days. And the friend asks, what are you doing? Nothing? Well, why don't you come down and go to work where I work? It's a good job, the pay is regular, 40-hour week, fringe benefits, the whole thing. So he does, and that's often the end of it. By taking the job suggested by his friend, he's still going along with the game, but he's also giving less attention to the selection of a career than he would give to selecting a necktie. On the job, what's the most natural thing in the world for him to do? It's to continue to go along with the game. He's been doing it for 25 years. Why should he change now? So on the job, he looks around to see how the other fellows are doing their work, and he begins doing his the same way. You see, no one's told him that he's living in the golden age that mankind has been dreaming of and building toward for thousands of years. No one has told him that from now on, what happens to him will be in his hands. Not his parents, not his teachers, not the military, not his associates, but it's all up to him from here on out. He has before him perhaps a half-century or more in the greatest age the world has ever known. Now what's he going to do with his golden years? The first thing our young man does on his new job is to watch how the other men are working. And he works the same way. He doesn't want to stand out, to be different. And now with a steady job, he can marry his girl, which he does. He then often goes out to a large suburban development and and buys a house that looks like every other house on the street for as far as the eye can see. This makes him feel comfortable. He belongs. What he actually does is disappear again, as he did in the classroom and in the service. Now here's the American dream we're always hearing about. A steady job, a wife, a little house in the suburbs, a new car, the biggest paycheck, and the highest standard of living the world has ever known. A wonderful start in life. Now again, what does he do with his life? Well, he works 40 hours a week. This leaves him 72 hours a week when he's neither working nor sleeping. 72 free hours a week. Almost twice the time he spends on the job earning a living for his wife and subsequent children. What does he do with his free 72 hours a week? As a rule, he'll do the same thing the other fellows are doing with their free 72 hours a week. He doesn't do much of anything with it. On a typical afternoon, he quits work right on the dot and drives his little car to his little house. He goes into his little kitchen, kisses his little wife, and says, "I'm tired." In many cases, he says this because he used to hear his father and grandfather say it in the days when men actually worked hard enough to get tired. The wonderful technological and social advances which have given him freedom from back-breaking toil and grinding poverty permit him to keep just that much more energy and good health. After dinner, as likely as not, he'll devote the rest of the evening to watching television. In this way, he's able to lose himself in worlds he must believe to be more interesting than his own. What he's actually doing is watching other people earn excellent incomes in the pursuit of their careers while he doesn't make a nickel, and while his most valuable possession, time, is slipping silently away. All too frequently, our young man does not see his television set as one of the wonderful near miracles of our age and as a tool for further enriching his life. Instead, he uses it as a soporific means of escape from a world he's come to think of as dull and average. All too frequently, he doesn't know how fortunate he is. He doesn't realize that for the first time in all the difficult centuries of man, he no longer needs to work from early in the morning until late at night, 6 days a week, just to earn barely enough to keep his family alive. He has free time, lots of it, and he takes for granted a great many luxuries which are the wonder and envy of 94% of all the human beings on Earth. Furthermore, he can actually decide for himself what he wants to do with his life. He knows how to read and write, and all the books in the English language are available to him at his public library, free of charge. In short, he often takes for granted all the wonders that have been given him. And with all of this, he lives a minimal existence, doing no more than he has to do in order to get out his credit, hoping that times remain good so that he can keep his town and his nation should continue to improve and advance. But somehow, it isn't necessary for him to be likewise. Why does he live this way? Because it seems to be the way the fellows are living. If they're living that way, it must be all right. Here's a case of mass motivation, playing follow the leader without knowing where the leader is going. We know that our young man has tremendous abilities and potentialities intrinsically his own. There is no other human being on earth exactly like him. We know there are, within his job, wide fields of interest which, if he knew about them, would change his life to one of excitement and sunlit fields of opportunity. But between him and these fields, there's a tall hedge which shields them from his view. This hedge is called conformity, and until he breaks through, cuts his way through that thorny barrier, he will never see nor know the joys of living fully extended. But how can we do this? Well, first, we must begin to think. We must look at ourselves objectively for what we really are. This individual opportunity free world. Second, we must ask ourselves some questions. Are they as successful in living as I want to be? If I continue to go along as I have in the past, where will I be 5 years from now? Am I operating at or near peak efficiency? Am I really a pro, or have I been doing just enough to get by? Am I devoting a part of my leisure time each day to thinking of ways and means by which I can increase my contribution, realizing, as I do, that my rewards in life will always be in exact proportion to my service? Am I following an intelligent course for improving my mind and increasing my knowledge, or do I think I already know enough? Now, I expect my company and my country to improve with the passing of each year. But what am I doing, personally, to keep pace with this improvement? Have I thought much and told my children about how lucky we are to live in a free society in which we can go where we please without having to ask for passes, work where we please, and at the job of our choice, vote and worship as we please, and say what we please? Am I aware of the responsibilities that go with freedom? The responsibility to produce as much as I can so that my freedom may be maintained. The responsibility to become so effective as an individual that even if times should become bad for a while, I could go right on providing for my family through the crisis. Third, when I get up in the morning, do I know exactly what it is I'm working toward? Have my life and my work a clear direction and a worthwhile purpose? Or am I simply marking time, going along with the crowd? Am I motivated by what I really want out of life, or am I mass motivated? Harry Emerson Fosdick once wrote, "No horse gets anywhere until he's harnessed. No steam or gas ever drives anything until it's confined. No Niagara has ever turned to delight and power until it's tunneled. No life ever grows great until it's focused, dedicated, disciplined." You see, it is actually easier to win. All we have to do is know some of the rules, and then follow them. P.G. Hamilton wrote, "A strong life the rules, and then follow them." P.G. Hamilton wrote, "A strong life is like a ship of war, which has its own place in the fleet and can share in its strength and discipline, but can also go forth alone to the solitude of the infinite sea. We ought to belong to society and have our place in it, but be capable of an individual existence outside of it. And it's never too late, for with a purpose, a goal, a man will frequently do more and travel farther in a year than he might otherwise in a lifetime without one. Chemistry professors are said to have figured out that man's life, even in the summer, about 32. This is what he's chemically speaking. Assuming to be true, the net profit earned by the world on this rather inexpensive creature is so great that it can't even be comprehended. But it's a fact that the living worth of men varies widely, and the purpose is to help you figure out just what you are worth as a human being right now, and what you intend to be worth in, say, 1 to 5 years from now. We've pointed out that in the last analysis, every man is in reality working for himself, in that he's building his own life regardless of who happens to write his paycheck. So for the purpose of this particular message, I want you to think of yourself as a business, as, let's say, a corporation. You hold the office of president of this corporation, in that you're responsible for its success or failure. You and the members of your family are stockholders in your corporation, and it's your responsibility to see that the value of the stock increases in the years ahead. Your family has evidenced faith in you, and it's your responsibility to prove this faith is justified. This is the job of a human being. Now, while the operations of a corporation are multitudinous and complex, they can be reduced to 4 things. 1, production. 2, sales. 3, research. And 4, finance. Without proper financing, there'd be no production. Without production, the company would have nothing to sell. Without sales, it would have to completely stop production. And without research, it could not hope to keep abreast or ahead of our rapidly changing times. To slight any one of these 4 vital functions results in a deformed, a crippled company, and if slighted long enough, could result in corporate suicide. Let's concentrate on research, production, and sales. They're the head, hands, and feet of a company. We could say that the head handles research, the hands take care of production, and the legs handle sales. Cut off any one of these parts, and you're left with a shocked, staggering organization. How many once large companies and trade names can you think of which became in effect giants, and then disappeared entirely from the economic scene? Names which once were world leaders in their field, and are now only memories. They failed to keep in balance in all departments. Research, production, sales. Let's take them in order. First, what is research? Research can be said to exist in two areas, present and future. That is, the research of a company should be devoted to ways and means of improving its present products, present production, and present sales. Future research is concerned with ways and means of developing new products, new methods of production, and new methods of marketing. But while this research is going on, present production must continue at as high a level as sales warrant. In short, a company, each of us, has two factors to consider, the present and the future. How successful we are in meeting these challenges will determine our present profits and our future growth. Now, why are all companies concerned with growth, even when they seem to be doing well today? It's because of a law which operates with companies just as it does with human beings. Nothing in the world stands still. Nothing in the entire universe stands still. A law of physics goes, a body in motion tends to remain in motion until acted upon by an outside force. A company which is growing has a tendency to continue to grow. Conversely, a company which is going backwards or shrinking has a tendency to continue to go backwards or shrink until acted upon by an outside force. Now, all responsible company officers know that unless a company is growing, it is developing the first signs of death. You're the head of your personal corporation, and you should realize that this same law applies to you as well.
Can dark spots be removed? Absolutely. Age spots are not actually caused by aging.
Realize that this same law applies to you as well. Now, before we get into specifics on these parts of your corporate body, let's take a look at the next years. Before we do, keep this in mind. If anyone had predicted just 10 years ago that we'd be living in the kind of world we have today, he would have been ridiculed and hooted out of the room. This includes everything from our gross national product to the luxuries and new products we now take for granted, along with our present average income. We're reaching a point in the compression of human knowledge where our advancement is more than dynamic. It's more like an implosion. Any prediction for the next 10 years is very likely to be far on the ultra-conservative side. But let's take a look at what the experts say. According to many research projects conducted during the past year, the next 10 years are going to offer business and the individual the greatest rewards in this nation's history. It is intelligently estimated that in the next 7, 8, or 9 years, the population of this country will grow by 30 to 40 million persons. Add this to the present population, and you have a picture of a really dynamic market. And this doesn't even consider the growing world market. In the next 8 to 10 years, the bulk of spending in this country will be for things, products, and services over and above the necessities, which are food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and medical care. Imagine most of the spending will actually be for things above and beyond the necessities. This will be the first time this has happened in the entire history of the human race. It is estimated that the consumer market will expand 50% and more in the next 8 to 10 years, an astounding increase soaring into the hundreds of billions of dollars. And what about research and development, which is the future of our industry? Even today, more money is being spent for research and development in a single year than was spent during the first 150 years of the nation's history. Think a moment. What does all of this mean to you in your own individual company, the one you're president of? It means your future is unlimited if you'll see yourself in relation to the present and the future. Never before throughout all the centuries of man has an individual faced as bright a future as yours. Now, let's talk about how all of this affects you. Do you realize that companies which today are growing at about 10% a year will be twice as large in about 8 years? Would you say that you are increasing your effectiveness 10% a year? And our population isn't just exploding, it's getting a lot smarter. Educational advances during the past 10 years have been remarkable. During the next 10, they'll be amazing. The customer is getting smarter every day. And if we're going to continue to meet his demands and sell him our products, we'd better get smarter every day too. Because if we don't, he's not going to buy from us. During the next 10 years, our population will have the equivalent of a city the size of Phoenix, Arizona every month. Every day, there are approximately 12,000 new babies. In 10 years, there will be more than 5 million brand new customers born every year. Well, that's just a glance at a few of the things that are going on around us, and what our country will be like in 8 to 10 years. Now, each one of us, as manager of his own corporation, can decide what to do about it. We can either grow with it or go backwards. We can't stand still even if we'd like to. This then gives each of us a wonderful opportunity to stand back and look at ourselves and our future objectively, as an intelligent stranger might. Ask yourself, how much am I worth right now, today, as a corporation? What is my value today to myself, my family, and my company? How do I stack up as an individual? If I were an outside investor, a straight 10% a year, as we mentioned, will double in value and size in less than 8 years. Can you grow and improve as an individual at least 10% a year? Of course you can. In fact, if we go along with the experts' estimates, an individual can increase his effectiveness anywhere from 50% to 100% and more within decades. Men in sales who found they could, through proper management of their abilities, minds, and time, sell as much of their company's products in a single month as they had previously sold in an entire year. Think what this means. It means being 12 times as effective as a human being. And getting back to the law of cause and effect, it means putting out 12 times as much service, which must and will guarantee our receiving, eventually, 12 times the reward we formerly knew. 12 times the reward. Remember, please, if we do twice as much, we have to receive twice as much. And nothing on earth can keep it from us. And the same thing applies if we triple our effectiveness. Now, you and I know this. Everyone should know this. But remember that fully 95% of the people do not know this.
This is the quickest way to pee out fat.
Hey, God, man, stop eating those. You're gonna blow up. No, I'm not. The numbers on the scale just keep going down, Will. What? How are you losing weight?
Remember that fully 95% of the people do not know this. Think of the advantage this gives to us. It isn't that we want to take advantage of anyone, and we're not. But it dramatically demonstrates the truth of the saying, knowledge is power. Now look, tomorrow is a brand new day, the great equalizer, no more or less time than anyone else on Earth can have to work with. Right now, begin to think of ways in which you can greatly increase your effectiveness, knowing that by so doing, you are automatically presetting your rewards. Each day that comes to you, beginning with today or tomorrow, offers you a clean, brand new page on which to write the story of your life. Forget the past. It's gone. Don't concern yourself with the opportunities you may have missed in the past. This is true of everyone. But reach out and take each new day as it comes. And ask yourself, how can I best use this day? You know, we're going to run out of them eventually. If we waste an hour of productive time every day, it adds up to about 250 hours a year that our corporation, our plant is shut down. We can earn nothing with the doors closed. What is your time worth an hour? Multiply this by 250 and you can see what you're throwing away. Now, whether your employer pays for this wasted hour is unimportant. Life will not pay for it. Learn to enjoy every minute of your life. Be happy now. Don't wait for something outside of yourself to make you happy in the future. Think how really precious is the time you have to spend, whether it's at work or with your family. Every minute should be enjoyed. Savor. A human life is really nothing more than a collection of minutes, hours, and days. These are the building material, and it's left strictly up to us as individuals to determine the kind and size structure we build. You see, an individual has a tremendous advantage over even the largest corporation. Think of any large corporation. Can it double its production in a single day? No. Can it double its sales in a single day? No. It would like to. But its growth must be a gradual, steady thing because of the interconnecting complexities of operating so large an organization. Yet an individual can double, triple, quadruple his effectiveness in a month or less. It's like comparing the movement of an army to the movement of a single scout. So now, again, ask yourself how you've been handling the three vital functions of your business that we're discussing here. Sales. How much time and effort do you give?
Okay, fuel it up. Oh, man.
upper 20s. For Friday night, cloudy. Likely after midnight. Lows in the lower 20s. Chance of precipitation 70%. For Saturday, rain and snow. Highs in the mid-30s. Chance of precipitation 80%. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Snow likely, mainly in the evening. Lows 10 to 15. Chance of precipitation 60%. And for Sunday, mostly cloudy. Nearly steady temperatures 15 to 20. You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio, WXK 24, serving Pontiac, Gibson City, Morton, and Ottawa. The current time is 10:07 a.m. Central Standard Time. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of North Central Illinois, Northeast Illinois, Northwest Illinois.
To the study of your work, your career, can this be improved? And what about production? Is there a way in which you can way in which you conduct your work. And sales, how can they be improved? Sales is more than selling a product or service. It's the way in which we sell ourselves to everyone with whom we come in contact. It's the way we get along with our associates, our wives and children, our neighbors. And if our business happens to be selling, how can we see more people every day and improve the effectiveness of every part of our contact? One extra call a day comes to 250 calls a year. How many additional sales could we make with 250 additional contacts? In 5 years, that comes to 1,250 calls we would not have otherwise made. It's the difference between being average or above average, good or great. And this applies to anything we happen to be doing. It brings peace to our minds, absolute security to our future, great new stature as a human being. In this way, and in this way only, can we reach our full maturity. With this attitude toward life, we need never for a moment concern ourselves with its outcome. It will begin to become successful tomorrow, and it will continue to pour abundance upon us for the rest of our years. Let's talk about money. Men and women have been concerned about money since the first coin was fashioned in Asia Minor about 700 BC. You might say that money is like good health, in that we're concerned about it to the extent that we don't have it. The purpose of this message is to get down to basics, to completely clear the air surrounding the entire subject of money. Now, in order to do this, I'm going to have to get absolutely elementary. And while you may already know most of the things I'm going to say, I think it's important that we remind ourselves just exactly what money is, how much of it is enough, and how to earn the amount of money you need to live the way you want to live, now and in the important future years. Right off the bat, let's get rid of the old myth, once and for all, that money is not important. It is important, vitally important. It's just as important as the food it buys, the shelter it affords, the education it provides, and the doctor's bills it pays. Money is important to any person living in civilized society. To argue and split hairs to the effect that it's not as important as other things is absurd. Nothing will take the place of money in the area in which money works. That's all there is to it. So let's get down to business. First, what is money? Money is the harvest of our production. Money is the harvest of our production. Money is what we receive for our production and service as individuals, and which we can then use to obtain the production and service of others. We can accurately gauge the extent of our production and service by simply counting the amount of money we receive for it. Look at it this way. A diamond is more valuable than a lump of coal. Yet that is exactly what a diamond was at one time. And just as a lump of coal can be transformed into one of the world's most valuable objects, a human being can vastly increase his own value to the world. Try to remember this formula. The amount of money we receive will always be in direct ratio to the need for what we do, our ability to do it, and the difficulty of replacing us. A highly skilled human being is worth more money in our economy than a person who is not highly skilled and who can be easily replaced. This is not to say that one person is any better than any other person. Remember that in this message, we're only talking about money, nothing else. An elevator operator is just as important as a human being as a brain surgeon, but the amount of money they will earn will be proportional to the need for what they do, their ability to do what they do, and the difficulty of replacing them. A man can be trained to operate an elevator in a half hour and can be replaced at any time by virtually anyone. The brain surgeon spent many years learning his profession at great personal sacrifice and cost and cannot be easily replaced. As a result, the surgeon might earn as much money in an hour as an elevator operator might earn in a year.
You'll be amazed by how a lemon with a twist can dramatically affect the fat burning process of an idaho.
Now these are extreme cases used to show the relation of income to skill, and this is as it should be. This is why there are few limitations on a person within his company and industry. His income will be in exact proportion to the demand for what he does, his ability to do what he does, and the difficulty of replacing it. This is why the whole idea of trying to get something for nothing is absurd and won't work. Now, while this may sound elementary, you'd be amazed at the number of people who want more money, but don't want to take the time and trouble to qualify for it. And until they qualify for it, there's no way on earth for them to earn it. It's like the person who wants a good-looking figure but doesn't want it sufficiently to stay on a diet long enough to... He either either doesn't want it badly enough or doesn't know that he can achieve it. To 9/10 of the world's population, the average American or Canadian is rich already. There is a greater difference between the standard of living of most of the world's population and our average worker than there is between the standard enjoyed by our average worker and the richest man in the country. Our working man has just about everything the wealthiest man has, only smaller. He has a home, car, often two of them, radio, TV, savings account, debts. They're just smaller. His food is as good and just as plentiful. His bed is just as comfortable. His home is just as warm in the winter. He has exactly the same amount of time and just as much freedom. His life expectancy at birth is 70 years. For the rest of the world, on the average, it's less than 40. He eats 72% more than the maximum requirements for good health, while the majority of the world's people have barely enough to keep them alive. With only 6% of the world's population, we have half of the world's total money income. 94% of the world's people must divide the remaining half. We have 2/3 of all the automobiles on Earth, while 94% of the world's people must divide up the remaining 1/3. So in talking about money, let's understand that we're already rich as a people. Now, how much do you want? How much money do you need to live the way you want to live, to accomplish the goals you have established for yourself? Now, here's a sentence I'd like you to remember. Most men think they want more money than they really do, and settle for a lot less than they could earn if they went about it the right way. The world will pay you exactly what you bargained for, exactly what you earn, but not a penny more. Do you remember the old poem that goes, "I bargained with life for a penny, and life would pay no more"? Well, that's about it. We will receive not what we idly wish for, but what we justly earn. Your rewards will always be in exact proportion to your service. If you don't like your income, you must devise ways and means of increasing your service. And this is no one can do it for you. It must come out of you, your mind, your ability, and your energy. A strong man cannot make a weak man strong, but a weak man can become strong on his own by following a specific course of action for a sufficient length of time. And a man who's already strong can become a lot stronger. It's the same with this business of money. A man who refuses to do more than he's being paid for will never be paid for more than he's doing. Once we're fully qualified for the amount of money we decide to earn, we'll soon find ourselves earning it. And we'll also discover that with our new powers and abilities, it is no more difficult, perhaps even less difficult, than what for the money we're now earning. Ask yourself, how much money am I perfectly willing to earn? Realizing that the amount I earn will be in exact proportion to my skills, the demand for what I do, and the difficulty of replacing them. There are really three amounts of money every man should decide upon. One, the yearly income he wants to earn. Two, the amount of money he wants to have in a savings account. And three, the amount of money he wants as retirement income, whether he ever retires from active work or not. Now, it's here that the great majority makes one of the most serious mistakes in that they never, during their entire lives, decide on any one of these three vital points with regard to money. If you'll decide on these three amounts, and if you write them to carry with you, you'll automatically have placed yourself in the top 5% of the people. You will have laid out a plan for your future, a blueprint for future financial accomplishment. You'll know where you're going, and if you're serious about it, you'll most certainly get there. You see, the trouble with people is not in achieving their goals. They can do that. It's in setting goals that people get in trouble, because they just won't do it. They leave it to chance, and find out sooner or later, and to their sorrow, that chance doesn't work, that they've missed the boat. It's estimated that only 5% decide on the money they will earn, and then grow as individuals into the size of the incomes they seek. They thus take their lives, their fortunes, and their futures into their own hands, as they should, and accomplish all the years of their lives. You can do the same thing, and you can do it starting right now. Now, when you write down the yearly income you mean to earn, you no doubt know whether or not it's average for the work you're in, or above average. The chances are good that the figure you'll decide upon will be above average, perhaps quite a bit above average. That's good. Now ask yourself, who in my line of work is now earning that kind of money? A good idea of what to do and earn it. This is exactly how men move from the ranks into top positions of authority with the corresponding incomes. This is how salesmen discover what it is they need to do in order to achieve the incomes they've set for themselves. I have no way of knowing your line of business, but I do know this. Regardless of the business you're in, It needs new leaders, men to come up in the years ahead. It's expanding, getting larger, and with the increase in size and scope, the most desperate need is for the dedicated, able individual who can learn to lead, and lead others as well.
The most affordable 12-month GLP-1 program, with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy, for one run, 12 months of weight loss by...
Some of the top executives in the nation today were once accountants, shipping clerks, struggling lawyers, salesmen far out in the strange territory, sales clerks, office boys, mailroom boys, mechanics. You can't think of a position from which individuals have not climbed to the top in their line of work. Understand this, for it'll bring you yours everything you want. It is not the job, it is the person. It's not circumstances which count, but the decisions you make in your mind. The only limit on your income is you, and the income you decide upon can be achieved within your present company, in your present work, where you already have a start and a place. All you need is the plan, the roadmap, and the courage to arrive at destination. Problems, setbacks, but knowing also that nothing on earth can stand in the way of a plan, backed by persistence and determination. Your service, knowing that you have only to manage this and the income will take care of itself. Since the amount of money you want to earn is more than you're now receiving, your part of the bargain is to find ways of increasing your service until the gap has been bridged, and more than bridged. Look at your card with the 3 amounts written on it. By setting a financial goal, you're demonstrating faith. You'll find that you begin to become what others call lucky. You begin to get good hunches and ideas. You take far more interest in everything about your work and your company. You'll see opportunities in your work and environment you've never noticed before. In fact, you'll soon discover you're no longer the same person. You'll be more of an individual. You'll care less how others are doing their jobs and concern yourself more with the manner in which you do yours. There's no reason in the world why you should not have faith in yourself and the quiet, firm inner knowledge that you can and will accomplish your goals. Know that the answers you seek will come to you in their own time, if you but keep looking for them. Above all, realize that money cannot be sought directly. Money like capital. And the cause is that it must be earned. Keep money in its proper place. It's a certain...
How is he absent on a 2-hour delay? I'm just fussing at my baby mama. Lucas, go out there, get your CDL. You can even have the state pay for it. If you're laid off or unemployment, all is well.
Nothing more. It's a tool with which we can better, see more of the world, give our youngsters the education they need and a good start in life. It's the means to a happy, carefree retirement in later years. Money is necessary to modern life, but keep it in its place. You need only so much food to enjoy good health. You need only so much money to live comfortably, securely, and well. Too much emphasis on money reverses the whole picture. You then become the servant, and the money itself the master. As Horace Latimer put it, it's good to have money and the things money can buy, but it's good too to check up once in a while and make sure that you haven't lost the things that money can't buy. Every person should know happiness in his work and home and prosperity. These things can and should be yours. Now,
Hello, my name is Mahmoud. I'm an upskill driver in Los Angeles. It's good to earn good money by doing what you love to do.
These things can and should be yours. Now, play it as often as you can during the next month. Fix your plans firmly in your mind and relax. That's right. Keep cool and calm. Be as serene as you possibly can be. You have nothing to worry about. Stay with it. Everything you want and need will come to you in its proper time. Right now, you may have no idea at all as to how the additional income you seek is going to come to you, nor how you're going to save the amount you want in a savings account, or how you can possibly arrange for the retirement income you've decided upon. This isn't important. Remember that the only really important thing is that you know what you want. You will become, you must become, what you think about. Be realistic about your financial goals, as you can then set higher goals if you want to. Trying to go too far too soon can often result in confusion, tenseness, and worry. Take your growth in sensible, logical steps, remembering that the big thing is that you know what you want, and that you realize your rewards will match your service. That is, that you must devise ways and means of actually becoming the person who is worth the amount of money you have established for yourself. A person may be worth more than he's getting for a while, but the two will match. They have to. In fact, unless a person is worth more than he's now receiving, he cannot move ahead. He's receiving all he's worth. As Goethe said, before you can do something, you must be something. It all gets back to the great law that controls everything in the universe, cause and effect. The cause must precede the effect, or the effect cannot occur. This is why people who try to get something for nothing are only themselves and earning the disillusionment and frustration they must one day reap. You can have what you want. You need only make up your mind. At the beginning of this series, I made the statement that I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, that it's not. You listen to realize that what I say here is meant only as a suggestion. I've said the same things to my son well and successfully all the days of our lives. It isn't that we want to be over anyone necessarily, it's just having the ambition and good sense to want to live as best we can. The higher you climb on a pyramid, the further you can see, the fresher the air, the better the view, and the less crowded it becomes. One of the most important ladders leading to the top is called knowledge. The more we know, the higher we move. But where does a person begin? No one person can know everything. In fact, our store of knowledge is growing far too fast for anyone to keep up with it. It's like walking into the Library of Congress with its tens of thousands of volumes and trying to decide on which single book to begin with, knowing that even if you lived 1,000 years, you couldn't read them all. Fortunately, the answer to this problem is no. A person begins with a study of his language and then to his general area of interest. 2 steps in that order that can move us high on the pyramid. First, the language, in our case, English. Not one person in 100 knows that it's our ability to use our language which will determine our place on the social pyramid, and which controls, to a great extent, the amount of money we will earn during our lives. A person may dress in the latest fashion with quiet good taste and present a very attractive appearance. So far, so good. But the minute he opens his mouth and begins to speak, he proclaims to the world his level on our pyramid. Shaw's play Pygmalion, later adapted into the musical comedy My Fair Lady, is an extreme example of what I'm talking about. Our use of the English language is the one thing we can't hide. Many years ago, the graduating class of a large Eastern university was given an examination in English vocabulary. The tests were graded into groups of 5% each, the top 5% and so on to the bottom. At regular intervals during the next 20 years, questionnaires were sent to the surviving graduates asking them their occupations, incomes, and so on. Without exception, those who scored highest on the vocabulary test were in the top income group, while those who scored lowest were in the lowest income group. Blake Clark, in an article titled "Words Can Work Wonders for You," writes, tests of more than 350,000 persons from all walks of life show that more often than any other measurable characteristic, knowledge of the exact meanings of a large number of words accompanies outstanding success. In this article, he mentions the work being done in this field by scientist Johnson O'Connor and gives O'Connor's best illustration of the importance of vocabulary. Tests were given to executive and supervisory personnel in 39 large manufacturing plants. The results showed that every one of the men tested rated high in the basic aptitudes that go with leadership. Differences in their vocabulary ratings, however, were definite and dramatic. Presidents and vice presidents averaged 236 out of a possible 272 points. Managers averaged 168. Superintendents 140. Foremen 114. Floor bosses 86. In virtually every case, vocabulary correlated with executive level and income. Children with the best vocabularies get the best grades in school. A salesman in his 50s, who was in the bottom 5% in vocabulary, worked himself into the top 45% and is now vice president of his firm. An encouraging fact to keep in mind, the article goes on, is that when we master one word, we find that we have added several others. It's as if the new one is a nucleus of thought around which whirl numerous related ideas that now also enter our camp. Deliberately learning 10 new words, we pick up probably 90 more, almost without realizing it. You see, understanding our language is the key to studying and learning everything else. Literally millions of people are being held back in life simply because they've never taken the time to learn their own language. Let's face it, from the earliest times, the favored class of people has always been the educated class. They've been recognized instantly, anywhere, by the simple expedient of speaking a few words. Our language, more than anything else, determines the extent of our knowledge. You see, everything in all the vast storehouse of knowledge has a name, a label. These names, these words, make up the language. The more words we know and they're properly used, the more knowledge we add. Of this you can be sure. A person's knowledge and his language go together. It is almost impossible for one to be larger than the other. Now, studying the English language as well as learning new words, that is, learning the parts of speech, what they mean, and how they should be constructed into sentences, all depends on your present knowledge. Right now, mentally rate yourself on the use of the language. Would you say your rating would be excellent, good, fair, or poor? If you rated yourself excellent, you're in the top 1/10 of 1% of the population. If you said good, you're definitely already in the top 5%. If you rated yourself fair, get a good book on English at your bookstore. And if you rated yourself as poor, take a home study course in English. Many excellent courses are available.
Could a cider truck, like the one that you see right behind me, pay you $30,000 a year? I'll admit, it sounds like just another crazy
Study course in English. Many excellent courses are available. Impress on your youngsters the importance of knowing their language. There are probably about 300 million people on Earth who speak English as their main language. Count this with the number of people who know English as a second language, and you come up with the impressive fact that more people speak English than any other language, with the possible exception of Chinese. English literature, from Chaucer to Eliot, from Shakespeare to Hemingway, is the richest and most extensive on Earth. So when you're studying English, you're studying one of the world's greatest and most interesting subjects. If you think you don't have time to study, listen to what Lewis and Shores had to say about this. Each of us must find our own 15-minute period each day for reading. It's better if it's regular. The only requirement is the will to read. With it, you can find 15 minutes no matter how busy the day. That means you will read half a book a week, 2 books a month, 20 books a year, and 1,000 in a reading lifetime. It's an easy way to become well-read. Yes, it is an easy way to become well-read, well-educated, and it takes just 15 minutes a day. Now let's get to the second point, our area of interest. Everyone has something in which he's interested. We should read about things we should know to help us in our careers, whether a person is a salesman, doctor, architect, or housewife. Once we have a regular program going along to improve our knowledge of our language, we should begin a systematic study of the field which interests us most, and which will help us reach our goal just that much sooner. This is reading for profit, and we should read for pleasure as well. Each of us should know something of world history, the history of our own country, and the story of man himself. In the world of today and tomorrow, a good home library is vital. Those without it are going to find themselves seriously and unnecessarily handicapped. Books are not an expense item, really. They're an investment, and one of the best on earth. They pay us dividends out of all proportion of their small cost, not just in pleasure and knowledge, but in cash. As T.V. Smith has written, books extend our narrow present back to the limitless past. They show us the mistakes of the men before us and share with us recipes for human success. There's nothing to be done which books will not help us to do better. Trying to live without constantly expanding our knowledge is to close our eyes not just to the whole purpose of life, but to the facts of life as well. Never before has the world moved as rapidly as it's moving today. We must make up our minds to move with it, to stay with it, to grow and prosper with it. Not just because it's the best way to our goals, but because it's the way to really enjoy living as the skilled athlete enjoys his sport. So often a person will live in the shallows from force of habit, or because those around him are wasting their time, without realizing that only a thin screen of reeds separates him from the fine, deep ocean beyond. He can sail to any port of his choosing, if he will only take the time and expend the effort to build a good boat. Now let me make an important point. The person who knows where he's going and who's made up his mind to get there is going to make the grade regardless of his education. If an education is necessary to the accomplishment of his goal, he'll get it. I know an Italian who came to this country penniless and who still can't speak English above the 4th grade level, who's made millions. As I've mentioned before, nothing in the world can take the place of persistence and determination. But I think it's important to succeed in every department of our life, and becoming well-educated is one of the most vital. What good is a large material success if a person has remained too ignorant to enjoy it or to intelligently administer it? Now, let's recap. Knowledge is power. The more our knowledge, the more power we can exercise over our lives and our futures. Think of human society as a pyramid composed of layers, beginning with the broad base and narrowing to a pinnacle at the top. Pick the place on the pyramid you're going to shoot for and start climbing. Since there's far too much knowledge for any one person to assimilate, where can we start? First, with our language, and next with our general area of interest. 2 subjects which can keep us growing and interested for the rest of our lives. Remember that our vocabulary is the one thing we cannot hide except by silence. Let's bring it up to the point where it can do the job for us we want it to do. To a surprising extent, our ability to use our language, our vocabulary, will determine our income and our future. Let's spend at least 15 minutes minutes every day reading something not only interesting, but calculated to stretch our minds a little more. Remember that a mind stretched by a new idea can never again return to its original dimensions. It's estimated that the average person adds only 5 new words a year to his vocabulary. That's not nearly enough, is it? And finally, realize that leaving school is just the beginning, the commencement of our days and years of learning. For with wisdom will come kindness, patience, love, understanding, and success as a person. It's almost never too late to begin. The word today in the title is meant literally. We talked about the necessity of having a goal toward which we're working. That since the definition of success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal, it's impossible to be successful without knowing where we're going, what it is we're working toward. One of the purposes of this message is to ask you to reaffirm your goal, or if you still haven't settled upon one, to do so now, and to tell you of a way that works wonderfully in achieving your goals, one after another, in the years ahead. A goal sometimes seems too far off, and our progress often appears so painfully slow that we have a tendency to lose heart. It sometimes like the grave, and we come close to falling back into the old habits which, while they may be comfortable now, lead nowhere. Now there's a way to beat this. It's been used successfully by many of the world's most successful people, and it's been advocated by many of the greatest thinkers.
Tackling diabetes with a bold new night approach with baking soda. Tired of headaches, blurred vision, and hourly trips to the toilet? Then your fridge, garlic, and lemon.
It's to live one day at a time. A lifetime is comprised of days, strung together into weeks, months, and years. Let's reduce it to its lowest common denominator, a single day, and then still further, to each act of the day. Look at it this way. A successful life is nothing more than a lot of successful days put together. It's going to take so many days to reach your goal. If this goal is to be reached in a minimum of time, every day must count. Think of a single day as a building block with which you're building the tower of your life. Just as a stonemason can only put one stone in place at a time, you can only live one day at a time. And it's the way in which stones are placed which will determine the beauty and strength of your tower. If each stone is successfully placed, the tower will be a success. If, on the other hand, they're put down in a hit-or-miss fashion, the whole thing's going to be shaky and look pretty bad. But this may seem to be a rather elementary way of looking at it, but I want to make it clear, and it's a good and logical way of looking at a human life. All right, take it then, one day at a time, from the time we wake up in the morning until we drop off to sleep again at night. Now, each day consists of a series of acts of all kinds. And the success of a day depends upon the successful completion of each of these acts. If everything we do during the day is a success, that is, done in the best fashion of which we're capable, we can fall asleep that night in the comfortable knowledge that we've done our very best, that our day has been a success, that one more stone has been successfully put into place. And this is the way to really live. Do each day all that can be done that day. You don't need to overwork or to rush blindly into your work and do the greatest possible number of things in the shortest possible time. It's not the number of things you do necessarily, but the efficiency of each separate action that counts. Gradually, and perform them all much more efficiently. To get the habit of success, and that's why successful people go from one success to another, because it's a habit with them. To get the habit of success, you need only to succeed in each small act each day. These, and you have a successful week, month, year, and lifetime. This is why it's a matter of luck, far from it. It can be absolutely predicted and guaranteed, and anyone can achieve it by following this plan. Almost before you realize it, you'll have achieved your goal. In looking back, you'll realize that your success was not attributable to any one day, week, or month, but rather it was the consistent, unrelenting, successful succession of single days that this is the way a skyscraper, a home, or a human life is successfully built. One successful day at a time, and each day, one successful act at a time. In order to advance to the place you've chosen, two things are necessary. One, that you keep your eye on your goal, and two, that you outgrow your present size as a person. I don't mean this last from the standpoint of weight, but rather of competence, ability. Don't get impatient. Don't let the hundreds of little distractions which each day try to get you off course bother you. Pay no attention to them. Shake them off and stay steadily on the track. Concentrate on each act of the day from morning to night and do each successfully. Know full well that if each of your acts is performed successfully, or at least the great majority of them, your life has to be successful. There's no other answer. There's no way on earth to avoid it. The person who is certain to advance is the one who's too big for his job, and who has a clear concept of what he wants to be, who knows that he can become what he wants to become, and who is determined to be what he wants to be.
It costs about 2
Remind
cents to
yourself
make
at this
1 penny.
time that people become exactly what they make up their minds to become, and who never deviate from their chosen goal. Are you too big for your present job? If it's obvious to you that you are, it's obvious to others. Actually, people are not given promotions as a rule. They promote themselves by becoming too big for their jobs, and by making up their minds exactly what bigger and better job or income they're shooting for. And this is done by taking one day at a time, and one act at a time during each day. But how do we separate the important acts from the unimportant? Did you ever hear of the single idea for which a man was paid $25,000? It was worth every penny of it. This is a true story. It's been told many times since it occurred, and it's worth telling again. Charles Schwab, who was then president of the Bethlehem Steel Company, had granted an interview to an efficiency expert named Ivy Lee. Lee was telling Mr. Schwab how his firm could help him do a better job of managing the company. And Mr. Schwab broke in to say something to the effect that he wasn't managing as well now as he knew how to. He went on to tell Ivy Lee that what was needed wasn't more knowing, but a lot more doing. He said, "We know what we should be doing. Now, if you can show us a better way of getting it done, I'll listen to you and pay you anything within reason you ask." Lee then said that he could give him something in 20 minutes that would increase his action by at least 50%.
I feel so confident thanks to weight loss by hers. I'm down to my throat. My friends and family are all noticing my results.
He could give him something in 20 minutes that would increase his action by at least 50%. He then handed Charles Schwab a blank sheet of paper and said, "Write down on this paper the 6 most important things you have to do tomorrow." Mr. Schwab did, and it took about 3 minutes. Lee then said, "Now number them in the order of their importance to you and the company." That took about 5 minutes. And then Lee said, "Now put the paper in your pocket, and the first thing tomorrow morning, take it out and look at item number 1. Don't look at the others, just number 1, and start working on it, and stay with it until it's completed. Then take item number 2 the same way, then number 3, and so on until you quit for the day. Don't worry if you've only finished 1 or 2. You'll be working on the most important ones. The others can wait. If you can't finish them all by this method, you couldn't have finished them with any other method. And without some system, you'd probably take 10 times as long to finish them, and might not even have them in the order of their importance. Do this every working day," Lee went on. "After you've convinced yourself of the value of this system, have your men try it. Try it as long as you like, and then send me your check for whatever you think the idea's worth." Well, the entire interview hadn't taken more than a half hour. In a few weeks, Mr. Schwab sent Ivy Lee a check for $25,000, with a letter saying the lesson was the most profitable from a money standpoint that he'd ever learned in his life. And it was later said that in 5 years, this was the plan that was largely responsible for turning what was then a little-known steel company into the biggest independent steel producer in the world. It also helped make Charles Schwab $100 million. One idea. The idea of taking things one at a time in their proper order, of staying with one act until it's successfully completed before going on to the next, of living one day at a time. For the next 30 days, try the $25,000 idea in your own life. Tonight, write on a slip of paper the 6 most important things you have to do. Then number them in the order of their importance. Tomorrow morning, go to work on number 1, and stay with it until it's successfully completed. Then move to number 2, and so on. When you've finished with all 6, get another piece of paper and repeat the process. You'll be amazed and delighted at the order it brings into your life, and at the new rate of speed with which you'll be able to accomplish the things that need doing in the order of their importance. This simple but tremendously effective method will take all the confusion out of your life. You'll never find yourself running around in circles wondering what to do next. Remember as you do, to live the best you can one day at a time. You You need not worry about tomorrow or the next day or what's going to happen at the end of the month. One day at a time, handled successfully, will carry you over every hurdle. It'll solve every problem. You can relax in the happy knowledge that successful acts make successful days, which in turn make a successful life. This is the kind of unassailable logic no one can argue with. It'll work every time for every person. So often youngsters in school worry about a passing grade. They think of all they'll have to do before the end of the school year. They can stop worrying completely and count on excellent grades by following this course of action. Freshmen in high school and college are frequently plagued by doubts as to whether or not they'll be able to successfully complete the 4 years ahead and graduate. 4 years seem like such a long time to them, almost forever, and sometimes leads to a sort of giving up, a fear of failure. It was the great Harvard teacher and psychologist William James who said, in effect, let no student worry about the success of his efforts. If he would do each day his best he can, just before he'll wake up one day to find himself one of the competent ones of his generation. Student, housewife, older person, or breadwinner, this plan removes doubt, fear, and worry. All any of us needs to do is face each day as it comes, in good cheer, knowing that we have only to succeed today to guarantee our future. In this way, we'll move steadily ahead, growing more competent, more confident with the passing of every day. Others may seem to suddenly shoot up faster and possibly fall much farther, and operate in spurts and fits. But it's to the steady that the rewards are eventually paid. St. Edmund of Canterbury was right when he said to somebody, work as though you would live forever. 6 most important things you have to do, then no. First thing tomorrow morning, tackle number 1 and stay with it until it's completed. If something should force its delay, move on to number 2. But take them in order and finish them in order as best you can. Don't get sidetracked by people or things in successfully accomplishing each act of your day. There's nothing mysterious or capricious about achieving outstanding success. It's completely within our individual control and is absolutely predictable. It is simply a matter of doing certain things a certain way every day. That's all there is to it. There is no valid reason on earth why you should not become really successful in your field, your home life, and your community. Remember that everything in the entire limitless universe operates on the law of cause and effect. There are no exceptions to this. Nothing happens by accident. For every result, there is a cause. You have only to take care of the cause. The effect will always, without exception, take care of itself. Good cause, good effect. No cause, no effect. Bad cause.
Quickest way to boost ketone levels. The number 1 food for fat burning, huh? Okay, let's see.
The fastest way to jumpstart.
Take care of itself. Good cause, good effect. No cause, no effect. Bad cause, bad effect. It's as reliable as the rising of the sun. This business of living one day at a time the best we can has an almost unbelievable cumulative effect for good, for success in the things we want. Sometimes when we see a bricklayer starting on a building and putting the first brick in place, we're struck by the size of the job he has ahead of him. But one day, almost before we realize it, he's finished. All the hundreds of bricks are in place, each one vital to the finished structure, each one sharing its portion of the load. And so should be the days of a human life, and we'll be proud and happy with the finished product. Let's talk about the man on the white horse. Every business, from the smallest to the very largest, needs a leader. They have their committees, their echelons of command, and perhaps a widely dispersed group of semi-autonomous divisions. But the overall company and each of its divisions must have strong and able leadership. Contrary to popular belief, you do not raise morale in an organization. It filters down from the top. The attitudes of the people working in any organization will always reflect the attitude of the leader. And finally, this leader will always be found to be a single person. I'm sure you're aware that even the largest and oldest companies with many thousands of employees and hundreds of management people will, when they find themselves in trouble or not doing as well as they should, seek out one man and place him in the position of final authority. The whole company, the board of directors, and perhaps millions of stockholders all look to this one man for leadership and success. He then is the man on the white horse. Wherever you find a going concern, whether it's a gas station, supermarket, sales or service company, or manufacturing concern, you'll find behind its success the man on the white horse. This is the most valuable man in the country. He makes the wheels turn, the entire economy work. This is the man who's been responsible for the growth of the country and our position in the world. He's the employer of millions, the dreamer, the planner, and a clock to him is something other people watch. You'll find him working early and late. When he's not working, he's usually thinking about what he's going to do tomorrow. Back during the Depression of the 30s, the phrase most often heard by employers was, "I'll do anything." Millions were unemployed. Thousands of business firms had closed their doors, and outside employment long lines of people stood waiting for any kind of work. It was during this time in Long Beach, California, crowded to overflowing with the thousands who had migrated there looking for work when there wasn't enough to go around for the permanent resident, that a friend of mine made an interesting discovery. He found that he could go to work almost anywhere he wanted to. Amazing as this may sound, it's true. It dawned upon him one day that the business establishments of various kinds were just as anxious to succeed as were the people looking for work. These business owners and managers were worried and concerned about the hard times which had descended upon the country, and a great many of them were looking for the man on the white horse, the man who would somehow show up and solve all or most of their business problems. But all they heard was people asking for work and saying, "I'll do anything." These people were asking for something from a man who was very likely teeming of financial ruin himself. And signs appeared in windows all over the land reading, "No help wanted." This was a negative form of advertising, and while it kept the plaintive hordes away from the door, it hurt business. Well, this friend of mine decided to become the man on the white horse. His method was simple, and it worked like a charm. He selected a business he felt he would like to work for and in which he could build his career. He then devoted a month to finding out all he could about this business. He talked to other people in the same line. He heard their problems and what they felt was wrong. He even posed as a man in the same business from out of town and talked for hours, asking questions about what they felt was needed and so on. He went to the public library and read everything he could find on this business. Then he began to think of ways and means by which this business might be improved. When he was ready and finally made his call on the company for which he had decided to work, instead of asking for a job, he said something like this: "There are several ways in which your business talk to you about." Here he was selling the one thing on earth in which his prospect was most interested. The fact that he now knew a good deal about the man's problems permitted him to talk intelligently. He took a positive attitude, expressed a willingness to pitch in and help the man put his business on a sound and profitable footing. And, that's right, he got the job. Millions out of work and asking for jobs, but one man who found a way to be of help. What had he done? Specialized. He had selected one line of work and decided that now he had to prove himself. And he the jack of all trades and master of none was the man who suffered during the Depression, knew what they were doing and where they were going, sailed through those Depression years just as a large ship sails through a storm. It wasn't as comfortable as it could have been, but at least the crossing was a success. At least they didn't founder and go down. And many businesses actually grew larger. The best way in the world for you to develop a security that lasts a lifetime is to become outstanding at one particular line of work. Look at it this way. Regardless of economic ups and downs, the industry of which this line of work is a part will continue to operate and to grow. It won't shut down completely. As long as you're in the top 5% of the people in that industry, you'll know you'll always be the man on the white horse. Not just where that industry is concerned, but where you and your family are concerned also. The person who becomes truly outstanding at his specialty actually has the world on a string. Here's the man of confidence and peace of mind. Here's the man who is quietly aware of his outstanding ability and intimate knowledge of his job and his particular industry. Here's the professional. He's got it made, and he and everybody else knows it. Now, ask yourself this question. Am I now such a person? Down deep inside, you know the answer. If you answered yes, you're among the most fortunate people and in one of the smallest and most elite groups on Earth. If your answer was no, it can be turned into a yes in a surprisingly short time. The first step in becoming a man on the white horse is to make one really big and important decision. It's a decision the great majority of working people never make and suffer as a result. Failing to make this decision keeps a person from ever really getting on course or clarifying his goals. If you will make the decision I'm now going to recommend, you can take a deep breath, give a comfortable sigh of relief, fix your eyes firmly upon your target, and go to work relaxed, comfortable, and sure in the knowledge that the success you seek will be yours. It's the decision to build your career in the work in which you now find yourself, that regardless of the job you now hold, you're standing right in the middle of your own acres of diamonds, if you'll only look for them. The great steel magnate Andrew Carnegie, when asked the formula for success, answered, "Put all your eggs in one basket, then watch the basket." Let's be frankly realistic. Who gets laid off work during an economic slump? Well, what gets thrown over the side when an airplane or ship is in danger of going down? Everything not absolutely vital to the operation of the craft and the safety of the passengers. It's the same with a business. Its main purpose is to remain in business forever. As long as it remains in business, it can provide a needed product or service, protect the investment of those who have faith in it, and provide jobs for those who are vital to its continuity of operation. It is the duty of management to protect the firm and the people who depend upon it, just as it's the captain's duty to do everything in his power to keep his airplane flying or his ship sailing. All a person needs to do is make certain he is a vital part of his business and industry. Those who insist on remaining spare gear must expect to be jettisoned when things get too rough for safety. Nobody, particularly the captain, likes to see cargo going over the side. But if it will help save the ship, there's simply nothing else to do. This is why people are laid off. It has nothing to do with management and labor relations or personalities, and in the long run, it's the best for everyone, since once smooth sailing has again been reached, additional employment can again be made available. Each of us must decide whether we want to be cargo or a member of the crew. Believe me, this is an individual choice in everyone's case. It's said that millions today suffer from a malady called panophobia. Panophobia means fear of everything. It's an uneasy feeling, a feeling of insecurity, and generally manifests itself as a sort of lump of fear that settles right behind the belt buckle, especially on Sunday afternoon or evening, and on Monday morning. Finger for both condition. Paid for more than we're really earning. It's the perfectly natural and normal understanding in each of us that there's something basically wrong about getting paid more than we're worth, that we're being paid for something we're not doing. If we have panophobia, running does no good. We find it follows us on vacation and around the house and yard on weekends. It's inside of us, and no matter how fast the jet we board or exciting the television program we're watching, soon we're aware of it again as its fingers once again tighten their grip. There's a simple cure for this malady. It's to throw ourselves not out of a window, but into our work. It's the decision to be worth more than we're being paid for. Only in this way can we grow. It's overbalancing the scales in the service end, knowing that the rewards must follow as a natural result. Anyone who will be honest with himself realizes that he has been happiest and most satisfied after having completed successfully a difficult job. Well, so much for that. We've got the greatest country, economy, and form of government on earth. We need leaders more than ever before. But what is a leader? A leader is any individual who can help and lead others. It's the conscientious mother who wants her children to be raised knowing the rules for success and happiness. It's the father who shows by example that any job worth doing is worth doing well. It's the farmer whose farm sets an example in his area, and the small businessman whose business continues to grow and prosper with the passing years. It's the employee who has the good sense to realize he owes loyalty and dedication to the firm that pays his wages, and who discharges that responsibility by becoming the uncommon employee, the one whom the company can completely trust and take pride in. A leader is any person who realizes the importance of becoming a bigger and better person with the passing of every week and month. A leader takes the responsibility for his own growth. He's a planner, a thinker, a doer. Each of us can become the man on the white horse in the area in which we find ourselves. It's not difficult, and in the long run it's easier for us and on us than what at first may appear to be the easier of two courses. Simply fix your eye at the goal, visualize it with every ounce of your being, and set out toward it. Maintain a cheerful, helpful attitude. Why shouldn't you be cheerful since you know you'll achieve everything upon which you've set your heart? Become a kind of sponge for information which will help you on your way. You don't have to waste years making the mistakes others have made before. You'll be surprised at how quickly you'll reach your goal. But don't be impatient. Know and have faith that what should come to you will come to you in the right time. Everything in the world works on the side of the person who works with nature's laws. And above all, if you should forget everything else, remember that everything about you, everything you will ever have, know, or experience in any way, operates as the result of law. Law that is true and unchanging. The law of the stars and of the balance of the world. As Emerson wrote, let him learn a prudence of a higher strain. Let him learn that everything in nature, even dust and feathers, go by law and not by luck, and that what he sows, he reaps. That's it. That's all there is to it. Look about you now. Take stock of your present situation, for it's nothing more nor less than the result of your past sowing. Are you happy with it? Is it what you want? Then you know what you must sow today and tomorrow and the next day. And in sowing, rest in the calm, serene, and cheerful certainty that having sown, you will then reap the rich results. May I suggest that you play these messages often in the months and years ahead, perhaps at a quiet time just before going to bed or first thing in the morning. Even years from now, you and your family will get something new from each message each time you hear it. This is because you're constantly changing. Your problems, needs, and goals change. And as they do, you'll find the new answers you need. Do this, and you will leave the earth a better place because you passed this way. Now, this is Earl Nightingale wishing you and yours the very best of everything.
You're watching the official version of Earl Nightingale's The Strangest Secret. Check the video right there next to me. I think you'll love it. With Willie.
I'd like.
Mad, like you want to get mad at some shit. Let's get mad at snoring. Nah, man. Why the fuck is snoring even a thing, bro? See how simple about mad because there's some snorers in here. No, listen, I don't understand why snoring even exists. Bro, my body is shaped like lowercase b. You understand me? Stomach, man. And I gotta worry about this shit trying to kill me in my sleep too? And all you sexy women in here, you know who you are. You fucking snore, and your snore don't match your face. Yeah, see how some of you ladies are laughing now? Because it's you I'm talking to. You look all sick when you're awake, but when you fall asleep, you turn into something else. And I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. Tiny, man. Sexy when they're awake, as soon as they fall asleep at your house. Yeah, bitch. Did I feed her after midnight? Why the fuck she sound like that, man? It just gets worse as the night goes on. What? If she don't stop that in 5 minutes, I'll shoot this creature. I don't give a shit. Someone shaking their heads, because you. When a woman wakes up and sees a man snoring for the first time versus when a man wakes up and hear a woman snore. It's two different reactions, bro. Listen, a lot of you ladies snore. Don't be embarrassed by the shit. Some of you are. Nobody's house because you're afraid that you fall asleep. He gonna hear you snore for the stuff the male ego is. We think we did that shit. Ask these ladies. Ask these fellas. Look at these fellas laughing. Ask them. As soon as we wake up and hear you snore, we're like, yo, I fucked the shit out of this girl. Man, my dick has powers. Didn't even fuck her long. She's out. 1, 2. Good job. You high five yourself. We call our friends when you're asleep, ladies. Hey, Jeff, listen to this shit in the background. Yeah, that shit. Nigga, I'm not listening to DMX. That's her snoring, man. Yeah, my dick gave her sleep apnea, bro. No mask. Let me call it back, make sure she didn't die. Bro, when a woman wakes up and hears a man snore, all she can think about is murder. She's so mad because when a man snores, it don't even sound healthy. It sounds like there's a health issue. These women spend half the night just staring at the motherfucker. Kill this motherfucker. All over his fucking face. Cause you know when he's sleeping on his back, his mouth open. Oh my God. Can't believe I gave this motherfucker pussy, man. He sounded like that, man. Especially when he stopped breathing in the middle of shit. Did my pussy do that? Oh my God. I can't believe I sleep with this guy on a regular basis. Phone call different. Hey, you hear the background? I'm not outside, man. Why the fuck would I be mowing my lawn at 3 in the morning, man? That's the motherfucker snoring, man. Doctor, he needs a mechanic, something in his throat. Bro, both my parents snore. Both of them, bro. When I was a kid, I used to crawl into bed with my parents. When I was a kid, we all did that when we was kids. I was the only kid that in the back of this room. Bro, between my phones and my mom. I was like, the monster chasing me in my dream don't seem so bad. I want to go back to that dream. You two sound ridiculous.
Why is filing your taxes with Free Tax USA different? Well, for starters, our premium...
My business partner and I bought 22 rental units in only 18 months, and it only cost us $6,192. In today's video, I'm going to explain exactly how we did it, so you can do the same if you want. And just so you can see, here's a 6-unit apartment building I own. This is a 5-unit apartment building I own. And here's a 4-unit apartment building I own. And I have a couple more properties. But with that being said, let's dive into how we were able to acquire these with barely any money. And wait 1 second, there is a quick side note. Business partner own this 50-50. There is no other investors involved. We do not do any syndication.
This is 80, Highway 80. Well, you can drive into the sunset with me tonight. On your end of the phone, of course.
It's literally just me and him that own these 22 units. But with that being said, now that you guys are aware of that, let's get into diving deep on these properties. So number one, I'm gonna break down to you property by property, how we did everything. So you're gonna be able to see how we found the deal, how we paid for the deal, and how we were able to build our portfolio so fast.
Hey,
so
what's
let's
up?
start off with the very first property we actually purchased, and this was a 2-unit property. We actually got this property from pulling a list, an absentee owner list from Propstream. And what an absentee owner list is basically where an owner owns a property but doesn't actually live there. They're absentee. So this could be a tired landlord, this could be a property that someone just have forgotten. We never know the case. And what PropStream is basically a platform and is great for investors and agents to find property owner information. And after we got this list from PropStream, we took the list and we added it to directskip.com. And that platform basically allows you to upload lists to get all contact information from each in particular owner. And after we were able to get their contact information, we took it from directskip.com and put it over to Batch Dialer, which is a dialing system. So you can put the list in there and it will automatically dial for you without you pressing any buttons. And once we put that list in there, we actually hired a cold caller to call that list, and she called it and got this lead. After we heard about the lead, we were like, yes, we definitely got to schedule that appointment. And we scheduled it, and my business partner went on the appointment. And after he went on that appointment, he was telling me about the property. And I was like, why don't we just keep it? And we agreed on keeping the property. So us and the seller, we were in some negotiations, but we came to the price of $82,500 to purchase this 2-unit property. And guys, for this deal, we were able to get 100% financing, so 100% of the purchase price and 100% of the rehab, plus some of our closing costs as well. So this was truly a blessing. And you guys can definitely get this as well. So this isn't just something that happened to us. If you build solid relationships with private money lenders, this can also happen to you. So just be aware of that. For us to actually truly buy this property, our closing costs to purchase came to $520.24 for a 2-unit. Isn't that crazy? And just so you know, the rehab we added for this property was $15,000. And after we repaired and rehabbed the property, the $1,000. Now, literally 17 days after we got that 2-unit property, we bought a 5-unit apartment building, a commercial building, which is insane. And the way we were able to get this deal was basically the same way we got our first deal, but instead of calling this list, we text the list. And the seller texts us back, basically saying, 165, tired landlord price. And sellers don't ever typically say that. Usually that's what wholesalers or investors use when they say tired landlord. So I was thinking that this seller was kind of like scamming us, or, not being legit in regards to the sale of this property. But guys, turns out he was legit. $165,000 for a 5-unit. He was ready to sell. So what we did was schedule that appointment, and I went on the appointment. I walked all the units, met with the tenants, and figured out that this seller was not playing around. He truly just wanted $165,000 and wanted to be done with the property. He was self-managing it and just older in age and didn't want to deal with it anymore. So literally after that appointment, I talked to my business partner, and we also talked with our mentor, since this was our first commercial property at the time. And if you guys know, commercial property and residential property are completely different when it comes to analyzing it. So after we spoke with our mentor, he was like, this is a home run. You guys better lock this up right now. So
great. The new GoDaddy Arrow has AI marketing tools to help small businesses.
So after we spoke with the mentor, he was like, this is a home run. You guys better lock this up right now. So later that night, I called up the seller and we agreed on that $165,000 price. And the next day we met at the property, got the papers signed, and was all squared away. So it's crazy because we bought a 5-unit apartment building right beside the hospital for $165,000. And for us to truly purchase this property, it cost us $212.23. And this was due to us also getting 100% financing for this property as well. And the amount of rehab we put into this one, over $65,000. And guys, you will not believe what it appraised for. It appraised for $650,000. So this was definitely a home run. Now this next property I'm about to tell you about, we actually weren't supposed to keep it. We were gonna fix it up and put it back on the market, but after we started fixing it up and once we did put it back on the market, we realized that this was a renter's market and not a buyer's market. We just didn't realize that from the jump. So this property is a single family. It consists of 5 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. And the way we're able to get this deal was we pulled a pre-foreclosure list from PropStream, and we did the same process where we took that list, put it to directskiptracing.com, got the property owner's phone number, and we took that list to Batch Dialer and was able to call that list through. and our caller was able to get this lead. And it turns out the lead actually knew who I was from going to the real estate local meetups in our area. So we were able to have that rapport right there. But after our caller got that lead, we scheduled that appointment, and me and my partner went on the appointment, walked through the property, realized that it needed a good amount of work, and we were running numbers and stuff, and the seller wanted a super high price. And we basically told him, like, it just doesn't make sense on our end. And we sat down with them literally at the property, running through numbers, showing him the MLS, showing him what other properties are selling for within that area. And then we finally agreed on the price of $60,000 for this single family property. And yes, with this one, we did get 100% financing. For us to truly purchase this with our closing costs, it came to $0. And the funny thing is, we actually walked away with a check at the closing table and made $6,159.80. And I have the HUDs to prove it all, so you guys know I'm not playing around. So with this property in general, we purchased it for $60,000. We put $30,000 worth of rehab into it, and the property appraised for $145,000. Now the next property we bought was another 2-unit property. And we actually got this same property the same way we got our 5-unit property. So we put an absentee owner list from Upstream, Massachusetts.
Paige, how old are you? I'm 24 years old. Okay, and what do you do? I'm a grad student in an occupational therapy program. Go ahead and pop. Eddie, why'd you have your balloon unpop?
Yeah, I like your smile. Wanted to hear a little bit more. Get to know you a little bit more, so yeah.
Okay. All right, so what do you end up popping his? The only thing is, I understand I'm short. I get that. I am pretty short, and I'm shorter, you know. But it's just you're short too. So that's it.
Okay. And how tall are you?
Like 4'11".
Oh my god. Okay, and how tall are you again? 5'9". Okay.
I know, but you see, like.
See what?
You can look over your head.
Yeah, but I can like, you know,
see
with the. Yeah. I'm Paige.
Paige, how old are you?
I'm 24 years old.
Great.
Stuff that came to 1,959 European shillings. 2007, customer complains that the engine is not running on all cylinders, so they replaced the spark plugs. It literally says here, difficult to install and replace spark plugs. They charge them a extra for that. $438. 6 at the dealer. These are the documents related to the LPG installation, autogas, which was done in 2007. There's quite a lot of documents here. Just I'm not interested in any of that. This is how to use it. Boring. The fella paid 5,200 euros to ruin the car. Here, come here, I have proof. It wasn't me who did it. It was him. Tim you want. They're still chasing the previous owner. Here's an email between the shop that did the installation and the previous owner, telling him that it can do the conversion, that they already converted several 12-cylinder BMW engines, blah blah blah. And here are the pictures. This is how it was installed. So, tank there, 2 of these. This was drilled there. They didn't cut the cover here. I thought that these are pictures of this car, the Alpina, but nope. This is some standard 750i. You can see standard intake manifolds, and it's on M cars, so not our car. Another oil change of Mr. Wash, ZW40, 2007, 46 euro, no, 54 euros. Okay, I found its invoice here from 2007, and the car had 120,267 kilometers. Right now it's 280 something. So it was driven around 100,000 kilometers with the LPG. Now this is the interesting bit. Invoices for the new engine. So the engine was removed by BMW Frankfurt. That's actually where I buy parts for cars. This is where they zoom in. So they did this. So 6.3 liters. The oil consumption was 1.6, nearly 1.7 liters per Alpina. So you can see here, motor Überholung. That was 2,000 euros, 2,515. The total was 9,512 euros directly over the 6-liter 12-cylinder engine with my Alpina. So this was done at 80,000 kilometers, which means that this engine right now has 140,000 kilometers. Probably scored cylinders is what caused this. 0W4 oil, Shell scored cylinders at 80,000 kilometers. That's a bummer. This is from 2005 when the owner complained about the oil consumption. Man, the guy really liked Mr. Wash oil changes, didn't he? That's it. I was hoping to find something about the accident. Kudos to the previous owner for the service history, organizing everything and keeping it in order. I'm curious to see if there's anything about the accident in here. So this is the service book, 99. So first oil change, 3,100 kilometers. So he missed first oil change by 1,100 kilometers. 16, 25, 33, 54, 63. This is when they replaced the engine. This is the wash. That's it. This is the Alpina book. Fuel consumption, 24.6 on the city, 10.2 on the local road. And these are the standard service books. Anyway, the LPG. As I said previously, my big concern here is how the system was installed. Did they do it properly? Remove the intake manifolds and then drill into them? That way you're 100% sure you're going to get all the metal shavings? Or did they do it the lazy way and drilled into the manifolds while they're still on the engine? And even if a small percentage of those shavings ends up in the engine, which was 100%. But given that it was running for 120,000 kilometers in LPG, and the guy didn't complain about oil consumption, I don't know. But let's find out. I looked a bit closer at the invoice from Alpina, and they replaced the entire block and all of the pistons will be 1,000 kilometers. So even back then, we definitely had old cylinders. Why? I don't know. The first owner did this, the first oil change by 1,100 kilometers, 3,100 kilometers. The very first oil, not very good. And then thin oil for the rest of those 80,000 kilometers. Not ideal. But on the other hand, this guy did drive 140,000 kilometers with this engine. Didn't complain about the oil consumption. But then again, he did trade in this car for a brand new 65 Alpina D7. Why? I don't know. Maybe the engine was burning oil. So with that said, let's remove some spark plugs and look inside of this engine. That's going to determine if this project is going to be quick-ish or long restoration. So let's see.
For cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You don't have a choice to hope it works or know it works.
So let's see. This is Alpina specific gearbox. This is Alpina here. Intake as well. Don't know about the map. Stock. Look at that air filter. Yeah, that's great. 2003. Ah, this is the same crap with Project Apply. Can't even see this one. We have loads of emission lines here. You can see some marks from when they did the engine rebuild. This is 1 to 3, 4 to 6, some cylinders. Something gonna pop all of this one on the side of the engine. Oh, I forgot how terrible this is. It's much easier to do this. 31. I gotta go from that side. It's like when you try to enter the cap. I know what that feels like. Oh, my arm is stuck. I want to try and blow out the spark plug holes. There's bound to be some sand and dust in there. I don't want that dropping into the cylinders. See? Black. A lot of soot out there. It's pretty low. See that? Not good news. Not blocked in very poor condition. A lot of soot out there. Black deposits. Oh my. This one's even worse. How is this engine running so good? The spark plugs are looking like this. It's terrible. Okay, it looks to one of the cylinders in the back. The car wasn't driven properly for 2 years. Come up plugs as well because you can't burn off all that crap. But again, that's what's the worst thing in the project of the terrible plug. So let's break out the endoscope. Got my phenomenal endoscope from Hazard, and it's moment of truth time. Here we go. Oh my Lord, the cylinder looks mint! It's mint, man! This is just some dust from when you removed the spark plug. There's something on the camera. But this is mint! Absolutely mint! Well, this is just the first one. I don't know where to get excited, but let's check out the second one. Cylinder number 1, with the plug looking like this. Those core cylinders, I'm going to shove the camera in every single cylinder, but for now I just want to do a couple. It's weird that the part of me is sad for not having core cylinders, because I want to rebuild this magnificent engine. This is cylinder number 4, and yep, another mint looking cylinder. Honestly, it looks fantastic. Let's put the spark plug. Hold on. It looks phenomenal. I'm going to remove all of the spark plugs. You gotta do the same with bank 2 as well. Shove the camera in every single one of the cylinders. Make sure that the cylinders are clean. And then we can see the spark plugs. You gotta remove the fan clutch so we can get to the crank pulley. Alright. Let's see. It says 99 on it, so original to this car, never replaced. Okay, now we can rotate the engine. I removed the rest of the spark plugs, so let's check all of the cylinders in bank 1. Number 1 cylinder was good, so let's see. Number 2. These things at the tops. Oh yeah, this one. Beautiful. Number 3. There's compression valve seat. Looks super clean. Gummed up stuff on the valve itself. This cylinder as well. Number 5, mint. Another mint. 6 is a TDC. Ah, yes. Bank 1 is clean. Squeaky clean. Like perfect. Like cylinders look brand spanking new, man. They really do. Freaking awesome job. Now I'm going to remove all the spark plugs in bank 2, which is the tricky side because, look at this, there just isn't any space, and on top of that we have more LPG hoses. Not a nasty looking air filter. Sweet. Okay, I'll see you in about 6 days, which is how long it will take to get the spark plugs out on this side. So you're gonna have to disconnect that LPG hose because there's no way I can get to the spark plugs with this way. Anything something here? I don't know anything about LPG. I know the system is empty because we run on LPG. It's showing 0, so there's that. But this hose is taped on. Wow. Thick hoses. Okay, if you hear hissing, run. Run for your life.
I'm going to show you. Squeeze on it, left foot pretty right, your body will fly. Watch this. You get a whole kit for drugs, I think this right, so it's everything you need to enjoy.
Oh shit. But that's coolant, man. Look at that. It's just coolant. It's not poisonous gas. Don't have anything to plug this line with, so we're gonna have coolant everywhere. Let's do it quickly. It's out. Just boom. Making progress. Removing stuff left and center. Also, I can see an oil leak coming from the PCV valve, so we need to address that. I can see why the energy charge is extra. Good. Hit the ground. Replace the spark plugs. It's quite a lot in the way, especially with the LPG installed. Ah, the good old days of working on B12. This is bringing back so many fond memories of working on Project Divine and figuring out all the spark plugs. 14 and a half days later, we're making progress. Assume the cow farming position. I think Passerad was maybe a little bit more flexible because he can get that one out. This is cylinder number 6. 12, sorry, 12. 12, 6 on this side. Nope. Batard. Gingerly, man, gingerly. Nope. Ah, there it is. That's the last thing we should do. Let's get the plugs out. First spark plug is out. It looks quite as bad as the spark plugs from the other bank. Get that back, please. It's time to call it a night. I gotta go home for dinner. I successfully retrieved my tool. I'll drop it again. Okay. And that's all the spark plugs out. Okay, let's dig in. We're in. Good valve seat. Cylinder looks mint. Okay, next one. Another good looking cylinder. Hello. Great looking cylinder. Look at that outside surface. Small. Also a little bit carved up. Yep, that's another great looking cylinder. Another good looking cylinder. And the last one. Let's see something there. That's a squirt cylinder. No way. There is No freaking way. That's the last one. Cylinder number 12. Scored. Ah. Come on. Holy shit. This is far worse than Project 12 did. Look at that. And I really thought we were out of the woods. Every other cylinder looks absolutely perfect. And look at this one. Destroyed. Utterly destroyed. Well, now I know where the metal shavings in the old filter came from. Well, when I want a chicken dinner. Honestly, when I saw Bank One being that mint, I was ready. This engine is done. This is far worse than anything else that we had on the channel, including Project Chicago, Alpina P7, and E30 on M5. Those had lighter vertical scratches or marks. This is heavily pitted. This is super, super bad. There's actually chunks of aluminum missing, and that went into the engine, which means that the rubber rings are not that in good condition either. Taking time on this. So great news! We got ourselves yet another engine rebuild. And I was just thinking in my head, this project is going to be a quick one. We're just going to remove LPG, do this and that, and put it back on the road. But if I continue to drive this car with a cylinder looking like that, we're going to ruin the rest of the engine. Yeah. It all lines up. You know, of course he needs a new engine. Of course he needs a new engine. It appears I'm incapable of buying a car that doesn't need an engine rebuild. That's what we have here. Yeah, I mean, you know, I scripted this for too long. Remember when I said, I mean, I'm not aware of any big problem with these engines. Yeah, well, now I am. It's that. It's this cylinder board damage. I did a bit of snooping around, talking to people, and last week I bought E31 parts from a guy that had 3 of these engines, the 6.0 version, and all 3 of them ended up with cylinder board damage. Had a man from H2 Motors, currently has 1 in his shop, was brought in due to excessive oil consumption, and he found that the block is damaged. And it appears it's simply due to the nature of how this thing was tuned. This V12 started its life in the M70 engine with 84mm in the bore. That then grew to 85mm with the M73 engine, and finally Alpina did their own version with the 86mm bore. So the piston grew bigger, they also stretched the engine with shorter connecting rods, crank, and the piston speed has increased. And I believe what's happening as the piston is going up and down, it's naturally rocking the cylinder bore, and it's just exerting too much force on the thrust side of the cylinder and creating that damage over time. This is not to say that it's a design flaw. I mean, this engine works, it works really well. Alpina extracted 430 horsepower out of this thing back in '99, which is mighty impressive. It's just a consequence of making and tuning a high-performance engine. Nothing lasts forever. This is the second engine that this car had, and now it needs another. And if you're one of those people who say that the cylinder bore damage doesn't matter as long as you have good compression, kindly gather your things and see yourself out, because that's just no. Okay, stop it. No, that's the compression doesn't even matter. I mean, it does, but in this case it doesn't, because you have that damage that's kind of concentrated on the middle of the cylinder. Potentially the piston rings can seal enough at the top of the cylinder and give you false compression as a result. But I'm not even gonna bother checking the compression, because that cylinder is a cheese grater right now. You have that really, really rough surface in the cylinder, of which the piston rings are riding on now, which means that cylinder is constantly shedding shavings directly into your engine, circulating everywhere, and normally it's going to leave rod bearing damage, because you have metal in between the crank and rod bearings, you have the spun bearings, and then you need to add the crankshaft to the expensive list of parts. Expensive parts list.
Dr. Gundry, can H spots be removed? Absolutely. Common mistake is thinking that you can
parts. Expensive parts list. Anyway, I do want to say that this has nothing to do with the LPG itself. In fact, the company that installed the LPG deserves a thumbs up. I mean, they did cut the chassis, cut, drill, this and that, but overall they did a clean install. They definitely had the intake manifolds off, then they drilled into them, and then they put everything back together. If there were some metal shavings in the engine, we would see some vertical scratches, 40 marks in the cylinders, much like on the S60 engine, but here it's clean. So, good job. Good job. My plan was for this to be like a quickish project, something along the lines of Project Hawaii. Fix what needs fixing, make it pretty, get it past two features. But that's clearly not happening. I did talk to Alpino already, and they are willing to help with the project, which is fabulous. They don't have any parts in stock for this engine, and we're talking about making reproduction parts so this engine's can be fixed and they can live for longer. That's the goal here, to save neglected, beautiful machines like this one. The problem that I have is we're at the capacity here at the dojo. There is no more room, no more space to take apart, get another car, get another engine. I could potentially take this engine out and put it on my head and then walk around like that. That seems a bit inconvenient, so I'm gonna have to figure out something. In the meantime, let's dig into that rear left corner and see what we need in this car there. I'm functionally sober now, so in the spirit of digging a deep, expensive hole, let's dig into this quarter panel, see how they barged it together, and what it will take to fix that properly. To me, this is worse than engine damage. Fixing an engine, fun. I would have a plan for that. This, not fun. So this side here looks quite good. A bit of surface rust from the battery leaking, but nothing bad there. So this, yeah, this taillight looks good. So now we need to take apart everything on this side, so we can look inside of the quarter panel. I want to see where they made the cut. Look at this. So if you look at the rear of the car, you'll see a gap there between the taillight and the trunk lid. It's a bit wider than the one over here. Same with the gap over there and there. And then if you come closer, you can see this gap here on the right side. It's big, it's nice and even. And then here, it's all wrong. It starts a bit wide here, and then it becomes kind of narrow, and then this sinks in further, and then this here is not straight either. And even though it looks like this taillight is sitting correctly here, I think it's too low down, so this can be pushed up, and then maybe it'll sit right. This line here looks fine. This needs to be fixed, this gap here, and this line here. And of course the rust. Lost the original Alpino spare tire, and they also cut this. Wonderful. Wow. They really use high quality parts here. And everything is rusted. Look at that. They cut this plastic here, which is can replace that, but they drilled into the body there and there. Scheisse, man. Scheisse. Just want to see what's underneath here. Okay, that's original metal there. Good. Okay, so I removed quite a bit of stuff so we can assess this properly. It's mainly bad news, but there is some good news. The good news is that the structure, the main structure of the car, the body, that's all original and intact. Original. This inner structure where the taillight sits, original. Cut here and then here. You can see some beautiful brass happening there. Paint runs. And then a cut was made here. So this is original nice straight metal. And then from here it looks crappy, so that's all done after. And if you look, this is where the welding points are, pinch welding points. If you look on the other side, it looks really nice and clean because that's factory. Here it doesn't exist, and this is not even smooth level. It's quite a bit uneven. And this is what it looks like on the inside. So we're at the point where to make a cut, but this is very crappy. This is all nice and original. You can see that the floor there is all original. So what they did here is just replace the outer skin. You can see more craftsmanship happening right there. It's already starting to rust, and this is where we have rust on the top, and there's rust on the inside as well. So this is where they made that cut here, didn't protect or paint the area properly. Moisture collected there, and now we have rust. Took more stuff apart here, and I found where they made a cut here. You can see a nice line. So that's where they chopped it off. So this is original, this is not. That's the cut, and you can see it's been done very poorly. I mean, tape lines, overspray on the carpet, overspray on the headliner, and this is where another cut was made here. And so it was chopped there, and this entire quarter panel replaced. I don't know exactly what happened, but one can assume that it was some sort of damage to the panel here that couldn't be repaired, so they decided to replace the entire panel. Now this is not awful, a lot of people do this, they replace the entire panel, fix this properly, but this was just done very crappily, you know, this is not good work. And for some reason, they painted the inner door jambs as well, so this is painted on the other side as well. Original body panels, just painted. There's a lot of crap in the paint, dust specks, and whatever else, so that's not factory paint. And then this I don't understand. How do they paint this and mold this in without removing the string? So maybe it was painted more than once. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. On top of that, we have holes in the body. There and there from the stupid LPG. Another crooked screw right there. And then holes in the spare tire wheel well and the missing Alpina wheel. So that's cheap Alpina V12 in a nutshell for you. To me, this is far, far worse than the engine. I can fix the engine, and that's going to be a lot of fun to do. Fix it even better than what it was. This, again, I mean, this was done at BMW Darmstadt dealership. They collaborate with local body shops, so whichever body shop did this work for them, they did a really, really crappy job. Because to do something like this, so Alpina V12, so sad. I don't know how we're going to fix this. I need to talk to some professionals, some body shops. Okay, I think that about sums it up. My brilliant purchase here.
You won't believe how old she is.
Excuse me? I ask people who are really fit, what do they do for their workouts? Do you mind if I ask you what you do?
Actually, not a lot.
Wow, you look great. Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
Oh, you're sweet. Thank you. I'm 64.
No way. So what's your secret then? What do you do?
This is going to sound weird.
I think that about sums it up. My brilliant purchase here. Kind of cold again, because you know it's so nice and warm in Germany right now. I feel like that. But anyway, 94 examples made, and I bought the worst one. Seems about right. Mighty restoration this is going to be. I was so giddy and excited about this car. Still am. I would have bought it no matter what, even if I knew that the engine was bad. In fact, a big part of me wanted that engine to be bad so I can rebuild it and make it my own. Guys from Kunz were great. I can't complain. Even if I would, I wouldn't. This car was sold to me as a parts car because it's in such rough condition. You have that LPG stuff. They didn't want to touch it. You know, they sell beautiful. And we're discussing about making a reproduction of those parts. These cars can be fixed, but that's still just in talks. We'll see what's going to happen. For the block, I already have a plan. I'm going to work with a company from Switzerland, and we're going to repair this block to a better standard than when it was brand new, make it stronger. For the pistons, we can always make custom pistons. It's not a big deal. It's just this. I'm sick and tired of this. Every single winter I do the same thing and I freeze my ass off in here. I can put the biggest heater in this place and it's still not gonna be warm because you have these shitty doors which have a huge gap on the top. An elephant can fit through it. The roof is yay tin. There is no insulation, so no matter what you do, the heat just, you know, it escapes. It goes away, and it's miserably cold in here. On top of that, I'm ready for the next step. I want more lifts, specifically 2 post lifts. I'm in the business of restoring cars, and restorations take a long time. I only have 2 post lifts, one of which is permanently occupied by the E31. When the E3995 comes back from Poland, this lift is going to be permanently occupied as well, and it's just not going to work. So I'm discussing with my landlords of potentially expanding here at this location, which would be perfect because I love this place. But it's really tricky because there is no more space, and if more space were to open up, I still have to deal with the same thing. No heating, no insulation, shitty doors. Which means I would have to invest a ton of my own money into something that's not mine. And that's not ideal. So I'm trying to work out some sort of deal with them to see if we can do something there. Otherwise, I'm just looking for a different place. A place where I can move that's nice, that has heating, that's at least 350 square meters big, ideally around 450, 500 in Frankfurt area. So if you know any place like that, please do let me know. I really appreciate that. That's my number one thing. Focus right now is to address this situation. because I also want an engine building room. Call me spoiled, but I'm ready for that. Clearly we're going to be doing this all day long, so might as well have the proper place to do it in. So I do apologize for adding yet another project to the massive pile of projects that we have. I wanted for this to be a quick project, but you know, I can't. I didn't script this. You buy a car, the engine is bad. What are you gonna do? You gotta fix it. So I'll tell you what. You're going to work on projects you're gonna complete 28S in the meantime. But now that I think about it, that car has 300,000 kilometers. I didn't expect the cylinders. But it's gonna be fine. Maybe I don't even look. How about that? I hope that you enjoyed this start of this big project, and I want to thank all of you for following along, for supporting the channel, and enabling me to buy beautiful, crappy cars like this and put them back on the road. Again, I'm a little bit sad for not being able to drive this car right now. I was really looking forward to that, but we're just gonna have to wait until the next put some proper kilometers on it. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, maybe consider subscribing. It's free, it doesn't cost a thing, and it helps the channel. I'll see you in the next one, which is going to be on the video. I think it's disturbing personally. Senator Alston Brooks, it's a woman, an African American woman, is questioning R.F.K. Jr. for the nomination of Secretary of Health. And she's reading quotes from some documents about vaccines. And he says that in this document, he said that black people don't need so much vaccination because they don't have as many antigens.
The particular antigens that blacks have a much stronger reaction.
They don't, something about the antigens of black people is different than the ones of white people. So the distribution of vaccinations should be different. So black people, it's like that same thing where they say black women don't feel pain in hospitals, especially during pregnancies and shit. That's why they barely give them any medicine for pain. And that's why a lot of black women die in hospitals. There's a lot of mortality, black baby mortalities in hospitals because of the treatment of African Americans. And this has been going on for a long time. How they've treated black people in medicine, have been horrific. You know, the Dr. Mims guy, what's that guy? Dr. Mims, who was the father of gynecology, they just took down his statue in New York City. He would do experiments on black women slaves, gynecological experiments on black women slaves with no anesthesia. All these different doctors would just literally sexually abuse black women slaves so they could get studies on gynecology. And then they would put them in medical books and pretend like they worked on white women, which is unbelievably, horrifically atrocious as shit. This has been the history of the medical field. I mean, just recently there was a woman that was breaking black baby bones. Who's this cunt that did this shit? But she was a nurse who was breaking bones of African American babies, black babies. This cunt, who I hope rots in hell and gets the same thing done to her in hell. So a lot of times African Americans go to hospitals. They don't want to go. If you talk to old African American people, old black people, they go, I don't want to go to no hospital. I don't want to go to no hospital. Even Richard Pryor said it. He said, I don't want to die in a hospital shit. I want to be in the street where someone can see my ass. That's real shit. So RFK answers this question, boys. I didn't say that. What I said was, I said that black people don't have as many antigens, and I didn't really mean it like that. This is the guy that's supposed to be the Secretary of Health with that voice. With that voice.
There's a series of studies, I think most of them by Poland.
Are you teaching singing lessons too? I teach you how to sing. I'm not trying to make fun of the guy, but I just think it's ironic and weird that he is going to be supposedly going to be the Secretary of Health. And does he sound like he's anything of health? I think blacks blacks are magical. You guys are kind of magical. I mean,
come on, look at your sports, your athletics. You guys barely aged, so I just think you guys are kind of like superheroes to me. I didn't mean to say it's not racist. I'm not racist. My father wasn't racist. His brother wasn't racist. What I'm saying is that black people should think you guys don't ever get sick ever. It's what I'm saying. The fuck out of here. You know that TV show Grey's Anatomy? Well, you know it comes from the actual book, Grey's Anatomy, which you have to study in medical school, nursing school. I was a pre-med science major in college, so I had to study Grey's Anatomy book. Well, the way they got all the information, you know, you open the book, all the it shows everything, all the inner working. It's funny actually. Information by buying slaves back in the early 1900s, they would buy slave bodies like it was cattle, and they would do all kinds of horrible experiments on the skin. Black men, black women, no anesthesia, no nothing. This is what they would do, and then after they would get all their experiments and all of their information, they would go back to the books, to the medical journals and Grey's Anatomy book, and they would draw. All the bodies were white, if you notice that. But they got all their information from cutting up and mutilating black bodies. And then they would lie in the medical journals, like saying, hey, yeah, we use white men, white women, all lies. There's a book. You can read it. It's called Medical Harry.
That shit's been conveniently cutting off. I've been talking about some black history. What the fuck is going on, YouTube?
What's going on, Mother Truckers, and welcome to Mother Trucker News. Email us at mothertruckernews@gmail.com. Really apologize on this late post today. First off, I just want to say thank you to everybody that had prayers for my aunt when I went to the Bay Area to see her. But I did get a message from my cousin that she passed away today. So, you know, it's just been a lot going on today, so I apologize for putting this video up late, but thank you. Let's get into today's video and what's going around and how things can affect trucking in America with news that's happening.
So these are the tax priorities of the Trump administration that the president has laid out for members in that meeting today. No tax on tips, which is obviously a very public campaign promise that the president made. No tax on seniors' Social Security. No tax on overtime pay. Renewing President Trump's 2017 middle-class tax cuts. Again, these are the president's priorities. Adjusting the SALT cap. Eliminate all the special tax breaks for billionaire sports team owners. Close the carried interest tax deduction loophole. Tax cuts for Made in America products. This will be the largest tax cut in history for middle-class working Americans. The president is committed to working with Congress to get this done.
First off, the first thing that everyone's talking about here is President Trump's tax priorities and what these deductions can mean and how that specifically can or may not affect truck drivers. So the first one says no tax on tips, no tax on senior Social Security, no tax on overtime pay, renewing the Trump tax cuts, adjusting the SALT cap, eliminating special tax breaks for billionaire sport team owners, closing the carried interest loophole, tax cuts for Made in America products. So here's a few things, right? No tax on tips, definitely doesn't have anything to do with truck drivers. No tax on seniors Social Security. So that's one that I think that's going to be great. You know, as of right now, if you're going to be 62, you can start getting your Social Security, but if you wait until you're 70, then you can get that full and not get taxed on that. So I can see that being great for truck drivers that are retiring. Now, no tax on overtime pay. We need to get into this one because a lot of people are confused that are new in trucking and don't understand why we do not get overtime pay in trucking. So it kind of sucks, but there are a few occupations that do not get paid overtime, and trucking for the most part is one of them, right? And the other one, of course, the billionaire, that has nothing to do with us. The loophole doesn't. Tax cuts for made in America products. So will you be buying more made in America products if you know that you get tax cuts on them? It could make things cheaper. I wonder what that will do for our economy if everything is made in America first. But overall, let's get into why majority truck drivers, if not all, do not get paid overtime pay for the most part. Alright, so interstate truck drivers, right? Drivers who transport hazardous materials or operate in interstate commerce, which means go state to state, are exempt from overtime pay. This includes drivers, loaders, mechanics, and drivers, helpers, right? Now, why is that? So we all know about our hours of service, right? So let me read this to you right here. So truck drivers are exempt from overtime pay due to motor carrier exemption within the Fair Labor Standards Act, FSA, which was truckers from working hours by regulating their driving time. That's why we have ELDs today, right? So essentially making overtime pay unnecessary to ensure road safety. However, this is often result in truck drivers working long hours without additional compensation beyond their base pay. Now, truck drivers, you know, are upset that they do not get overtime pay. You know, the American Trucking Association, for the most part, you know, their CEO does not believe that this would be a good thing if truck drivers did get this, because he believes that trucking is a blue-collar job and a highly paid one at that, in comparison to other blue-collar jobs, which I don't think so. Now, there was a bill that came out that was called the God Truckers Act, and basically what that would do was, it was a bill to guarantee overtime pay for employed truck drivers. You know, some people think that that would be good. People think that that would make prices rise up. But if President Trump is going to allow overtime pay and not tax you on that, you know, that definitely can change a lot of truck drivers' lives. You know, what are your thoughts about this? Do you think that truck drivers should be included with overtime pay? Yes or no? Especially with President Trump's new act to not tax overtime pay?
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Let's dive in to today's a bit confused. No, I'm joking, that's a joke, that's a joke. We're stargazing tonight, everybody. If you've got night vision goggles, then you're winning.
God, I can't stress this enough. Play with your cat, okay? Play with it, okay?
Gosh, instructions unclear. With the silence, I'm flipping immediately new. No, it's not the same. Okay, cat is cat, but no.
It goes out to you.
I just realised who that was supposed to be. Ooh. This is diabolical. The internet is undefeated. I must say the production of that video was very, very good.
Why does the human eye have a nerve connecting it directly to the anus?
It doesn't.
It does, because when you pick your bomb, you sort of go like that.
Oh, I feel like he is so serious and she is so unserious. He's thinking, why am I here? Why am I doing this interview? What is going on? Or maybe he's just ignoring the facts. So actually maybe she's correct, but I never really thought about that. How does she keep a straight face? I'd be giggling trying to ask that question. Anyway, I think they call it the third eye. Yeah. The third eye. should never, ever, ever eat somebody else's house. Like, if the toilet was never used, idea. It's so much more I want. The power of the drag. She caused an avalanche. We're all desperate to reach her like, boys will be boys. She just ran away. She just ran away like nothing happened, like it wasn't her fault. It's not her fault the barrier was filled with sticks.
Told you that I was a skinny, petite Asian model. But in reality, I'm a 5'10", 300-pound black man from China.
Wow, damn, I could have told you that myself. No, that's crazy. The woman at the back is holding her heart because she already knew. She already knew what was going on. This show, as well as Jeremy Kyle, there's another one as well. I can't remember the name. That was TV show growing up. That's my of a kid. She got humour though, she did find it funny. The fact that she has to try and be so serious, and this is just unserious. Do they not have any moderations in the chat? Any moderators? Anywhere? No? So this is what happens when you go to casinos online. Lots of trolling. Magic trick, that is so good. So where does bubbling come from? Honestly, at first I thought the water was pouring on the floor. Okay, no, not at first. When she showed it, I was like, okay, the water's on the floor. And then I heard bubbling. Ah. How did she hold it for so long? I'd be joking. I think something fell out of your back pocket, sir. I just dribbled all the way down his legs. Came out of his trousers. How loose! Maybe it was the bumps. Yeah, we're gonna go with the bumps. But maybe you've got to size up a little bit if it's falling out like that.
Oh, where? Oh, no, I swear to God, get it out of my room, Dad.
See, dad jokes are funny when they come from a dad. That was great. That was the best thing. He is the best. Aw. I love the way he just said his joke and then just, moved forward to continue his life. Like, bye. That is so good. I'm going to do that to my friends later. They're scared of mice.
Is that Mrs. Martinez or Mr. Martinez?
Right, I'm gonna go to sleep later. Night. Would you mind turning the brightness on?
I love the dedication of bringing the leaf blower into the bedroom. I feel like this is very, very, very accurate. Why? Why one so considerate and the other is not considerate? Where everybody is definitely living the same life. I feel like this is a universal problem.
Are you serious?
Aww, the man looks so impressed. He's like, wow, look at my child. Poodles are so smart. I like poodles, they are so cute. I can't even get my dog to come in from outside, let alone getting him to walk up the stairs like a human. Man, everyone's so angry. Now you crawl on all fours. Did you think it's cute and fun? What the hell just wrong? Is it? I don't know. It doesn't work. I mean, the dog looks happy and healthy, so I'm not sure.
See that guy? That used to be me. Overweight, tired all the time, flabby and unfulfilled.
I'm not sure. I don't know how to think about this video. Do you know why I'm laughing? I'm laughing because half of his body is wet. So we just know that he has fallen from the surface of the ice many times. It's like, this is my moment, let me show guy. He's a diva. You smash that. If anything, your friends were interrupting his video. Like, you all want to see some real ice skating? Let me show you. Women, men. Starting was like the sad emoji, and then the ending was the skeleton emoji. Oh, when the tissue came up, I knew there was going to be a plot twist.
Is that a place and a point for them to raise that? Was it a done deal by the time the manual?
It's actually an opportunity for members of parliament to actually digest and go through the documentation that is going to be presented to the public. And the opportunity for proper engagement is actually after the tabling of the...
No, because how did she just carry on like nothing happened? When I heard the first like, what was that? I thought he'd farted, honestly. Or I thought she'd slapped his leg. I thought, okay, no. And then I read the caption, ooh, I knew the time's coming when the chair was going to snap. And the first like snap, he was like living on borrowed time. Anyway, she carried on with, well, we just lost that guest to technical difficulties. That's funny. I feel bad.
Okay, why can't we as bros just compliment each other's names? Hi, Mom.
She walked into a council meeting like, oh, I feel like I shouldn't be here. I feel like I should not be listening to this. It's like they're saying, she's right behind me, isn't she? That was perfect timing. Maybe not for you, but for us and for the video, it was perfect timing. I like pulling your hair back into a ponytail is a man's love language. We're going? No, I just put my hair up. No, his clothes were laid so perfectly onto him. I didn't realise that they weren't even on him. That some people just cannot multitask. I am one of them, to be honest. I would definitely accidentally throw the apple at somebody.
What the? Dory! What's wrong? Tori, it's not funny. Where's my kid?
Where's my kid? Mom, help me!
Tori? Tori?
Mom was about to cry. No, that was too late. You took that prank way too far. But she started to cry. Oh, she really said, where's my kid? Like she was Liam Neeson or something. I feel bad for the guy in the video. Like, he's just being used as a scene. Nah, like I know I laughed, but it's a bit messed up. You can't do your mum like that.
Breathe.
She was trying to turn that smile into a frown, just like if I just disguise it as a frown, because the lip was hanging on for dear life, like, but well, does grinning count as well? She didn't grin. Nah, I'm with her here, backing her up. Give her her prize.
Anything is left, how can I help you?
Hello. Excuse me, actually my English is not good.
Okay.
But you know Tom and Jerry?
Yes, the cartoon?
Yeah, Jerry is here in my room.
I'm sorry?
Jerry is here in my room.
You have a mouse in the room?
Yeah. Please come here and when you come here, Bring Tom with you.
But we don't have Tom in the hotel.
Okay, come please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bring Tom with you is how we get Jerry out of my room. This is why every hotel needs a Tom. Yes, let's have a cat. But Tom never got Jerry. So why are you getting Tom?
Okay, check this out. This chocolate literally fragments fat cells into tiny pieces and pushes them out of the body so quickly that we have ink.
So why are you getting Tom?
Oh, yeah. Oh, handsome? Oh, thank you. Want to call me? All right, come on. Bro, what? Hey, gender. What do you mean, hey? What is your gender?
Transgender.
Jack came in with the clutch and save. You see the beads of sweat fall on Speed's forehead like, oh no. You're already halfway there now, you can't turn back. Because that's awkward as well. The silence is way too loud.
How many does he have left? Don't get back here!
Did you just say go get my belt? No.
Yes.
Leave him. Shouting is not teaching, okay? I feel like this is going to be me with my kid though. We're just going to start shouting. How do you get? Take one away. From 3, and now it's 2, not 4. Oh, I know he's got tears and homework. Nah, leave him be, please. Maybe maths is not his strongest subject. It's okay, it's fine.
It's your class.
Julie, tell me, what do you think about whilst you're doing yoga?
Julie, what do you think about while you're doing yoga?
I try to clear my mind.
But that doesn't take long. Do a bit of mindfulness.
Do you want to guide us through a bit of a meditation, Sadia?
It's over to you.
It's over to you.
Right, everyone breathe in through your nose.
Thank you, Sadia.
Okay, that's enough, thanks.
There you go, how to kill Sadia's self-esteem in less than 3 seconds. Well, that'd be a dream job though, just getting paid to roast strangers. No, I couldn't, I feel so bad. I feel so guilty. Yes, British humour. How are they moving like that? I'm not laughing because it looks funny, I'm just laughing because they're just moving like that, like so up and down. She kind of pulled the outfit off though. They're nearly triangular, nearly. They're getting there. Jiggle physics options set to high. Ow! Ow! Wow, of course, comments, of course. Somebody said, why did the video not start earlier? Somebody else said, I just created iron plastic for watching this. Alright, we have come to the end of the video. I hope you have enjoyed it. Please hit the like button and the subscribe button and turn the bell notification on. See you next time I post a video. I also have a Patreon, come and join us over there. Other than that, thanks for watching. Have a lovely rest of your day and I'll catch you next time. Bye!
Looking to get jacked, man, boy?
I'm just looking for some clean protein.
Clean. King is always.
Building bigger shoulders doesn't require flashy exercises or hitting your delts from extreme angles. In fact, the classic movements you're already doing are often the most effective. The key, however, lies in selecting the best variations of these exercises to maximize muscle activation while keeping your joints healthy for long-term progress. And that's exactly what I want to share with you in this video. The 5 best shoulder exercises for men over 40 who want to build bigger delts without the worry of aches and pains. But before we can train our shoulders optimally, we must first understand some basic anatomy. The deltoids are divided into 3 heads: the front or anterior delts, the side or lateral delts, and the rear or posterior delts. The front delts flex the shoulder, the side delts abduct the shoulder, shoulder, and the rear delts extend the shoulder as well as externally rotate them. As you can probably tell, no single exercise can hit all three heads effectively. Thus, we'll need a bit of variety in our shoulder training. While you're likely already performing the right type of movements, maximizing your shoulder training will come from choosing the most optimal variations of these exercises. Variations that accomplish a few things. They maximize tension through a full range of motion, they allow for consistent progression, and they prioritize stability to protect your joints. Now, with that out of the way, let's jump into the 5 best shoulder exercises for men over 40. Exercise number 1, seated Smith machine shoulder press. The Smith machine provides unmatched stability thanks to its fixed bar pad. This reduces the demand for stabilizer muscles, allowing you to direct all your energy into the delts. Unlike free weights where balance and technique can limit your performance, the Smith machine lets you train closer to true muscle failure. And according to this study, training to failure is an essential trigger for muscle growth. The question then becomes, why a seated variation versus standing? According to this study, seated overhead pressing allows you to lift about 10% more weight compared to standing presses. This directs more growth-producing tension to the delts, making this variation even more effective for hypertrophy. And while the front delts are the primary movers, studies highlight that machine overhead presses also significantly activate the mid-delts. This study, for example, showed that seated barbell overhead presses activated the mid-delts almost as much as lateral raises. This is because pressing in the frontal plane combines shoulder flexion with shoulder abduction, making it a highly efficient way to stimulate both heads. So, the seated Smith machine shoulder press allows you to push more weight safely, push harder, and provide a great deal of tension for 2 of the 3 heads. Exercise number 2, cable lateral raises. When it comes to building the side delts, few exercises are as effective as lateral raises. The problem with traditional lateral raises, however, is that they provide little to no tension in the bottom part of the range. Cables, on the other hand, allow for constant tension from start to finish. This results in greater load exposure, allowing the mid-delts to remain under tension for longer durations compared to dumbbell variations. And since the mid-delts are active throughout the entire range of motion, the constant tension of the cable makes it a superior variation. And if you want to make this exercise even more effective, try crossing your working arm in front of your body, beginning the exercise from a more stretched position. One big mistake most trainees make when performing lateral raise variations is lifting with their pinky higher than their thumb. Studies show that this hand position reduces subacromial space, increasing the risk of impingement. Instead, keep your hand in a neutral position, palms facing downward. An EMG study that compared internal, neutral, and external rotation during lateral raises confirmed that the neutral grip activates the mid-deltoids most effectively. The same study also compared lateral raises with the arm extended versus flexed at 90 degrees. They found that keeping your arm straighter during lateral raises increases the moment arm, leading to better side delt activation. This allows you to effectively stimulate the muscle without relying on heavy weights, thus less wear and tear on your joints. Exercise number 3, reverse pec deck flies. The reverse pec deck is one of the most effective exercises for isolating the rear deltoids. By bracing your chest against the machine, you ensure that all the force generated by the weight is directed into the posterior delts. In fact, this study shows that reverse pec deck flies achieve roughly 90% muscle activation in the posterior delts. And this study examining shoulder extensors reveals that the posterior delts gain significant leverage for
What's up guys, you are watching Physical Fitness. So let's start this video with the recent physical data from Weekend Watch, which is about 14 weeks out from this year's meet. Now, it was kind of a shocking caption for Wigan, specifically the word that he mentioned, because Wigan was probably the never touched that kind of body weight, even during the peak of his off-season. It was just a joke, and he is just shy of 300 pounds in this outfit. Now, just to give you guys a little bit of perspective on how big and thickly built Nick Walker is. For those of you guys who do not know, the mutant is 5'6", and the man is still heavier than Wigan at 14 weeks out. Well, Wigan is close to 6 feet tall, and Wigan most definitely wins the aesthetic part of the belt. The flow, the shape, the small waistline, the classic lines, especially against a guy like Nick Walker, who is more thickly built and kind of a blockier bodybuilder. But that is just one aspect of bodybuilding, because on the other hand, Nick Walker just has way too much muscle and freak factor on his frame. If we go deep into that comparison, now Wigan has a nice X-ray, but does anyone else think that his parts from the front, they definitely precise, more outer parts? Now we will be able to paint a better picture as he gets more shredded and gets closer to that contest red shape. And Stefan is character, he is so confident that Wigan this time will no longer have that dreaded look on the chest on the stage, because in the past, he flattened out almost every single time, and that used to severely impact his overall look on the stage. Now Wigan thinks he can win the Olympia in the future. So let's start with that look, and with him taking a full year off last year, and we expect to see some major upgrades in his physique and some massive improvements. Now we do not know whether Nick Walker is gonna be doing the Neon Pro, and let me show you guys one thing. There will be other good competitors in this year's Neon Pro lineup. For instance, Martin Fitzpatrick, who has already confirmed. Guys, this Olympia Signature Series is now live on Hostel. Use the code PRESIDENT to get 10% discount, and click the arrow below to check out all the Hostel products. Next up, we have an update from Brendan Carey. So his arms are looking exploding full right now, and less than 3 weeks out from this year's Arnold. So this is probably going to be the show, which is going to determine Brendan's future as a competitor in the men's open, because the man took a big hit at the Olympia last year, dropping down to 9th place, which was totally unexpected, especially in a sense that even last year, when he was admitted to the hospital just 1 day before the prejudging, was still able to place top 4 in the world that year. So with the new physiques improving and coming in at such a fast pace, Brendan is going to face an even bigger challenge at this year's Arnold. Now, I think we can all agree Brendan Carey has never been truly shredded, even when he first won the Arnold back in 2019, which I believe was the best physique of his career. And later in that same year, he won the Olympia. Even then, he wasn't truly shredded. Now, I have no idea why Brendan doesn't get the respect that he deserves, because even though the Olympia lineup back in 2018, that was kind of a weak one, but the man kept on placing second in the next 2 years, beating guys like Hadi Chauhan and even Philippines in 2020. So the most exciting part of Brendan and this year's Arnold is that him trying to bring in more detail and a more ripped physique, and let the cards fall where they may. And I think we might be looking at a totally new package from Brendan, kind of the same package that we saw from him back in 2020, when he was shredded, but a bit downsized. Guys, Gorilla Beer is offering a massive discount of up to 70% right now. Use the code FEZZY10 to get 10% extra discount.
How are you feeling in 3 weeks ago? I'm feeling like shit. It's the feeling you're supposed to feel in 3 weeks. I feel like shit, but do you see my face? You see my nose and my eyes all sunny or something? I feel like shit, man. The only reason I feel good today is because Sunday is the rest of it.
This response right here perfectly sums up how almost every bodybuilder feels like during the last few weeks of a bodybuilding. And it doesn't matter how many times you do that. It never becomes easy. It's always a struggle, especially when you are trying to beat your previous best. And based on Samson's history, he isn't one of those guys who gets peeled that easily. He has to suffer to bring out that extra detail. In fact, this was his main problem up until the Olympia this year, or I'm gonna say up until the Arnold Ohio back in 2024, and he improved on that tremendously from that point onwards to the Arnold UK to the Olympia last year. So, in order to beat the Olympia look, he has to dig even deeper for this one. And some of us heard this time and time again, that it is called the Hell Week, which is about to start for Samson now. And it is literally unbelievable that this guy, who is over 300 pounds, how is he able to maintain that kind of muscle mass while he's eating only 3 eggs for breakfast. Yes, you guys heard that right.
Assumption at what place would you be at the auto? I have absolutely no idea. You know, I can only estimate. And that's based off obviously what we weighed at the Olympia. You know, Olympia is 304 pounds. And so I don't know, we've definitely got bigger since then. So I can only estimate from that point on. And even then, it's just guessing.
And as always, they haven't been checking in his weight weekly. But considering he looks bigger than his Olympia friend, he's most probably gonna be a few pounds heavier at the Arnold compared to what we saw at the Olympia last year. Now, bodybuilding can be very tricky, and there are absolutely no guarantees. I mean, look at Derek Leslie. He pushed way too hard for those final few weeks, but he just did not get to present that design look on the stage. And that's what makes this upcoming arc very interesting. So what are your expectations? Can he beat his Olympia look in 3 weeks' time? Let's take a look at the Frankenstein, probably the most jaw-dropping physique update from the 90s, especially when you take the height, the aesthetics, and everything in perspective. Paul Dillette. So this one is from the Ironman 96, where he placed second behind Flex Meter. So Paul doesn't get mentioned enough among the guys with the biggest arms ever in bodybuilding, although he should be, because he had incredible guns. Now, just as always, people have a tendency to glorify the past, saying that he would win the Olympia today, especially the ones who saw Paul Dillette in person when he was in his prime. They say that a lot, but let's just keep it real. Samson Dauda is just way too complete, even for Paul Dillette, and as great as Paul was, his back was non-existent, especially his back double biceps, and that is one of the biggest reasons he did not place as high as he could have, because he was competing in the era of the great Dorian Yates, that guy with arguably one of the greatest back of all time. But there is just no denying this fact, that Paul's physique to this day has to be one of the most powerful physiques to ever step on a bodybuilding stage. He looked in a super condition here in 96, and there was one time when he was at the brink of beating Kevin Levon and winning his first ever Arnold. That was back in 94. Sadly, Paul could not finish the competition due to some. So where did you among the most dropping physiques of all time? Michael Double checking in at 3 weeks out from this year's Arnold. Flat, depleted, and miserable, but highly motivated to make this a memorable one, because on paper, he's the guy to challenge Mike Solo at this show, because he is the second highest placing guy in this year's Arnold lineup from the Olympia last year. So the one way to describe Michael's conditioning was at his appearance at the same show last year when he coached himself, and there wasn't an ideal prep for him, even though he was quote-unquote kind of off, especially for his standards. But still, the man was one of the most right guy on that stage, and seeing Wesley smash that lineup, that was extremely motivating for many of these guys, including Michael Double. Wesley came out of nowhere, and that is exactly what Michael Double aims to do in 3 weeks' time. Now, I don't think people are sleeping on him. Everyone knows. You just cannot be more right than Michael. And even if you miss slightly, he's gonna beat you. So the stakes are very high. Now, we would definitely like to see what his physique will look like if they increase the weight limit for classic physique for, let's say, 5 more pounds in the future. Because Michael certainly loses a lot of muscle, some of his raw factor, while making that victory. So hit the thumbs up button if you like the video, and smash the subscribe button if you wanna come back for more. Thanks for watching.
Vita Mahjong, designed for seniors. Large tiles.
World. In other words, brothers and sisters, there is no one to save us but us. In case no one told you this, I'm telling you this. They told me. They thought I was right. So you know Dr. Fraser? I was in an all-white event. I'm sort of, maybe God put me here as a spy, a double agent. We will not be saving black people. No. In fact, White folks are not even thinking about black people. Do you know who white folks are thinking about? Well, they're thinking about white folks. They're thinking about their children, their wives, their husbands, their communities, their businesses, their educational system. They're not thinking about you. I had a good white friend who said to me not long ago, he said, George, I know the problem with black people. I said, oh, really? Really, Bob? What might that be? He said, you spend all your time thinking about us, and we don't spend any of our time thinking about you. Therefore, if you're not thinking about you, and we damn sure ain't thinking about you, who's thinking about you? Well, I had to do a Holy Ghost dance. Sometimes I feel that we are searching for a key to an unlocked door.
Dr. Fraser, a visionary, a connector, and a leader. For decades, he's been a beacon of inspiration, champion.
I saw Chris and I went
delicious.
I look, keep my drip like 1 through 10. This is real fresh, but it's really something slight, you know what I'm saying? Look on Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday after.
You look good. I give you that 10.
Oh, okay. I like it. No, I really like it. So look, would you date a dude just like this?
Yeah, I dare do just like that.
Yeah, I date you too. Okay. Can you like a 360 for the camera? Let me. Oh my. Wait, can you get it again just a little bit? Yeah. Oh my God. Wait, can I fix this?
Yeah, you can grab it.
I can grab it? Oh my. Wait, can I slap it?
Yeah. You gotta see if it's jigging up.
Oh my God. Wait, can I eat it? No, for real. Can I? Tonight. I'm not playing. I saw Chris and I went.
Juicy.
Hey, look, can you rate my drip like 1 through 10? This is something slight, you know what I'm saying? Real pressure though. Man, you gotta go all the way back.
I give you a 9.
Out of 10, I like you too. So look, would you date a dude just like this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, look. Can you like a 360 for the camera? Let me, wait, can it clap? Oh my God, wait, can I grab it?
You're going too far.
Can I grab it? For the coach.
That's the big.
Oh my God. Damn, wait. Hey, so I'm Chris and I'm here with
Yoshi.
Hey, look, can you rate my drip like 1 through 10? You know, this is real press, I'm slight though.
You look good. I give you a nice little 9.
Alright, a 10, I like you too. So look, would you better do dressed like this?
Yeah, you tight.
Oh, okay, I like you. No, I like you. Can you like a 360 for the camera? Let me, wait, can we clap? Can you shake it just a little bit? Oh my God.
Right.
Oh my God. Wait, can I grab it?
A little tap.
I can grab it?
A little tap.
I wanna, like, tap it or grab it? Wait, can I please grab it? Please? I wanna grab it, but don't do me like that. For the coach. Oh my God. Can I eat it, please?
Stop.
I saw Chris and I went.
Respect.
I look, can you rate my drip like 1 through 10? You know, this is real pressure, something slight.
A 10.
Yeah, real pressure. Thank you, I like you too. So look, would you date a dude just like this?
Yeah.
Oh,
A 10.
Oh, I like you. I love you. So look, can you like a 360 for the camera? Let me, wait. Can it clap? Can you shake it just a little bit? Oh my God. Wait, can I grab it?
A little bit.
I can grab, okay. Oh my God. Wait, can I slap it?
A little bit.
Okay, let me. Oh my, wait, can I eat it, please?
No.
Wait, can I slap it one more time?
No.
One more time?
Okay, one more time.
Okay, let me see. Oh my God. Wait, I want to eat it.
Did you always want to be in this line of work? I always wanted to be famous. This could be the defining role of your career.
White collar crime, you say?
Am I under arrest or something?
At the moment, no. 12 seconds later.
So I'm being charged?
That's right now, yes. I must admit, this is going to be a welcome break from the blacked out screaming goats getting cuffed and stuffed for a Dewey and kicking and screaming and spitting in the back of a squad car. Let's take a look at how the high IQ felons leverage financial crimes to fill their house full of shit.
Thank you, body cam. Addition for this one, she defrauded her employer for $2 million before getting caught.
No, I'm on the phone with my lawyer. I'm on the phone with my lawyer.
That you are.
What started as a simple audit quickly unraveled into $1 million fraud investigation. Over several years, a financial administrator of corporate services allegedly stole over $1.3 million, exploiting her access to payroll systems, company accounts, and financial records to funnel money directly into her personal bank account. The scheme ran unchecked from 2017 to 2023, with fraudulent payroll deposits, forged checks, and unauthorized transfers, allowing her to siphon company funds without detection. Investigators later discovered she used a security fob issued by the company to access its banking system. By generating unique authorization codes, she could approve direct deposits to herself while making them appear as legitimate employee payments. From late 2022 alone, she transferred over $380,000, 12 times her expected salary in just 6 months. But it didn't stop there. Auditors found forged checks with her signature. Some originally intended for company expenses, but instead cashed for personal use. She also used company accounts to purchase luxury items, shipping personal orders directly to her home by altering the company's Amazon shipping address. By the time investigators tallied up everything, the total amount stolen was estimated at $1.36 million.
I mean, you gotta appreciate the entrepreneurial drive to just use your company's funds as some sort of personal slush fund to buy yourself luxury items. I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often than it does for people that are in positions of payroll. Most companies, I imagine, have incredible safeguards in place to make sure they can immediately tell if you're stealing from them. But to have this go on for 5 years before getting caught, I mean, it's the type of thing where it's a matter of enjoy it while it lasts.
She admitted signing fraudulent checks but denied any wrongdoing. Locked out of company systems, she was escorted from the building. A follow-up meeting was scheduled, but she never showed. By May 2023, authorities had built a solid case. Detectives secured search warrants for her personal bank accounts and residence, executing them on May 25th, 2023.
So she gets fired, barred from the building, they build a case, and now it's D-Day. She knows what's coming. A riot shield? Let's fucking go, dude. We're getting in there one way or another. Say goodbye to your dogs. Little Hail Mary. Full of grace. If you just don't answer the door, are you really guilty? You know?
Get out, please! Search warrant! Get out, please! Search warrant!
She's in there like furiously feeding documents to the paper shredder.
All these chicks! Open the door!
Hiding all of her luxury goods.
Open the door! I have a search warrant! Open the door! Yes! Open the door or I'm gonna break your door.
You know why they're here. Sure. Good. Please God, so those dogs can shut the hell up. I mean, right out of the gates, we got ourselves a hoarder here, folks. I mean, it takes a certain type of individual level of degenerate financial crime. That part of your brain that's tapped the wrong way that gives you the green light to do some dumb shit to fuck your life. Squalor.
My purse or anything?
No. Do you have to go up with them?
Let go of the phone now. No, I'm on the phone with my lawyer. I'm on the phone with my lawyer. Let go of the phone.
You don't get your call yet.
I'll stay with you.
You know, in her defense, maybe this is 4D chess. She's like, I know they're eventually gonna come arrest me. And I got fired from the job. They're building a case. We know what's going down. I'm just gonna make my house an absolute catastrophe, so they just give up before they actually find anything relevant. Smart girl.
According to Car and Driver, the Honda Prologue has a more refined driving experience than the Tesla Model Y. Buy online, reserve select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer today.
It's called a Let me tell you about it. You find anything relevant. Smart girl.
I'm gonna hang out with you, okay?
Can you please explain to me what's going on?
Really?
Once we make sure that everything's safe. Okay. Right. No one else they told anything like that?
No.
If they were, you wouldn't be able to find them.
Can I call my lawyer at least? Like, so I have to wait until you guys make it.
There's a certified signed by a judge that says that we will be speaking to us.
Definitely the type of place that just has dog piss everywhere. Guaranteed it just reeks of piss in there. Been there. Smelled that. Oh, someone's birthday. Congratulations. Or was that Mother's Day even? God almighty.
Mother said I shouldn't open the door or do anything until you guys can contact them. That's not.
Yeah, that's
I've got the first one signed by it. It's not like I asked it. I've got it by the judge.
Okay.
Like, what's going through her head? You would think she's been preparing however many weeks or months the investigation took to make sure that there was no sort of paper trail or evidence in her house. Even though I would imagine most of that is already online through following the money, that is the reason these detectives are there in the first place. And at this point, I guess it's more like looking for the luxury goods or things she might have bought using company money. If she was smart, she would have got rid of it. Assuming it's probably in there somewhere in the pile of shit. Speaking of financial crime, today's video sponsor, Aura, helps to make sure you're not a victim on the other end of some white-collar bullshit like identity theft. Let's take a listen.
Can I at least call someone to get my kids still from school? Like, this is delaying the process if I can't call them and at least say that. My kid gets out of school at 12.
Got a little bit of time for that, but I will make you let you make one more. It's 9:30.
Yeah, you got plenty of time. It's 9:30, bro.
Truck run. Why can't I call them to tell them to get back here now? I don't have any money to count. I'll pick up my kid.
We'll let you make that call. Okay, just not at this moment. Okay, we gotta make sure the house is safe, everyone's safe, and then we'll start having a conversation.
Young lady, first floor.
This guy's the riot show. Like, it's probably just standard off, but.
Expect that more up. Yeah, there's deep corner right.
And then there's one room that's like completely normal. I'm so confused. You got a wire management on my TV though.
That's going now.
My tablet's part of it too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Check the old purchase history.
15 seconds, we'll be done.
I can't imagine just for 5 years, like embezzling your company's money to use for your own personal pleasures at a whim. It's like a rush the first time you do it, and then you realize no one really noticed. Just a little bit here and there. Oh, I bought myself something on Amazon for $50. No one's gonna notice that. It's gonna get lost in a stack of fucking financial bullshit. In fact, I have the key fob. I'm in charge of all this shit. Why not try it again? And then a year goes by. And it just becomes second nature. And so then it just slowly ramps up. And by year 3 or 4, all of a sudden you're probably buying $5,000 necklaces. You're buying something for 15 grand. Well, they're still not noticing. At what point do you say enough is enough? cut your losses, get out of there without getting caught. That's the problem with people like this, is it's never enough. It's a mindset. They don't, you know what I'm saying? It's always going to go on until you eventually get caught, which is the obvious case here.
Hey, Lickle, she says he's out on a run right now. No one should be home.
Probably gets to a point it's not even a rush anymore. It's just a normal Tuesday at work. Gonna go in, move some money around, buy myself a new Hermes bag with my company's money, call it a day. What the hell is this guy doing? He really loves that ride, Chill. Jesus, dude. Are they sleeping in that room? Is that your kids' room? Yeah. God, look at this. Look at the filth, dude. I just can't imagine living like that. You're lifting 1.3 M's off your company over the course of a few years and you can't even hire a fucking cleaner? Are you okay? Maybe buy one less tennis bracelet with your company's money and just hire Consuela. Once or twice a month. Doesn't have to be crazy.
Good. Get under the bed.
You really can tell a lot about what's going on inside somebody's life when you get a peek inside their home.
Why do we want my text messages?
Uh-oh. Tough to delete those if the phone company has records. The moment she realized she was fucked.
I'm going to show you here, so you're going to have some squeeze on it, left foot in front of your right, your body on flat. Watch this.
The moment she realized she was fucked. Why do they want my text messages? Oh boy.
3 years now. Two I'm babysitting and 4 am mine.
6 dogs.
He's got the information for you. Okay. So, patients would please just put some on this way.
Why can't we stand? I would like to
Well, at this point in time, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to come down station with me. Okay.
For what?
As for right now, you're in custody. You're under arrest with death right now. Okay.
So I'm being charged?
Yes, right now, yes.
Okay, so when can I call my husband?
I'll let you as soon as we get down
And my
there.
lawyer.
I know you have a lot of questions, and I want to be as calm as possible. Okay. So as soon as we get down there, we'll sit down, we'll have a talk, and everything's situated.
Okay, this detective's either like a little bit nervous or he's just exasperated from having to withstand the smell of 6 dogs worth of piss in moldy laundry for the last 40 minutes of the search.
Here's some questions for you, and I'll let you make those one close if you too, okay?
So who's all under arrest? Who's all under arrest?
As of right now, you're the only one here, so as of right now, you're the only one that's being charged.
Who else would be charged? My husband would be charged?
At this point in time, I'm just concerned about talking to you, okay?
You said you can answer more of my questions.
We got to do this part first. We will talk to you more at the police department. So for now, we'll get out the end of that.
So when can I make my phone call? Because my kids get out at 12.
Stuff for police, thank you.
Yeah, it's only 9:30. You're just fine.
Pull your sleeve up a little bit, hair out of the way, so we don't get
I just want to know that more importantly, I would like to call. Well, you just saying because I don't even know what I'm being who's charging.
Actually, I'm being upfront now, so I've been doing this for almost 19 years.
Okay.
I'm not trying to bamboozle you.
Okay.
Like that, okay?
It doesn't even say who's charging me. It doesn't even say who's charging me.
We'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk about charges and whatnot. We'll be down there, like I said. Well, I'm not trying to bamboozle you. We're trying to get all these customers, trying to create this for the kids and whatnot. Get it all situated. Okay.
Huh. You think you should be able to say your former employer? I don't know. There's a reason why they're not.
Sorry, it's not the most comfortable, but I'll get you out.
Being more forthright.
Their boxes? Oh, they're just clearing stuff out of there. This is clearing stuff out of the vans. This is part of the search warrant, which items were listed here. Obviously, you got your copy. It's right here. You can, when we get down to PD, I'll let you look back over it again. Okay? Like,
very compliant, at least.
How long's your what? How long's your stuff going to be gone for? It's part of the investigation. Stuff's 100% honestly, I don't know, because if whatever's collected will be collected as evidence, and then it's got to go through, whether you take it to court, whether that's you take it to court, whether you're found guilty or you're found innocent, whatever, and then even he says
this guy's not the best linguist to say that
works
much.
out, when you're found innocent or innocent or charges are dismissed, that property will be returned to you. Okay? And right now, yes.
Be a tough day for the kids. Feel bad for them.
During the search of the suspect's home, investigators uncovered a significant amount of high-value items believed to have been purchased with fraudulent funds. Among the most notable finds was an estimated $116,000 worth of jewelry.
There you go.
Including a large diamond chain, multiple necklaces ranging from $1,000 to $15,000 each, earrings valued between $3,000 and $5,000 per pair, and a $20,000 diamond ring.
I mean, I could at least understand. I take that. I can't understand the motivation behind it. You're an idiot. But at least buy something cool. Maybe buy like a second property, invest some of the funds properly, a cool car or something. But jewelry, come on. You're gonna go through all that to get a couple of necklaces? God almighty. I don't understand it, but you know what? Some people have different priorities than I do, I guess. Oh yeah, and hire a fucking cleaner!
Financial documents seized from the home revealed forged checks made out in the suspect's name, totaling over $43,000, along with fraudulent direct deposit slips linked to the company's payroll system.
Madness.
Investigators also found evidence of Amazon purchases made using company funds, amounting to $28,500, which included electronics, clothing, and other personal luxury items. Additionally, records confirmed the suspect had fraudulently obtained company health insurance from 2019 to 2023 without paying her share, costing the company $39,000. In total, the loss to the company was estimated at nearly $2 million, with much of the stolen money funding a lavish lifestyle. A search of the suspect's phone revealed Google searches including, how much time do you get for money laundering? How much time do you get for fraud? How much time do you get for asset misappropriation?
I fucking love it, dude. This is like, I was just watching a video the other day, or I did a video with my wife where it was this dude who was being charged with murdering his wife and like killing her and hiding her body. And in court, they're just reading all of the fucking Google searches from the night of her disappearance and was like, how do you dispose of a body? How long does it take for a body to decompose? How to get away with murder? And they just there's like a list of like 45 Google searches. It's always the Google searches that are the smoking gun. And you know, I don't expect people like this to have more than 2 brain cells to rub together, but you gotta understand, the second you type something into a Google search bar, that's there forever. I'm sorry, they're gonna, if they need to, they're gonna find it, and it's gonna implicate you, and you're an idiot.
Class 1 felony Illinois sentence. What makes a person not get a bond in Illinois? And how to prove you did not misappropriate funds, indicating she was researching the potential legal consequences of her actions.
Oh shit.
The woman was charged with theft over $1 million.
Class 8 felony.
6 felony. Misappropriation of financial institution
jail time, yeah?
Over $1 million. Class X felony. Continuing financial crimes enterprise. Class 1 felony. And 3 counts of forgery. Class 3 felony. Her bond was set at $500,000, and she later pleaded not guilty.
Oh yeah?
This remains an open case with the last scheduled court date set for early 2025. Share your thoughts below and remember.
a good check. Do not cash it. Hey, that's y'all. Hey, I didn't try to catch it. If they verify it's a good check, go ahead and cash it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because when I go to the bank, I'm trying to verify that check. They verify my money. Yeah.
Did she try to cash it? She's saying she just came here to try to verify its validity.
No, she asked to verify the check. I asked if she spoke to her. She told me that she'll verify it. No intentions to do with the check. She was not to cash it with us. We asked her when the check came out. She said that she's been waiting for it. She's cold for it.
So, yeah.
And then magically just mailed her a $9,000 check.
Yeah.
$9,000 check. If the check was $50, 100, I give a benefit of the doubt. $455.78. You're walking out with a $900 benefit of the doubt, $1,200.
But not only does this car sound good, it looks good too, with an aggressive front end and sharp body lines that scream muscle car. However, right now they're extremely underpriced. A quick browse on Facebook Marketplace shows several Scouts in great condition for sale at around $10,000. These are the top 10 cheapest muscle cars. And not only are these cheap, but they're all from the 60s and 70s too, making them all undeniable classics. You know, usually cars from this era are gonna cost you a ton of money, but right now you can drive any one of these cars home for under $10,000. And I mean literally drive home, because in this price range, you certainly aren't buying junk. I got the marketplace listings to prove it. Up next, the 4th generation Nova, made from 1975 to 1979. This sleek little car here packs a 350 Chevy V8 and is known to be extremely reliable for a classic car. However, these were made at the peak of the gas crisis and emission laws, so the power is a bit lacking at only 170 horsepower. But I would like to add that the small block Chevy powering these react really well to mods. So if high horsepower is your thing, this car's still got you covered. And the best part about these cars is the price. Being one of the cheapest on the list, they tend to sell for between $5,000 and $10,000. But it wouldn't be right to talk about the Nova without mentioning its direct competition, the Plymouth Duster. Made from 1970 to 1976, the Duster had no shortage of trims available, including the Duster 340, 360, Twister, Custom Coupe, Gold Duster, Space Duster, and even the Feather Duster. And no, I didn't make that last one up. They actually made a car called the Feather Duster. But because they made so many special editions, it makes sense that some are going to be cheaper than others. They may not be the fastest, but they are by far the cheapest. It seems that all the cars I've mentioned so far are all on the smaller side, so let's change things up a little bit with the Pontiac Grand Prix. Pontiac, serving as the performance division of GM, decided to make a sporty full-size car with some American muscle under the hood, packing an array of V8 engines, the most powerful of which producing 390 horsepower, making this car well deserving of its name. However, because of this car's full size, some people may not consider it to be a true muscle car. But for those of you who are on a budget and not very picky, this should still perform really well. The next car, many Monte Carlos have been made over the years, most of which are really cool and budget friendly. However, since this is a 60s and 70s list, I'm going to be narrowing it down to the 1st generation, made from 1970 to 1972, because not only are these the most iconic thanks to movies like Tokyo Drift and special trims like the Big Block SS model, but they've consistently been the cheap muscle car go-to for several decades. And even still, it isn't hard to find a nicer one for sale within our $10,000 budget. Enjoying the video so far? Well, why not press that like button? It really helps us out. And why not subscribe while you're at it? Oh, and if you'd like to follow me on Instagram, it's DrakeMadden67. Hope to see you there. Getting right back at it with the Oldsmobile Cutlass. During this car's long 38-year production run, some versions were made that honestly weren't too great, but don't let that sway you from buying 60s, because those years, the Cutlass was anything but boring, being built on the same platform as the Chevy Chevelle and Pontiac Tempest, also offering a wide range of V8 options, delivering that power directly to the rear wheels, making the Cutlass worth every penny of the price they're selling for now. Up next, Ford Galaxy. Despite being not too well known today, the Galaxy was once very popular and even had a reputation for performance, earning it in the NHRA Superstock class with the limited production Galaxy Lightweight, and being a mainstay on the NASCAR circuit, racking up several wins in the hands of the Hallman Moody team. Now, fast forward to today, where it's super common to find nice condition Galaxies for sale, most of which are sitting right within our price range, which is good if you're a Ford guy, but if Chevy's your preference, then you might consider this next option, the Chevy Impala. Though originally skipped over by enthusiasts gravitating to the Chevelle, the Impala would still earn much respect thanks to the big block powered SS model. Not to mention that these cars practically printed money for Chevy, consistently being one of their best sellers and still being made to this day. But we don't want one of those, do we? What we're looking for is a classic, like one of these here. Now, be sure you get one of these while you still can, because they're starting to grow more valuable. Just like our last car for today, the Ford Gran Torino. I understand that to some people, not every car on this list is going to live up to their expectations of a muscle car. This one here is certainly not one of those, having all the right proportions, styling, and engine that qualify this as a true muscle car by any definition. And once you throw in this car's racing heritage, being one of the few Fords raced by Richard Petty, then it starts to make sense why these are starting to appreciate. But that doesn't mean that they're unobtainable just yet. Sure, they're just a bit over our $10,000 budget, but by this time next year, these are likely to cost much more than that. So be sure you get one while you still can. That's it for this video, guys. Hope you guys have a great day. I'll see you next time.
Feeling my husband with 8 inches was like reliving our first time. Thanks to the salt trick, he makes me gush like a broken...
What's up, family? Can't say you didn't see this one coming. Kanye West's X account has been deactivated. Not X as in Kim Kardashian, but X as in the social media platform, formerly known as Twitter. This comes after days of anti-Semitic, misogynistic, and racist rants. Yeah, this provoked allegedly Elon Musk to classify his account as NSFW, not suitable for work. Alright, fam, here we go. There's more to the story. Elon says that he classified Kanye's account as NSFW because Kanye was posting porn. Yeah, man. So the hateful words that divide us did not prompt him to deactivate the account or to declassify.
Shit, Willie. What do you think?
It was.
Elon's a Nazi. What the fuck you think?
Americans. Anyway, fam. The deeper part of the story is Kanye allegedly deactivated his own account after he was classified as not suitable for work by his own friend, Elon Musk. Kanye described his rant as cathartic, saying that he was using the world as a sounding board.
It is not hyperbole to say that
shivers down your spine. It should cause you alarm and distress. The Republican Party used to be a party that claimed it wanted the government out of people's lives, to let business do what business does, not to interfere in the policies of private companies. Now, Donald Trump has dispatched. Remember when there was a kerfuffle about men trying to get hired at Hooters because all Hooters hired were ladies? And Republicans roundly were opposed to this. Let Hooters do what Hooters are going to do. That's their business. It's their private business to do what they want, hire who they want to do. And now, in 2025, because Donald Trump is a racist, a white supremacist in charge of the largest, most effective white supremacy organization on the planet Earth, the Republican Party, he is dispatching, sicking his attorney general on private companies who utilize DEI to hire the people they choose to hire. People of color, black folks, Hispanics, women.
Are you afraid to pull up beside us? Oh, what the?
Walk yourself into that. A lot of people running around here think they can say whatever and do whatever to people. Learn your lesson.
Hey, everybody, how's your day going? Let's get started. Somebody decided it's in one of my toilets. I think it was pest control because they were here today when I left for work.
I'm not saying everybody that's crying is shedding crocodile tears. I'm not saying that at all. Do you feel the tears welling up and you're like, oh, this is going to be good, this is going to be viral? Oh my God!
My new phone. And I know it's pissed, by the way, and there's nobody to tell me. I already know.
I don't feel sorry. And in a situation like that, call the police. Imagine getting locked up for peeing in somebody's pot. Wait, hold on. I just realized something. Why did you leave strangers in your house? Why would you let these people roam around your house alone? I wouldn't do that at all, because you know what could happen. Case in point, somebody in your pants. What could you have possibly done to somebody that they would do something so heinous, right? I'm not up on the rules and regulations and the laws or anything like that, but shouldn't that put you on the sex offender list?
Well, you women always talk about how smart you are with all of your degrees, but you let a guy with a high school diploma manipulate you, yes. And that makes sense, and I'll tell you why. There's something called book smarts and street smarts. So those who are academically inclined have probably...
Yo, I wish she was here for this. I wish my wife was here for this. You know how many times we done had this conversation? She got all these degrees, bachelor's, master's. She got her name on research papers that are in Washington, D.C. I be bragging about all her academic accomplishments, but when it comes to plain old common sense, she get mad at me when I say shit like, yo, you should have known better.
They've been buried in books their whole life, a significant portion of their adult life, so they don't have street smarts, or don't tend to anyway. So they may not be able to read red flags, or read the room, or see through people's BS, or even learn how to manipulate, because that's not a skill that they would be learning when they're in school. People who are street smart tend to be able to read the room, read red flags. They're able to see through people's BS. They're able to learn how to manipulate because that might be a survival tactic that they had to learn. So of course, when we're talking about the skill of manipulation, someone who is street smart would have that skill. Now, if you put that same street smart person against the book smart person on a test or in the workplace, they'd probably lose in that arena too, because that's not their area of strength. That makes sense.
As somebody who's been around street smart people and book smart people, difference is like night and day. Don't get it twisted. There are definitely some chameleons out here who can play in both arenas. Book smart people who are definitely street smart, and those people are dangerous.
If you guys see this bubblegum booty baddie out on the road, she's mine, okay?
Boy, she worked for Amazon. I just want you to know she worked for Amazon. Is somebody in there be having her sprawled out one of them packages?
to smile to me this morning.
Hi.
Oh, my baby. What the?
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting that. But she did it in your face. It's probably him. He be having us sprawled out in them packages. Now, in all honesty though, when it comes to factory and warehouse jobs, everybody be in there sleeping around. The only thing is that Amazon, it is documented. Actually, I seen a story last month. These two Amazon workers got in a fight, and one of them ended up getting stabbed, and he died. And you know what they were fighting over? You guessed it. Some workplace vagina.
Story time how I caught my husband of 11 years cheating on me with a teller from the bank we went to. Oh, for 11 years, I had a happy marriage. No suspicions that my husband could have been bored or wanted to cheat on me. But little did I know that a teller at the bank too was trying to get at him, and I literally had no idea. I want to mention at the time of this, I'm 3 months pregnant. When I find text messages between him and her, I didn't know he was married, and he says he's never going to talk to her again. And me being pregnant vulnerable, I decided to stick it out and stay with him, regardless that he had the intent to cheat on me. And I thought it was done right then and there. I'm like, okay, you know, maybe he just needed to get out of the system. We have been together for 11 years. I said, I'm going to stand by my man. But a year goes by and he starts acting dumb. Starts not coming home. He starts not answering his phone. He starts coming home really late. He starts acting really funny. And we all know the signs. The old girl from a year ago, she started stalking on my social medias. So then I'm going, okay, 2 + 2 = 4. And I need to figure out what's going on. One day I go to his work site and I'm looking through his truck. He knows I'm looking through his truck, and then I'm looking for something that I had lost, and I find his tablet. And I don't know why I decide to go through his tablet, and calls start coming through. And it's old girl from last year. And so I answer and she hears my voice, and then she hangs up. Answers, hears my voice, and hangs up again. Answers, hears my voice again, and then hangs up again. This man had literally connected all his, he made all his calls from his phone go to.
Where's part 2? This sounds like one of our co-workers who caught her husband cheating. But I'm gonna tell y'all the story after this.
Connected all his, he made all his calls from his phone go to his tablet so that I wouldn't see any text messages or calls. I don't know how he did that, but that's what he did. So then I see all the messages and the calls between them, and I realized they had been having an affair. It never stopped. They had been having an affair. But the fact that this man went to these lengths to keep it from me, to make sure that his calls and his text messages were going to his tablet, I didn't even know that could really even happen. So I said that I'm gonna start screenshotting everything, right? I'm sending myself everything, but then I'm like, you know what, screw that.
Imagine you watching all my videos, laughing your ass off, but you still ain't subscribed. You got commitment. You got commitment issues, dog. It's free. It is free for you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. That way, YouTube not gonna control when or how you see my videos. Come on, people. What's going on? What are you waiting for? I ain't begging. I'm asking nicely. Don't make me ask you again.
I'm gonna take the whole entire tablet. I run to my car. I get in the car. He sees me. I know he's seen that I have the tablet. So he calls me and he's like, I know you know everything. I've been wanting to tell you that I want to leave you for this woman. I'm leaving you and I want to be with her. So I'm like, okay. We're arguing. He gets in the car and he's kind of like just.
Cheating is wrong. But let's say you are out here doing what you do. The worst thing you can do is leave your woman for your side chick. Let's say you the side chick. The worst thing you want to do is accept the dude you sneaking around with that's leaving his wife for you. As the saying goes, how you get him is how you lose him.
Following me, and somehow or another, he crashes into me. Whether or not he had the intention to crash into me or not, he went to jail and his mom bailed him out. Day, I ended up talking to the woman he was cheating on me with, and I'm like, you knew he was married, you knew all these things, why did you do this? And she was like, I love him, he told me he was unhappy, I wanted him to move in with me, and you were just in the way. He ends up moving out and moves into a hotel, and at that time he started telling me that he's sorry and he wants to work it out, and basically he's trying to have his cake and eat it too, because he's being with the woman and then telling me that he wants his family back, and I'm eating it all up and I'm falling for it because I love this man. I wanted him to do right by me. So then one day I have my friend take me to the hotel.
Hold on. She went to the hotel. What happened? Hey, shout out to her. This is very intriguing.
I wanted him to move in with me, and you were just in the way. He ends up moving out and moves into a hotel, and at that time he starts telling me that he's sorry and he wants to work it out, and basically he's trying to have his cake and eat it too because he's being with the woman, and then telling me that he wants his family back, and I'm eating it all up and I'm falling for it because I love this man. I wanted him to do right by me. So then one day I have my friend take me to the hotel where he was like staying at, and I'm knocking on all the doors because I really didn't know which exact door it was because he would change his rooms. He calls the cops on me because old girl is hiding in the restroom. So at that point, I'm just tired of this whole entire situation, and I decide that I'm just gonna leave him and I'm gonna just be done with the entire situation. They remain together, and a year later, guess who comes calling back telling me that he's sorry and that he wants his family again. But by now, I already met someone, I'm already happy, I've let him go, and I don't want to go back. I divorced him, we do still co-parent, and I really don't know what his dating situation is. Moral of this story is sometimes when a woman takes your man, it's sometimes just thank you. Thank you for taking my problem, thank you for taking the trash out, thank you for doing me a favor, thank you for taking my headache. Sometimes it's okay, ladies. We don't have to be sad, upset, we don't have to go after the woman, because after 11 years, if a man still wants to do you dirty, thank you, next. I wanted him to move in with me.
A year later, after the mission has been completed, the side chick is bored, and she dropped his ass like a hot potato. Now, honestly, with her saying, after 11 years, if he's willing to do this to you after 11 years, listen to me. At some point in your relationship, you're gonna hit a plateau. And one thing about human beings is we are always curious about what's next. We are always curious about new experiences. We're always curious about taking things to the next level. So if you're in a relationship, you're so comfortable that you don't see the need to change things up. Even if your partner might be showing you signs that they want things to change up. You open up the door for somebody to step in.
If you feel that way, then why don't you just leave me? Why don't we just get a divorce and you can go create some new experiences with somebody else?
Morally, that would be the correct thing. But financially, that would be stupid. You know what I'm saying? You run the risk of having to pay child support, alimony, and all that. Boy gonna duck off and try to sneak off and do what he do. Now what happened, what I think happened, this old girl, she done put that thing on his ass, and he got comfortable. He stayed in there longer than he had to, and he got caught. But to be honest with you, it's done in the dark, will always come into light. So you might have got away with some shit, but there's a chance that either karma's gonna get you, or dirty deeds and your dirty mind are gonna get exposed. So I worked in this plant, and I had a board. First off, I'm gonna say that this bitch took me to the HR office, and I feel as though this is why she took me to the HR office. She worked on the line next to me, right? And there's a chick that she used to work with, they were both assemblies. And me and the chick that she used to work with, we used to always be talking, we always had these conversations. She was in the white gang, and she was so open about her sexual activities. She was just so open about these dudes that she used to be messing with. She always had stories about these dudes that she was sleeping around with. We would just be swapping stories, and the lady, the Hispanic lady, she would be listening, and she would jump in the conversation. And some of the things that we used to be talking about, she used to be over there like, no, I don't do that, no. And me being so damn blunt, without filter, because I wasn't thinking about what I was saying at the time. I'm like, yo, if you don't do that for your husband won't cheat on you. I was like, you don't do them type of things for your husband? Like, no. I'm like, your husband won't cheat. He gonna find somebody else who's gonna do it. That hurt her feelings. It hurt her feelings. I know it hurt her feelings. I didn't realize how much it hurt her feelings until one day she accused me of looking at her ass. Took me to the HR office. Now, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not gonna act like I ain't never checked her out. She's a beautiful woman. But that particular day, I'm ready to go to lunch. They called my boy over there because he just got his hair done. So they're like, oh my God, your hair is nice. He just put some color in his hair and all that. They're like, oh my God, your hair is nice. And I'm sitting there by the trash can and I'm like, oh, me and this man usually go to lunch, we write out music. I'm sitting so I'm by the trash can and shorty like, why you don't look at my butt? She said, no, I see you look at my butt. I'm like, yo, I'm trying to work. Are you serious right now?
This is the quickest way to pee out fat. Good God, man, stop eating those. You're gonna blow up. No, I'm not. The numbers on the scale just keep going down, bro. What?
I found a strange newspaper clipping from Moscow that led me down a huge rabbit hole. A professor had stated, "It is not a question of belief. We know that there are such creatures." What creatures? He was talking about beings most people brush off as fake, like miniature people and other bizarre cryptids. But I have an open mind, so I decided to look past the names of these things and see if there were any reasonable truths behind the claims. Get this, the former Soviet Union was indeed doing secret parapsychological research to look for cryptids. But even publicly, this professor, Boris Porshnev, was a Soviet historian and the director of the Modern History Department of the USSR Academy of Sciences. I mean, this was a Soviet professor. I mean, just look at the guy. His forehead oozes Mother Russia. These guys are not likely to believe in anything outside of hard science. So this was not just some guy running around the woods hunting for cryptids like me. A deeper, more mysterious picture started to develop once I knew where to look. I had to wonder, why was the professor so certain that small beings were once real and died out in the 17th century? Why did he claim they were evidence that mankind is devolving, going backwards, not forwards? Were there records he came across in his position that others didn't have access to? With the end of the clipping cut off, I can't see more of what he said that day. Weirdest of all, I can't find the paper where the whole story appeared anywhere. Think about that. But it led me to many more documented sightings of small creatures and historical accounts, and even caught on camera. This world really is a metaphysical place, so let's go through the strangest, most mysterious, and controversial encounters I found with these so-called little people. Then you can decide what it all means. Join me, Rob Counts, for a show that's out of this world. John Hyatt is a university professor and artist in Britain. He took a series of photos in the Rosendale Valley in Lancashire because he was purposely trying to photograph fast-moving things like insects. When he enlarged his images later on the computer to see what he got, he noticed that there were tiny creatures with wings. Check out these photographs. After he exhibited the pictures at a museum, the story of flying humanoids caught on camera went viral around the world. He didn't see them with his naked eye. His Nikon D40X certainly had picked them up. Hyatt went out afterwards and took pictures of flies and gnats. They didn't look the same. Before state started researching all Irish, Japanese, and South American cultures all had these creatures were everywhere, but most commonly they were said to live in the forests. I wanted to make sure I didn't get hung up on the terminology of what names these things were called and just look at the pattern of sightings. That'd give us a bigger picture. One thing he found in history was that some were feared as negative beings with dark, twisted faces. In fact, traditionally, they were seen as harbingers of misfortune. Hyatt said, quote, "I think that's why fairies symbolize death, as they are creatures from the other side. Certainly, in a lot of fairy tales, they are dangerous." I wasn't going through anything when I saw them. The day the photos went viral, I was diagnosed with throat cancer, so it was quite interesting in a sense that for the first month of the fairies going viral, I didn't have any time to worry about having throat cancer because I was talking to people all around the world. So the day his photographs went viral, he was diagnosed with throat cancer. That's a really strange coincidence. Luckily, Hyatt made a full recovery, and he believed he may have seen the creatures in the first place because he has an open mind. Quote, "Everything gets stereotyped, whatever it is. But there are stranger things in life than fairies, and life grows everywhere. I don't believe they are just smaller versions of us and go home and have a cup of tea at the end of the day, and no one is suggesting they have any special powers. From my experience, they were just enjoying themselves. There was a little dance in the sunlight going on. They're just beautiful pictures, and beauty can make people believe." Okay, taking a step back and trying not to get hung up on what names he's using and how I can see from the photos how they might be real, but what if they were just insects? So I turned to another point of data I have access to that pretty much nobody else does. A professional remote viewer, my co-host on the Metaphysical Podcast, John Blanco. John said he's tasked both experienced remote viewers and classes of new remote viewers as a practice session to remote view this event tons of times. Without knowing what they were being asked to look at, each person separately was asked to use their special remote view protocol to describe what they perceived about a series of numbers. They weren't told what the numbers represented, so their imaginations wouldn't get in the way of the raw visual data. But get this, the remote viewing data always came back that this event was real. John Hyatt caught small humanoids on camera. Some people talk about the existence of giants because of large bones that have been found in the Americas, and there are even very large humans around today. In the not so distant past, many people also claimed sightings of something much smaller. But hang on, if there really were little humanoid creatures living on Earth, would there be some historical record of them?
The number one mistake people with type 2 make is using metformin instead of just eating this cheap fruit. If you have this medicinal fruit at home and can't reverse type 2, you're eating it the wrong way. I say that because I've been prescribing this for my patients for decades, and it works even if you eat pizza and drink soda at every dinner. I'm Dr. Martin, specialist in reversing damage caused by glucose. And I've personally seen thousands of people literally ditch metformin and glyphage just by using this fruit daily. But here's the catch. There's a right way to use it that not any doctor likes to share with normal people. To be honest, this fruit skyrocketed my career as a blood sugar specialist. That's because after adding this fruit to the diets of my diabetic patients together with a simple 3-minute ritual, 97% of them managed to reduce their blood sugar, eliminate all type 2 symptoms, and lose an average of 7
cultures. There's a step pyramid in Mexico called the Pyramid of the Magician. It's also known because there's a Maya legend that says a dwarf with supernatural powers raised the entire monument in a single night. Yeah, a magical dwarf. But again, let's put down the name for this thing for a minute and see what the information is. The archaeological researcher Graham Hancock found that this isn't the only place associated with the supernatural power of dwarves or little people. Their architectural and masonry skills were widely known, not just here in Mexico, but also across Central America, believe it or not. Maya legend says that construction work was easy for them because all they had to do was whistle and heavy rocks would move into place. The fingerprints of the gods. Hancock wrote that, quote, a very similar tradition claimed that the gigantic stone blocks of the mysterious Andean city of Tiahuanaco had been carried through the air to the sound of a trumpet. That's nuts. In both Central America and in the far-off regions of the Andes, therefore, strange sounds had been associated with the miraculous levitation of massive rocks. That's pretty amazing, but what's odd is that in Egypt, there is a similar story of a magician raising a huge vault of stone into the air too. So Hancock wondered, could all these very different groups of people in very geographically separate areas have come up with pretty identical fantasies out of nowhere? It seems really unlikely. Ancient building technology could certainly have been preserved in stories like these, the technology capable of lifting huge blocks of stone off the ground with miraculous ease. We know that levitation technology exists today, and that sound frequencies are very powerful. As for a whistling dwarf, that's just describing small people who were using some sort of sonic technology to accomplish what they were building. It's not really that far-fetched. Did you know that an ancient hobbit-sized human species was discovered not too long ago? That made me think, it's not impossible that smaller humans would have once existed just like larger ones. Maybe there's more proof we could find in the past. In 1937, a cave system was discovered in France. It had some of the oldest lifelike drawings of human faces that have ever been uncovered. On 155 of the limestone slabs, there were human-like figures. What's strange about that is that these people wearing robes, boots, and hats would date back 15,000 years, long before the time of any of our civilizations as we know them. The BBC hypothesized that human faces might have been painted on the floor in other places. But when people came in to excavate, they would level and strengthen the floor and bury or accidentally destroy these ancient portraits. Now, what if any of those paintings, artifacts, or tools were smaller ones that people today wouldn't expect to find? Wouldn't small civilizations' records have been destroyed more easily? On the floor of one was a series of pits arranged in the shape of the Pleiades star cluster. So tens of thousands of years ago, there were indeed people doing work in caves, making art there, understanding the stars, and even wearing clothes. And they had a certain degree of sophistication, right? The very oldest known mining operations on the planet go back as far as 41 BC to a Montini or Swaziland. At least tens of mining operations around the world. Does that require all of them human-sized humans, why couldn't any of them been smaller if these historical accounts exist? I want to bring up one of the weirdest small discoveries that's ever been made in our modern times. Archaeologists opened a sealed tomb from the Ming Dynasty in China. They believe they were the first to visit the grave since the person's funeral somewhere between the 13 and mid-1600s. Get this, inside a tomb that was closed for more than 400 years, they found a miniature watch in the shape of a ring marked Swiss. A Swiss watch in ancient China? The size of a ring? How the heck did it get there? The little watch was encrusted in mud and rock, and the time was stopped at 10:06. As far as we know, watches were extremely rare in China back then, let alone Swiss watches, let alone ring-size Swiss watches. Switzerland wasn't even a country yet. I mean, was it possible? Yes, but the chances are extremely low. Movie clocks are usually set to 10:10 because it looks nice on a wall, but this one was 10:06, so it doesn't appear to be some Hollywood fabrication. The curator of the Guangxi Museum said, when we tried to remove the soil wrapped around the coffin, suddenly a piece of rock dropped off and hit the ground with a metallic sound. We picked up the object and found it was a ring. After removing the covering soil and examining it further, we were shocked to see that it was a watch. How in the world did a watch get there in the first place? Why would it have been made in that size at all? Who would have worn such a thing? No part of this story is explainable. But it does make me wonder if it seems more likely that a tiny Swiss watch ring would have been made in the ancient past, or a normal size watch that was made for a smaller person wearing it. What do you guys think? I want to end with the most interesting encounter with a tiny being I've found in our modern times, but I also want to preface this by saying, again, that when people talk about their experiences, they use words like dwarf, elf, fairy, or whatever, because that's all they have to use. I mean, that's our vocabulary. I mean, what would you call a tiny human cryptid if you saw one? The actress Carol Burnett wrote in her book how she was suing a newspaper for printing a false story about her. Well, in the morning before she went downtown for the trial, she had a doctor's appointment, and the old Hollywood actress Barbara Stanwyck was in the waiting room, and this is what happened next.
Great. She said, you know, you're gonna whip the inquirer's ass. I said, thank you, Miss Sandra, for your lipstick eyes here. She said, no, I know. You know how I know? She said, my leprechaun told me. The look you have is exactly what I have on my face. I went, well, they exist. My leprechaun said you are going to win this trial and whip the inquirer's ass, and don't you forget it. Well, when she said that, I said, oh no, I won't forget it, Miss Stanwyck. That's my Barbara Stanwyck.
Was the leprechaun right?
I whipped her ass.
And Barbara's mysterious intel wasn't right. Carol Burnett won her case. Carol said Barbara had been completely serious about this creature, too. Why would she risk looking crazy to tell Carol something so strange if it weren't true? Barbara didn't publicize this thing all over the press and try to get attention from it. In fact, Barbara had a really successful career doing melodramas, comedy, and movies. So could it be possible she really encountered some smaller being who helped her along the way? And she confided in Carol Burnett when Carol was super stressed out. People are becoming more spiritual and waking up to the reality of multiple dimensions existing, I mean right now, with living beings living in all of them. So for Barbara Stanwyck to have known of the existence of one kind of being, I guess it's not all that weird, especially because her creature knew the truth about Carol Burnett's trial. I mean, how would that even be possible? Some of you might be asking, well, Ron, what the heck do you think? Well, I agree with that Soviet professor, you know, the one who told the newspaper that creatures like leprechauns are real, because he said that humanity is going backwards rather than forwards in a lot of ways. Maybe if we find evidence of amazing creatures, or at least have our minds open to the possibilities, we'll get back on track. One thing that's mentioned
know?
You sniffing bacon?
It's always other people.
Sometimes work
Those
makes you
gangsters
funky.
tried to murder.
It is P.U., not Pee-wee.
Hello, my love. Good morning.
Feels like that's all I do. Oh, they got service stations every few hours of going straight.
artificial intelligence can now replicate itself. And here we are worrying about if there's enough shit in our test boosters. Scientists warn of a critical red line as AI intelligence models demonstrate self-replication. I'm just saying, should we slow down with AI a little bit, or they can draw funny pictures of rabbits, so let's press on.
One of my favorite ways to assert my dominance on the trail as a female hiker.
Do you have to assert dominance on a hike? I was thinking more nature and smiling.
Is when I see a guy pass me, I
say hello.
Is when I see a guy pass me, I ask him, oh, was that your wife that just passed me like a mile ago? Obviously making the assumption that there was another woman that passed them. And every single time they get so defensive and they're like, what? No?
Probably because he was confused at someone he doesn't know telling him that his wife was ahead of him when that wasn't his wife.
And every single time they get so defensive and they're like, what? No?
When bro trains UFC once. Gold's Gym vest, Under Armour shorts and no shower for 2 weeks. That went about as expected. This happened at a Roadhouse restaurant, and in the end he was apprehended. And that is why takeaways were invented. But remember...
It's gonna be different! It's gonna be different! It's gonna be different! You don't gotta look like her! You don't gotta look like him! It's gonna be different!
Have they never heard of the 5-second rule? Don't worry, someone else will clean it up. Maybe from another angle? It's like one of those open world games where you don't know what to do. Do I go that way? This was sent to me recently, but it's from many years ago. Kenny O'Neill, amateur bodybuilder. Agreed. Blimey, he's been training his lateral raises hard. I'm guessing he didn't win. Everyone's favourite BCAA salesman, Wes Watson, is now behind bars. Gucci bars, I hear. Regular Rusty, who's been licking these bars. Do they not know that orange is his colour? He's going to have to repaint his Bugatti white now. John Bravo has the latest, so go to his channel if you want actual details. But here he is getting into the police car. He will claim he just has personal drivers. And here he is in court, where for a guy who can't stop talking...
Yeah, I just want to, real quick. Mr. Watson, please don't make any statements. You and I can talk about it. Thank you, sir. Sorry for that.
He sure crawls back into his hole quickly. For anyone who doesn't know what happened, him and another guy played Street Fighter for real in the gym, and Wes went on a very long combo of dozens of unanswered strikes. I may return to this when more details come out. Happy birthday to the greatest natural lifter of all time. What? And he's still dropping knowledge?
Basic stuff I do, I've done since I was 12, 13. I still do that stuff today, just the basics, because the basics work.
The basics do work, I couldn't agree more, but you do a bit more than the basics.
I know that you guys look through the internet and you guys try to find this stuff, like what's the trick,
Taking anabolics and lying to your fans?
They told us, the greats before us, told us what the trick is.
A good pharmacist, or a bad pharmacist, whichever way you want to look at it.
Consistency, the basics, get good on the diet and recover.
What were you thinking? At least people don't believe him. No secret sauce, all work and no shortcuts. Just do the best we can do with consistency. It's not his training advice, which is actually very good, and posts like this are also good. Fit body, calm mind, and a house full of love. It's the decades of lying and arrogance when questioned about it. Here is his fat burning supplement, Dissolve. The reviews are in. The review is in. It's okay, but not a repeat purchase. I would say this leaves you feeling nauseous. Is exactly how I feel about most fitness celebrities. Someone tell Togi I want to go cycle for cycle. Well, this is going to go well. 20 years old and proudly juicing. More artificial, not so much intelligence.
It came to my attention that I've done so many anabolics now and research chemicals that I might as well rank them all.
They're not Star Wars movies, mate. Another 20-year-old that has made a moronic decision to jump on gear when he's a literal novice in the gym. Did I hyper-respond in 3 months? I mean, yes, but in more ways than one. Even with the terrible lighting, you can't hide the effects the juice have had on your arms, back and face. And I don't mean the muscle growth.
Would you ever take steroids? Be honest. Was social media any influence on your decision? It was more like YouTube, I guess.
Should have watched the bold guy.
Would you ever consider taking steroids? I'm on steroids. You're on steroids? Okay. How long were you training naturally before that? About a year. A year? How old are you? I'm 21. 21.
Training a year and now using PEDs for aesthetics.
Damn, dude. Just for the aesthetics? Yeah, the looks, yeah.
If anyone didn't think this was a real issue, think again. 6 months ago you made a choice. A dumb choice, and it's paying off, as your medical bills will be needing if you carry on this stupid life decision. Don't follow these stupid Insta bros, jumping on Source at 20, hoping to become a fitness superstar. Stay natural, work hard, and let your body grow as intended. Noel Dazel is a well-loved bodybuilder who owns a supplement company, Rise.
Oh yeah, so good, it makes you say, oh yeah, oh yeah.
If there's one thing I learnt in the cult, it's drink the Kool-Aid. I don't know why all the women had to go to Leader's cabin at night though. Strange time to hold a book group. Anyway, he became popular from being nice and honest, which shocked the fitness industry, but it is his other videos recently that have garnered a lot of attention and a bit of controversy. He is noticeably decreasing his mass for health reasons.
Is Noel losing mass? Yes, I've lost a considerable amount of mass over the last few months on purpose. Look at this big chunk of stuff. But in all fairness, being at 310 pounds is a chore. You're tired all the time, it's hard to breathe, your sleep sucks, and it's just hard to live a normal life. Also, I prefer the way I look around 260, 270. Because frankly, fellas, I want to be a foot.
Huge, but again the acknowledgement that there is no biological free lunch and that he's aware of that fact. Then he had a mind surgery, which I don't know what it was for, it might be unrelated, and made this video.
What would happen if you stopped taking steroids but continued working out? Well, I came off period and I was about only been on my prescribed TRT. I have been in a deficit, but this is what I look like right now. My recovery is slower and I do have less energy and strength. But it is important.
So again, he is consciously decreasing his bodybuilding lifestyle. There is some debate into the comments as to whether he is just on a TRT protocol now, but I think the main point here is there's a guy who has openly been taking PEDs and an extreme bodybuilding lifestyle, cutting back, as in his own words, he wants to be around longer. I certainly hope he is, and I wish him the best. I've got a few comments under my last video linked above and below for anyone who missed it. The Liver King has some powerful abs, let's call them.
Huge protruding abdomens that do not appear to be fat, because you still see a six-pack ripped on top of it.
Derek, Joe Rogan's friend, released a podcast with Peter Attia, and one topic they touched upon was the distended stomachs in bodybuilding.
And the thinking was, well, is this just organomegaly, right? Are their organs just getting bigger?
So that has been the traditional understanding of why it occurs, and whilst PED abuse of course may contribute to the distended stomach and enlarged organs, there is another reason that Derek raises.
Yeah, I think it is multifactorial, but there is seemingly, I think the largest cause of it now is significant distension caused by the excessive food intake and the result of significant gastrointestinal issues that result from the absurd diet models, because to get that many calories in, get that much protein, carbs off in them.
The amount of calories elite bodybuilders have to eat to build and sustain their physiques is sometimes not as discussed as the PEDs, but another area in terms of what an extreme lifestyle they can be.
Hard pressed to find somebody who has like an aesthetic vacuum. Except for presumably natural bodybuilders are more likely to, or... Yeah. It is another example of something that's very frustrating to me. This is knowable. Like, literally, take the bodybuilders, throw them into an MRI scanner, you can get organ volumes on everybody. Mm-hmm. So many of the questions that we have here that we're not getting resolution to are knowable.
But no, he is right. We could have far more research into bodybuilding issues such as distended stomachs and other risk factors, which could ultimately help with safety in the future.
It's not like we're asking, is there life outside of the solar system? Yeah, we're never going to know the answer to that.
You've come to the right man, Peter, the James Linker experience for all your giant alien egg needs.
But there are guys dying with hearts 3 times the size of what they should be. So there's certainly, organ enlargement systemically for sure.
And without naming names, many prominent bodybuilders and fitness influencers who've abused PEDs who have passed at 30 years or younger. See you soon.
My twin brother drinks Stella. I have taste, David.
I'm not really all in with riding in Ubers yet. I grew up where you ain't supposed to ride with strangers, nigga. Who are you? Just because you got an app, you supposed to be able to ride me around, nigga. They let anybody in. That's the reason I'm fucking with them. I know everybody in this room knows somebody that drive for Uber. You be like, nigga, you drive for Uber? Ain't you on heroin, nigga?
on a nine note. Boom. Oh shit. I'm gonna pick these niggas up. I'll be back. Don't pick these niggas up. I had a nigga pick me up one day that wasn't a nigga on the app. You ever had that happen? Little Hispanic dude, nigga banged on me. I was like, hey, you ain't get in, fool. I was like, hey, man, nah, I'm gonna cancel this one, nigga. I ain't this ain't gonna work out. Before I go any further, does anybody in here drive for Uber? They say 1 out of every 9 people drive for rideshare. That means at least 40 of you niggas lying. Ain't nothing wrong with driving for no rideshare company. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's the new hustle, man. It's legal hustle. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I know there's some people who do it that, you know, they make it ends meet. You know what I mean? Some people stacking for some other shit that they working on. I know some people that do just that, and they do just fine out of life. And then you got those other people that drive for Uber that just enjoy people. And those people can go directly to hell. You know what I mean? Don't talk to me in my goddamn overdrive. I don't want to hear nothing. Greatest invention in the world was that button that say "Don't talk to me" button. I don't know what it say on the app, but it basically instructs the driver that you would like for him to shut the fuck up and drop me off. That's it. I'm all in with that button. I remember the first time I hit that button, this dude picked me up, drove me 30 motherfucking minutes across the city. He ain't say nothing the whole ride. I was like, man, this nigga weird. Gave him 3 stars. Man, you gotta work on your quiet energy, nigga. That was felt like a serial killer in there. You know, this quiet energy, nigga, then there's quiet energy. Weird with this shit. I ain't know you can get kicked out of an Uber. I ain't know that. Y'all know that? You can get kicked out of an Uber. They call it in your ride. Yeah, I didn't know that. Shit, me. That happened to me one day. I was doing this show in Tennessee. I had a red-eye flight to get there, so I didn't get no sleep on the plane. I just wanted to go lay down. And this Uber driver picked me up. He started talking soon. We got goddamn car. And I couldn't stop. You ever try to do all the tactics to let somebody know that you ain't really trying to talk? You know what I mean? You give one word, quick, solid answer. You fucking look out the window immediately, put your hood on, throw your earbuds in, start talking to an imaginary nigga on the phone. I did everything, nigga, you hear me? He wouldn't stop. He was like, hey, where you from? I was like, shit, here we go. I said, Los Angeles. Oh, I love Los Angeles. Me and my sister used to go to Los Angeles every summer when we was kids. We would go down to San Diego. We would ride all the way up the coast to go to San Diego and San Francisco. It gets cold up there. You ever been to the Bay Area before? Yes. Oh my God, I love it up there. Man, it's got the Alcatraz up there. Nope. Everything else over it's changed now. It's much different. Every time we still go out there, we go to Disneyland. You ever been to I'm like, nigga, goddamn. He turned into a tour guide. You ever have one of them turn into a tour guide on you? Now I ain't talking about historical facts about the city. I'm talking random shit. You know what I mean? He was like, we about to roll up on the Target right up there on the left. That's the nicest Target in the city right there. They built that about 5 years ago. If you need anything in the world, they probably got it at that goddamn Target. I was like, all right, cool. Here's where I lost it. We was in this residential neighborhood, and we pulled up to this stop sign, and he didn't drive off. He just stayed. I don't know how y'all.
What happened? All I gotta do is spell the words. What's going on? Wow, what'd you do to him? I turn that shit down.
been there. We see some flashy, trendy item that catches our eye, and we think, hey, this will be a great idea. And then a few months down the road, buyer's remorse kicks in. The problem with these clothing purchases is that some styles don't stand the test of time. Don't worry, I've got you. Today we're going to break down some of the biggest fashion purchase mistakes, how you can avoid them so that you can save money and build a wardrobe that's built to last. Now, if you're new here, welcome to Jeff Your Style OG. On this channel, we discuss various men's lifestyle topics such as style, dating. If any of all those topics interest you, I invite you to subscribe, tap the notification bell, and join us. To my returning friends like Marco Salazar, salute. Now, first up on the list of the things men almost always regret buying, I want you to understand you're not alone. Almost all of us have been caught in this trap. Buying something just because it's on sale. Now, we all need to keep in mind, just because something is on sale doesn't mean we need it. Too many guys, myself included, fall for the trap of seeing something at the store that's heavily discounted. And we'll grab it because of the 70-80% off, not because it fits our personal style. Huge style mistake. You're going to wind up with pieces that don't match anything, don't fit right, and just wind up collecting dust in your closet. When it comes to your style, each piece should be intentional. It should fit with the other things in your wardrobe, and every purchase you serve a purpose. At the discount, probably won't wear it enough to just buy. Save your money and invest in timeless quality. Clothes with regret buying, I have to admit, I'm a repeat offender of this one. Buying clothes for the weight you swear you're going to lose, and you're being defeated when you do. This is probably my number one style mistake I continue to make over and over. I'll see something those next 10, 15 pounds over the next 2 months. Guess what? It never happened. And that item of clothing is in the back of the closet, reminding me that I haven't had the discipline to lose weight. Very aggressive. A lot of guys do that. We'll buy something saying we're going to lose those extra pounds. I'll do it eventually. I'm going to look great. But let's keep it real. It rarely happens. A well-dressed man buys clothes for the present, not for the future that may never come. So here's what I recommend you do. Buy clothes that fit properly for the body you have now. And if you do lose weight, buy clothes then as a reward. But in the meantime, buy clothes that fit you now constantly. Now, next up is a purchase mistake you'll hear me banging the drum about on this channel over and over and over. I'm not going to stop till all you guys get it. Don't waste your money on cheap dress shoes. Now, I get it. I know it might be tempting. You're going to have to invest to get a quality pair. So that cheap pair is going to catch your eye. But the problem with cheap dress shoes is hard to get them right. You'll realize they're very uncomfortable and they're wearing out after a couple of wears. And what winds up happening, you wind up wasting money in the long run because you have to replace them soon. Not a good look when you spend $50 on those shoes and the soles start falling apart. What you want to do instead? Buy the best quality dress shoes you can reasonably afford. Definitely not necessary to buy $400, $500, and $600 dress shoes. You can easily find a quality pair of leather shoes from $150 and up. And the other thing about cheap dress shoes, it makes the rest of your outfit look cheap as well. A stylish man invests in quality footwear. Something that's comfortable, that will stand the test of time, and will level up your entire look. Don't waste money on cheap dress shoes. Buy once, buy right. Now, next up, we have a clothing purchase a lot of men will regret that I once again have to admit I'm a repeat offender. I'm telling on myself a lot in this video. Don't buy those statement suits you'll probably never wear. Now, if you're a guy like me that likes to dress well, you sometimes see this great, bold, flashy suit on the rack. It might have a bold pattern on the out-of-the-box color. It may look good on the rack, but it's going to sit in the back of the closet. The problem with a bold, flashy statement suit, they're definitely hard to wear. They don't fit a lot of occasions. And when you do wear it, they're too memorable for you to wear it again. If you bust out that flashy suit once or twice in front of people, they're like, there Jeff goes with that purple suit again. Stylish man builds a suit wardrobe with timeless, versatile colors. And when you do mix in patterns, you make them subtle. If you're not in a career or lifestyle that calls for bold suits, you're probably not going to wear it. Now, next up, I have a clothing regret that's of the highest order. Please resist the temptation to buy fake luxury items. You got to keep it a buck with yourself. These fake luxury goods never fool anybody with an eye for quality. If the idea is to impress people that like these type of things, they'll be the first ones to notice it's fake. That knockoff robe, that fake Louis Vuitton belt, your replica Jordan. It may seem like a shortcut to style, but in effect, it's actually the opposite. Fake items often have cheap craftsmanship, cheap materials, and obvious flaws that detract away from your outfit not elevated. A stylish man moves with confidence and authenticity. If you're buying fake clothing, you're probably not that comfortable with your style. What I recommend you do instead, buy well-made, affordable clothes instead of buying pieces just to flex. If you really want the luxury item, save up for the real thing, or focus on high-quality, classic alternatives. Fake luxury, fake style. Now, next up, I have another common buying regret for my guys who are starting to elevate their style and dress up.
Let's go ahead and head on to the bathroom and see if simpler is really simpler and see if simpler can get rid of all this white.
Elevate their style, dress up. You'll regret buying poorly fitting dress shirts. Now the thing about dressing up, wearing suits, and getting a little more elevated with your style, it's about being tailored and precise. And nothing ruins a sharp outfit worse than a non-fitting dress shirt. Whether it's too baggy, too tight, or too long, it just doesn't work. If it's too baggy or too long, you look sloppy. Too tight, you look like you're about to bust a button. You don't either want to look like you can't breathe in your dress shirt or you're swimming in it. A stylish man knows commandment number one when it comes to fashion. Fit is king, especially in your dress or your clothes. If your off-the-rack shirt doesn't fit.
What's up, buddy? You gotta ask the teacher to send it to you. No, they just send you to the doc. You gotta sign up for the stuff. You don't contact the teacher. You're not. You don't even be asking for the stuff. So how are you gonna get it? You gotta contact the teacher. The teacher give you an email. You give the teacher an email and they'll send you a link. Well, make a new one. Did you get this work done? Alright, don't forget the math.
Right, have it tailored. Or search and invest in brands that have the right sizing for your body. When you're elevating your style game, a must-have, a well-fitted dress shirt. Now, next up, I have a style purchase regret that definitely hits the OGs, people my age and older, or a little bit younger. Please stop buying those bulky wallets. You have to keep in mind that accessories are that final detail that complete your overall look. The wrong one can ruin it. Bulky wallets definitely on that list. Sitting on a thick, oversized wallet rolls off your posture, bulges in your pockets, and make you look disorganized. Another bad look with that bulky wallet, when you slide it in your jacket, it makes your upper half bulge and stick out, run off the clean, lean silhouette you're probably going for. Let's keep it real. You don't need all those receipts, gift cards, and business cards you'll never look at again. Instead, what you want to do, get yourself a modern, slim, sleek wallet. One that has enough room for your ID, some cash, and a couple of cards. That's all of us really need to carry anyway these days. A stylish man keeps his wallet slim and simple. So upgrade to a minimalist wallet and instantly level up your everyday carry. Now, next up on the list of the style items many men eventually regret buying, we're going back to the leather department. Definitely don't want to buy cheaply made leather jackets. Now, just like with the cheap dress shoes, the problem with these is that cheap leather is hard to get right. That's why you'll eventually regret making this style purchase. Trust me, cheap leather often looks fake, is real stiff, and ages terribly. It'll peel, it'll crack, and it'll just make your whole outfit look low quality. That's not what you're going for with that smooth leather jacket. A well-made quality leather jacket molds to your body over time, ages well, develops character, and will last for years. So if you're in the market, if you can't afford quality leather right now, it's better to sell. A well-made leather jacket is a style investment. And the stylish man knows quality beats quantity every time. Now, next up, we have a style purchase a lot of people regret, and I believe there's some nuance here. You can do it, but you gotta do it the right way. You'll often regret those fast fashion, trendy pieces. When done wrong, this is one of the biggest style mistakes. The problem with the flashy, trendy pieces, you'll like it for that moment, but just as fast as the flashy, trendy thing comes in style, it just as quickly goes out of style, leaving you with something that's collecting dust in the closet. On top of that, fast fashion pieces are often cheaply made and start to wear out after a couple of washes. But I'm not telling you should never buy fashion pieces. but do it with the strategy. If I see a trend that I'm into and I think I'll wear it right away, I'll spend it 20, 30 bucks. Give it a shot. If I like it, I'll wear it a couple more times. If I won't, I donate it. But I haven't lost much money in the process. But if you buy a fast fashion item that you think you're gonna wear this year and next year, you're probably wasting your money. It's fast fashion for a reason. A stylish man builds his wardrobe of timeless, classic, essential pieces that he can build around, that's very versatile, and he can wear year after year. Fast fashion, buy it today, wear it tomorrow. If you don't think you're gonna wear it within the next week or two, I wouldn't pull the trigger. Okay, so there you have it. 9 style items most men eventually regret buying. Now do me a favor.
Did you always want to be in this line of work? Always wanted to be famous? This could be the defining role of your career.
It's time to pay for your sins.
I think Kanye West is master of shock value. I think that's what he does now. As far as music, I think he's put music aside and said, I'm just gonna shock the shit out of people now. That's what I'm gonna do, just shake up the system. You know, whether it's with fashion, I'm gonna have my wife butt-ass naked at the Grammys. It's always about shock value. And they let them get away with it. Because, you know, when you have a certain amount of money, I think when you get into the billionaire status, you can do damn near whatever the fuck you want. I think.
Kanye's wife at the Grammys.
Adolf Hitler, I'm like, okay.